Chapter 353. When interacting with His Royal Highness, it could not be said that one is marked by the company one keeps, but it could be said that one is marked by the company one keeps. Presumably, Su Fengnian would also pinch his nose and admit it. Ever since she met His Royal Highness by chance at the border of Jianghu, the timid Murong Wuzhu was not afraid in this situation, even if she had vaguely guessed the terrifying identity of this fat piece of meat. It was hard to imagine that this girl would have accepted her fate of going to Mount Hui to become the bed toy of a 100-year-old man. In her previous life, even though she was born into a noble family in the Sword Province, a county magistrate was already a powerful official to her. In just a few days, she had climbed Mount Insignia and paid a visit to the martial emperor city. It was as if she had lived enough for her entire life. When Su Fengnian brazenly pressed down the horse's head and saved the child, Murong Wuzhu felt that out of the millions of people in the world, meeting him alone was enough. However, she could not help but feel sad. She was not as intelligent as her younger brother, the Emperor of Tong. She was not as beautiful as Pei Nanwei. She was not as powerful as Sister Blue Bird. What could she do for him? While Murong Wuzhu was inexplicably sad, a middle-aged woman staggered out of the crowd and hugged the child tightly. However, she did not shed tears of gratitude to His Royal Highness for saving her child. Instead, she knelt down with a plop and kowtowed to Zhao Yu, who was sitting on a Fergana horse in the distance. She cried that she did not know this group of people and that the child had disturbed the important military affairs of the soldiers. This commoner begged His Royal Highness for forgiveness. She kowtowed non-stop until her forehead was bruised. The onlookers looked at each other and felt relieved. This was how it should be. They did not feel that there was anything wrong with this young woman's ingratitude. Under the jurisdiction of Guangling, everything was decided by the Guangling prince. Law? Was this not the family law of the Zhao clan? Some young scholars who were secretly jealous of Su Fengnian's elegance were waving their fans. Some were whispering and guessing how Su Fengnian would end up tragically. They were in a very good mood. Murong Wuzhu had just come out of the fire pit. Although she was similar to Xu Xiu and had stumbled into Beiliang's dye vat, her temperament was still as pure as Bai Xian, who had never put pen to paper. When she heard the woman's heart-wrenching words, she was so angry that her face turned red. She jogged over and slapped the woman's face. Murong Wuzhu did not know how to reprimand her. The woman was stunned by the slap and stopped crying. Instead, it was Murong Wuzhu who began to cry. A hesitant scholar with a headscarf shrunk behind his head and did not dare to appear. He should be the woman's husband. When he saw this beautiful girl slap his wife's face, his face began to burn. However, in the end, he did not have the courage to walk out. He carefully glanced at His Royal Highness Zhao Yu on the other side of the horse and then looked at the handsome young master below the horse. He only hoped that these important people whom he, a small commoner, could not afford to offend, would not harm his family of three. He was even more regretful that he had come to watch the show. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at Blue Bird, who was holding the fox fur coat. Without saying anything, Blue Bird, who had a telepathic connection, came in front of the trembling woman and said coldly, "Go." The woman, whose legs had turned to jelly, got up in a panic. She pulled the child and squeezed into the crowd without looking back. After meeting with her husband, she squeezed through the crowd and returned home. From the beginning to the end, she did not look at the young master. As for whether she felt guilty or glad, only God knew. Those who had some status in Guangling all knew that every time there was a large gathering, Zhao Yu would definitely place many scouts who were specifically responsible for finding beautiful women. These lackeys had a very good sense of smell and would usually be able to bring His Highness back with a full load. Otherwise, with Zhao Yu's physique, whether it was by carriage or by horse, how difficult would it be for him to travel? Other than tirelessly hunting for women, Zhao Yu was also quite good at making money. There was a housekeeper in his residence who was responsible for commenting on the appearance of the women in the surrounding families. If they did not want to be brought back to the Guangling prince's residence and pressed under his crotch, they had to offer him a large amount of silver. Even the eldest son of Provincial Governor Zhou, who practically grew up together with His Royal Highness, could not escape this calamity. Just because he had a wife who was of equal social status and was beautiful and attractive, he had to pay 70 to 80,000 taels of silver as a tribute without missing a single copper coin. He only dared to privately joke that His Royal Highness was very fair and honest. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Yu's table manners, whether it was eating women or eating silver, it was hard to see what kind of realm he was in. But Guangling Prince Zhao Yi liked it very much. He joked that this eldest son of the Di was a little Taotai and that it was a great blessing to be able to eat. When Zhao saw that the person in front of him did not move, his already pitiful patience completely dissipated. He made a hand gesture and no longer paid attention to his peers in front of him. He only raised his head and craned his neck to look at Murong Wuzhu. He swept his eyes over them. They were actually a pair of beautiful sisters. There was actually such a beautiful pair of twin lotuses on one stalk. The heavens were not unkind to this heir. He narrowed his eyes and looked more and more pleasantly surprised. There were also two women wearing veiled hats. Although he could not see their faces clearly, just by looking at their figures, he could see that they were extremely enchanting. As for the delicate female servant in green, her temperament was also very good. What was going on today? Why was he so lucky? These extraordinary girls were enough for this heir to deal with half a year of boredom. Zhao Yu's saliva was dripping as he clicked his tongue and said, "Young ladies, quickly come into this heir's bowl. This heir loves beauties the most. I will definitely eat and taste them slowly." Chapter 354. Su Fengnian saw the grey-robed elder dismount from his horse and was about to make a move. He finally opened his mouth and said, "Zhao Yuang, let me say this first. You can steal my women, but when the time comes, before the beauty has even entered your bowl, a few caddies of meat from your body have entered my bowl." For the first time, His Royal Highness looked seriously at this outsider. He was used to the cries and screams of kidnapped women and their families, so it was really boring. This made His Royal Highness feel a kind of loneliness of a master. Within Guangling, who was not scared out of their wits when they saw the formation behind him. Occasionally, there was a noble family that did not lack backbone, but after a futile resistance and a bloody suppression, they would talk nonsense like retribution. There really was no hero who could speak without their lips trembling in front of him. He remembered that a few years ago, there was a pair of immortal heroes who were said to have traveled to Guangling. At first, His Royal Highness did not bring many retainers and suffered a small loss. He immediately returned to his residence and brought a dozen or so guests and 300 cavalry to block the escape pair at the border. First, he had an erotic scene in front of the hero, then he had skinned her husband in front of the heroine. Finally, he had used a spear to pierce their bodies and skewered them together. With good intentions, he had let them die together. To this day, His Royal Highness still remembered the mournful eyes of the plump heroine and the hateful tears of the so-called hero. Zhao Yuang smacked his lips. It was really exciting. This was much more enjoyable than when he usually doted on the women of other families. The aftertaste was really endless. When Zhao Yuang thought of this, his eyes burned with even more passion for the women. He began to think of a few new tricks that he had thought of but had not yet implemented. As he thought and thought, he habitually put a finger into his mouth and mumbled, "It is a pity that I do not have the opportunity to see Brother Su. I heard that his Wudong Yuan has many beautiful women. Otherwise, I could use them to compare notes. Besides, Brother Su also has 2 older sisters. I treat you with sincerity and respect and do not mind sharing the women of my family. Presumably, Brother Su should be more generous and give the 2 older sisters and the entire Wudong Yuan to me." Zhao Yao continued to mumble to himself, "What if he doesn't want to be unkind? What should we do?" His Royal Highness sighed. He pulled out his finger and dipped it in his saliva. His face was full of smiles, but his eyes were gloomy. "Bailiang, it's so far away. I don't have the strength to travel so far to ask for it. But once I reach Guangling, I won't tolerate your stinginess, Brother Su." When he came back to his senses, he saw that the grey-robed elder who had always been successful in his work was already walking towards that person. Zhao Yao cracked his neck and waited in anticipation. Zhao Yao saw that the young man's face was calm as he stretched out his hand towards him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Su Fengnian did not say anything. Murong Wuzhu inadvertently caught a glimpse of Big Sister Bluebird's lips curling upwards. The most unremarkable old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat slowly walked into everyone's field of vision and said in a bad mood, "A good Guangling river. 60 years ago, the sky was high and the river was wide. Now, it's actually so unlucky. Even this old man can't stand it anymore. Su Brat, that running dog and 30 riders are mine. That dead pig is yours. This old man, let me say this first. If you don't cut off a few pounds of meat from him, don't even think about wasting your energy on this old man in the future." Just as the old man finished speaking, the scene left everyone dumbfounded. The 30 riders and their horses were torn apart by the invisible sword energy. As for the gray-robed guest elder who had the demeanor of an expert, he didn't even have time to open his mouth, let alone move his hand. His head seemed to have been flattened by an invisible weapon. The old god of swords, who didn't move, continued, "A true expert is coming from the great Yanji. Also, if you don't want to be chased by thousands of armored riders, you'd better act immediately." Su Fengnian smiled. He stretched out his arm and grabbed a sword from the corpse of a rider on the ground. Controlling Qi. Qinyu, who had been watching the development of the situation from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes. His Royal Highness, who wasn't too stupid, turned his horse around and was about to run away. Where there's life, there's no need to worry about not having a wife. Su Fengnian strode forward and grabbed the horse's tail with one hand, pulling the front hooves of the charging Fergana horse into the air. Zhao Yuao, who needed 3 servants to help him get on the horse, had no horsemanship to speak of. He immediately fell backwards onto the ground. Su Fengnian used the scabbard to stab the neck of this crown prince, who was also an influential member of the dynasty, rendering him unable to move. Su Fengnian then sliced off 3 tails of flesh from Zhao Yao's arm. He said with a smile, "Look, your flesh is in my bowl. I'm not lying, am I?" He wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. The second sword cut off half a pound of meat from Zhao Piao's thigh, which was as round as a pillar. It was still a smiling face that could charm women to death. "That's right, I'm your brother Su." The fat crown prince's heart was torn and his lungs were torn. He struggled fiercely. Su Fengnian changed the position of the scabbard and nailed it firmly onto Zhao Yu's head. The crowd could only see the crown prince's limbs rolling about, but his head could not move. Su Fengnian's third sword cut off a piece of meat from Zhao Piao's left cheek. He then smiled and asked, "Does it hurt?" Zhao Piao was scared out of his wits. Su Fengnian made an "oh" sound and cut off his right cheek. "It seems to hurt quite a bit." Zhao Piao's pants were soaked. He foamed at the mouth and fainted from the pain. The old god of swords smiled and said, "Young Su, there's someone coming soon. Take it easy. Leave or stay, you tell me. Bluebird, go to the carriage and get the embroidered winter-spring thunder." After Su Fengnian finished speaking, he turned to Li Chungang and asked with a smile, "Old senior, do you dare to come with me to Yanji to watch the tide?" Li Chungang was stunned. He then laughed loudly and heroically. Back in the day, the Wu family's 9 swords defeated 10,000 cavalry. This old man alone could take on 9 of them. Chapter 355. Qinyu originally thought that after this person got into trouble, he would run away from Guangling with his tail between his legs. So what if the king of Beiliang was his royal highness? This was Guangling, the territory that the vassal king Zhao Yi had painstakingly managed for 20 years. He had accumulated great power. According to the laws of the vassal states, the king of Yan and the king of Guangling were not allowed to meet the king of Beiliang. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi was one of the 7 vassal kings. Other than the most powerful navy in the world, Guangling also had a considerable number of elite cavalry. Among them, the 8,000 personal guards of the king of Beiliang were the best of the best. They were as fast as an arrow and fought like thunder and lightning. The commander of the cavalry, Lu Xingxiang, and the general, Zhang Erbao, were publicly recognized as enemies of 10,000 people in the Liang dynasty. Their reputations were comparable to that of Su Zhao's 5 foster sons, other than Chen Jibao. Among them, Lu Xingxiang first went down to Luzhou on a snowy night in the spring and autumn period, and then his cavalry crossed Dongyue. His military service was illustrious. The great general Gu Jiantang broke up his old subordinates and only brought his direct subordinates into the Ministry of War. All the military power fell into the pockets of the King of Yan and the King of Guangling. The dozens of provincial governors did not dare to ask for a single soldier. In terms of military service and strength, the King of Guangling, Zhao Yi, could not compare to the vassal king Su Shao of a different surname. However, a strong dragon could not fight a local snake. Moreover, Su Fengnian was at most a young snake crossing the river. How could he compete with Zhao Yi, the giant snake of Guangling who had already become a demon? Forced by the situation, Chen Yu and the maidservant Blue Bird walked slowly together. Looking up, the spectators on the shore had all scattered and fled for their lives. The ground was in a mess. They could see a black stream coming from the land. It was the distinctive black horse of the Bailiang army, and its momentum was not inferior to that of the Guangling front line. Chen Yu frowned. Had this Su Fengnian lost his mind? She did not dislike his cruel method of teaching the crown prince Su Fengnian a lesson. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. The grudges between the top playboys were mostly not tender feelings. However, Su Fengnian was in a dangerous situation and yet he went against the current. This was not a rational thing to show off. This was not the way. Did he not understand such a simple principle? Chen Yu snorted coldly and smiled coldly. It was really a pity that the grass snake's gray line had been hidden for thousands of miles. It had just left the garden and the grass hut, but it was going to be cut off by the Guangling River. Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng had no reason to stay out of the matter. Blue Bird held a spear. The three of them pulled away from His Royal Highness and the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat. Since they had abandoned the carriage, Blue Bird did not forget to let Xu Xiu bring along Dong Tai's sword case. The two in front were prepared to face the first wave of cavalry head-on. It was really too arrogant. His Royal Highness moved forward confidently, with 2 swords hanging from his waist and the hilts in his hands. Although his face was slightly pale and he did not look well, no one doubted that His Royal Highness was just a sickly person after he pressed down on the horse's head and used his qi to control objects. The one-armed old god of swords. Since today's battle would most likely be the last time he fought in the world, there was no harm in piercing through the sky. Back then, the Sword Emperor of Shishu had killed thousands of cavalry and died of exhaustion. Li Chungang wanted to teach the martial artists of the world that the peak of swordsmanship was not limited to this. He, Li Chungang, had lived in Jianghu for 100 years with his sword. So what if he had lost 2 battles to Wang Xinji? Was there really no junior swordsman who could pull down the Lord of Martial Emperor City? There was only one Dong Tai. On the great river of swordsmanship, there were still too few. Qin Yu was the last to leave. At his feet, the fat pig Zhao Yuang, who had fainted, opened his eyes slightly. The 300 gene of meat rolled around as he climbed to his feet at lightning speed. His body was so strong that it made one wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. After rising, he ran in the opposite direction of Su Fengnian, running as fast as he could, hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. Seeing all this, Qin Yu was slightly stunned. He thought that the crown prince of Guangling was not really that stupid. He even knew how to play dead to get away. If he had not made such a fool of himself, a few more pieces of meat would have been sliced off. Qin Yu stopped looking at the pile of filthy fat and turned around to see that His Royal Highness of Bailiang was about to draw his sword. Qin Yu sighed in her heart. If she were in his shoes, she would have announced her family name loudly before the crowd dispersed and spread the name of Bailiang His Royal Highness all over Guangling. This was the only reason why Zhao Yi did not dare to attack her openly with nearly 1,000 cavalrymen. After all, killing Bailiang's son without permission was a crime that was destined to cause a stir in the imperial court. Moreover, this son was the most important person in the Liang dynasty and was a first-class descendant who had inherited the title of His Royal Highness. However, the opportunity was fleeting. Those spectators, regardless of their family background, did not even have the courage to watch the fun. Even if they knew the inside story later, they were not qualified to be witnesses. Who would risk their lives to tell the imperial court? Qin Yu, whose origin was unknown, had complicated thoughts. She remembered the back of young master by Chiu who threw the altar and the sword. At that time, she vaguely heard a sentence. She murmured to herself, "It's true that a hero's name will rise after his death. But this is the way a hero will cut off all means of retreat and sink all boats." You clearly have the potential to become an ambitious and ruthless marquis who occupies the north and swallows the south. Why are you so reckless? I thought you were a loser on the outside but a loser on the inside. I didn't expect you to be a loser on the inside. On the Great Yan Dynasty's reading platform, a large banner with the character, Zhao, was fluttering in the wind. A middle-aged man who was even more obese than Zhao Yu was wearing an embroidered robe with a jade belt and 9 pythons. His robe was embroidered with golden Sichuan brocade. The chair under the man's buttocks was 3 times the size of an ordinary chair. He did not move the mountain. Just by sitting there, he was already taller than many of the civil officials of the Great Yan Dynasty. The embroidered robe of the dynasty could only be worn by members of the imperial family. Of course, those who raised the banner and rebelled were not included. This embroidered robe, which symbolized the peak of glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, was divided into 9 grades. In terms of color, unless it was the crown prince, the vassal kings and ordinary princes would wear embroidered robes of light yellow, blue, or stone green according to the law. At most, the edges of the embroidered robe would be embroidered with gold. However, this small mountain who was in a mess was specially bestowed with a golden embroidered robe of the best quality. It could be said that the heavenly grace was extremely vast and mighty. This was because this vassal king who held great power was born from the same mother as the current emperor. Compared to the other vassal kings, naturally they could not be mentioned in the same breath. The Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, was the only existence in the world who could sleep on the same bed as the emperor. In the past, when he hit the head of the county chief with a jade rui, the result was nothing more than a great eunuch from the capital, Qiandiao Temple, rushing to Guangling to pass on a few words of verbal reprimand for the emperor. Beside the vassal king, Zhao Yi, stood an old man who looked like a skinny monkey. He had a mustache and was wearing a first-class robe made by Su Zhonggong, but his appearance was really ugly. On the other hand, there was a middle-aged general on the right side of Zhao Yi. He looked dignified and handsome, standing with his hand on his sword. It could be seen that the vassal king trusted this general very much. This man was the famous general of the present age, Lu Xingxiang. He was a crafty commander, and was especially good at using a small number of elite cavalrymen to raid thousands of miles away, winning the victory by surprise. Half of the merit of the fall of Dongyu should be credited to Lu Xingxiang. Lu Xingxiang, who came from a cold family, had a very good reputation both in the army and in the scholarly circles. It was unknown why he always stayed in Guangling. When Gu Jiantang entered the capital with 12 cavalrymen, there should have been Lu Xingxiang. These years, there was often a rumor that Lu Xingxiang would go to the capital to serve as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. After 5 or 6 years of hard work, when Gu Jiantang reached a higher level, he would take over as the Minister of War. It was not until this year that the Tangxi sword immortal Lu Baijie of Hutting County appeared out of nowhere and became the assistant minister of the Ministry of War that the court and the common people stopped guessing and clamoring. The shifty-eyed old advisor of the Prince of Guangling stretched out his orchid fingers to twirl his beard, and said in a strange tone, "Xingxiang, you overestimate this Bailiang heir. If you had known earlier, you could have slowly swallowed him like a cat catching a mouse." The moment the Bailiang heir and his entourage stepped into Guangling, the secret agent of the Prince of Guangling had already sent the news to the Spring Snow Building of the Prince of Guangling. This Spring Snow Building was an important place for the Prince of Guangling's military. All matters, no matter big or small, within the jurisdiction of Guangling originated from this building. Therefore, the Guangling officialdom viewed this building as a big dragon gate. To be able to enter this building and meet with the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, proved that this official had truly stabilized his position in Guangling. To be able to give advice to Zhao Yi, who had just become the Guangling Jidushi, meant that this person was already a powerful official within Guangling. He was so popular that he was almost purple. Compared to those provincial governors who had the titles of feudal officials, he was even more frightening. Chapter 356. Today, when the Su Fengnian came to watch the battle, the direct descendants of the vassal kings and the advisors on the spring snow building all responded with a cold and indifferent strategy of not trying to win him over or beat him. It was just that His Royal Highness Zhao Yu had disrupted their plans. To the shadow bigwigs of Guangling in the spring snow building, this was nothing much. Most of them were young men who had only found a place in the building in the last 20 years. They did not have much reverence for Su Shao, who had a different surname. A few of the more radical advisors had been sparing no effort in advocating for the Bailiang cavalry to be used as a stepping stone for the mighty army of Guangling. Therefore, when he heard that His Royal Highness had led 30 riders to pick a fight and was unexpectedly cut off by the Su Fengnian as a demonstration, even Lu Xingxiang was somewhat angry. He immediately proposed that before the heir of Bailiang had revealed his identity to protect himself, he should use more than 1,000 armored cavalry to charge forward with a thunderous attack. Even if the heir of Bailiang had the world-famous old sword god Li Chungang from the martial emperor's city to protect him, and even if not a single one of the 1,000 Bailiang cavalry was left alive, he could still deploy another 3,000 armored cavalry. To kill a young man who would one day inherit the title of the king of Bailiang, and at the same time kill a famous swordsman of Jianghu, Lu Xingxiang believed that his master had the courage to risk 1,000 or 2,000 Bailiang cavalry. Others did not know the hidden intention of the emperor of the capital, but the famous general Lu Xingxiang, who was well versed in military affairs and government affairs, had stood tall on the spring snow building for more than 20 years without falling. His position had always been one of the top 3. How could he not understand the bottom line? Perhaps because of today's turmoil, lame Su of Bailiang would fly into a rage. Once this happened, the capital would issue an edict, and it was even possible that the Prince of Guangling would be demoted by 1 rank. However, temporary gains and losses could not be disrupted. In the midst of the imperial court's intrigue or the war between the two countries, it could be ignored. Su Shao had spent most of his life in the military and had suffered countless injuries. Now that he was over 50 years old, how much longer could he live? So what if I give you, lame Su, 20 years? By that time, Bailiang will fall apart. His master won't even be 60 years old. More importantly, he will have a long line of descendants. Lu Xingxiang dares to say that by that time, not only will Prince Guangling Zhao Yi regain his throne, His Royal Highness will also be able to obtain a dream of hereditary succession. Bailiang was powerful, like a giant python entrenched in the northern border. The only fatal weakness was that the king of Su only had 2 sons. The youngest, Su Longxiang, was an idiot. Once the eldest, Su Fengnian, died, Su Shao had the ability to topple the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn, but did he have the ability to go against the heavens? Unless it was a saint of the 3 sects who was like an immortal on earth, 100 years of youth would be nothing more than a skeleton. This had been the case since ancient times. People kept saying, "Long live the Son of Heaven," but who could truly live forever? Lu Xingxiang didn't quibble with the rat-bearded strategist and said calmly, "If that Su Fengnian wants to die, can you and I stop him?" The wretched-looking great advisor of the Wang mansion chuckled. His eyes were unusually sharp. You can't judge a book by its cover. When Lu Xingxiang proposed to use 1,000 cavalry to kill Su Fengnian, he was not sure if Zhao Yi had the patience to wait for 20 years. But in fact, this great vassal king not only asked Zhang Erbao to lead the army, but also asked someone to bring the tiger talisman to Shanwei's camp, and ordered the rest of the Bailiang army to move out in full force. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness had moved even Lu Xingxiang, who had killed countless people. After killing the only son of Bailiang, it meant that Guangling and the Bailiang cavalry would become mortal enemies. If Guangling army and Bailiang cavalry were to fight on the battlefield, both Guangling and Guangling would lose. Zhao Yi only had 2 big backers, his elder brother who shared the same father and mother in the capital city, and the thousands of miles of rivers and mountains of Liang dynasty between Bailiang and Guangling. With just a few words, a few people had decided the direction of the dynasty for the next 20 years. Lu Xingxiang listened to the sound of rolling tides. His mind was not as calm as his face and tone. This was power and influence. Women were as beautiful as a painting, polished with their bare hands, and added fragrance to their sleeves. How could they be compared to being the leader of a beautiful country? Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling rested his elbow on the arm of the chair, holding his chin and face. He could not imagine that the skin of a man who weighed nearly 400 pounds was as white as snow. He said with a smile, "Traveling with those few women in Jianghu is like a 3-year-old child holding gold in the market. How could they not attract the attention of bees and butterflies? Piao has always had a good taste. Don't blame her for the loss this time. This king has underestimated the courage and insight of the children of Su family. Indeed, to be able to kill scholars in Gangnam-do, quarrel with Dragon Tiger Mountain in Mount Hui, and climb to the top of the city wall in Martial Emperor City, even if he is just an embroidered pillow, he should be the craftsmanship of our Guangling craftsmen, right?" Lu Xingxiang did not agree. He just looked at the light cavalry of Bailiang charging like a torrent. Those weak visitors from Bailiang were really like mantises trying to stop a chariot. Those northern barbarians were really spoiled by lame Su. The old advisor with a beard said with a cunning smile, "That little bastard is stupid and bold. With the king's strategy, he will never be able to escape from the palm of your hand. Perhaps that little bastard will never believe that the king will not even give face to Su Shao. But I wonder how many times can Li Chungang, who has returned to Jianghu, withstand the charge of 1,000 cavalry?" Lu Xingxiang shook his head and said with a heavy voice, "It is said that Li Chungang has become a land immortal in Mount Hui and is sitting firmly in the realm of sword immortal. In the past, the imperial uncle of West Shu had killed more than 1,000 Bailiang cavalry with a sword. It is not a rumor spread by the people of Jianghu. I think this old sword immortally will be a tough nut to crack." Prince Guangling Zhao Yi smiled and said, "This king has spent a lot of money on 1,000 Bailiang cavalry. It is a pity that it is gone just like that. However, Guangling has been peaceful and boring these past few years. To be able to use 1,000 or a few thousand lives in exchange for some entertainment, it is not a total loss. Xingxiang, Zhu Pe, this is a good show. Watch carefully. Don't squander this king's money." Lu Xingxiang was expressionless. The advisor called Zhu Pe said with a smile, "I don't have much dealings with the people of Jianghu. Today, I must open my eyes and take a good look at the so-called sword immortal and see if he can turn the tide." Zhao Yi snapped his fingers and said self-deprecatingly, "This king does not dare to be careless about the sword immortal's flying sword taking the head. If I am not careful, Li Chungang will take my head in desperation. It will be a big joke." After the snap, an old swordsman with a withered face but a soaring sword aura slowly ascended the stage. His hands were placed on the hilt of his sword. He faced the cavalry and Li Chungang and closed his eyes in concentration. The old man was Chai Qingshan, the last surviving master of the Daoist sword pool. His swordsmanship was the best in the southeast of the empire. He had blocked countless assassination attempts for Guangling Prince Zhao Yi. The current master of the Daoist sword pool had no choice but to expel him for the sake of the pool's reputation. The advisor smiled and said, "Chai Qingshan, you are also a grandmaster of the sword. Moreover, your senior brother was humiliated by Li Chungang and committed suicide out of shame. When enemies meet, your eyes should be exceptionally red. Why are you so calm? Could it be that you were scared out of your wits by Li Chungang opening the gate of heaven at Donghai?" Zhao Yi frowned and said, "Zhang Zhupa, don't be so narrow-minded like a woman. Honorable guest Chai only killed your disappointing nephew. It's not a big deal. If you continue to nag, do you believe that this prince will make you fight with honorable guest Chai on the spot?" Zhang Zhupa rolled his eyes and gave himself 2 tight slaps on the face. He apologized, "I know I was wrong." Chai Qingshan held his breath and did not move. The naval drill on the river went on as usual, but the Guangling riverbank was suddenly filled with turbulence. The vanguard general, Zhang Erbao, took the lead. He wielded a lance and waved it, splitting the air. The old man with the sheepskin fur coat carried a standard sword for the Peregrine Falcon Battalion Cavalry. It was far from being a divine weapon. Looking at the endless Guangling cavalry, a smile appeared on his old face. When I first entered Jianghu, I walked on the Guangling tide with my sword. I only felt that as long as I had a sword in my hand, the world would be free and unfettered. I really missed the feeling of being young and carefree. I'm finally going to enter Jianghu. Fate has brought us together on this Guangling River. Little Su, this old man and you have known each other for a while. We can't be considered friends, but this old man finds you pleasing to the eye. If you fight with all your strength, you will have enough fame, but it may not be a good thing for you to take charge of the Bailiang cavalry in the future. You, His Royal Highness, have to pay attention to concealment. You can only sleep peacefully by pouring dirty water on yourself every day. This old man sees that you are not living at ease. You are very different from us Jianghu people who fish for fame. Therefore, in this battle, don't blame this old man for stealing all the limelight. If 1,000 cavalry is killed, Zhao Yi won't feel any pain. Just kill another 3,000 or 4,000 cavalry. This old man has to be satisfied. If you are really defeated, you don't have to think about collecting this old man's corpse. Just say that this old man will save his strength to send you out of Guangling before he dies. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Su Xiao once said that it's okay for a man to be cynical about small matters. But when it comes to life and death, one must still do something. There are things that one cannot do. Old senior, if you trust me, just charge forward and leave your back to Su Fengnian. Let's kill our way to Yanji. The old god of swords Li Chungang stopped and scolded jokingly, you know that this old man won't be defeated, so you say such bold words? Su Fengnian said with a wronged face, Old senior, your words are more hurtful than the two-sleeved green snake. The old man laughed heartily. With a tap of his toes, his body shot forward. He said heroically, Dong Tai, killing with a sword, do you really think that you are stronger than this old man? According to the records of later generations, on the 8th month and the 10th month, on the tide viewing day, Li Chungang killed more than 2,600 enemies with one sword. There was no longer the old god of swords and the new god of swords in Jianghu. Blood flowed like a river, but the waves could not wash it away. As they neared Yanji with the crown prince of Bailiang, Su Fengnian smiled and asked Guangling Prince Zhao Yi, if I die, Su Xiao will hang Bailiang swords all over Guangling. Do you believe me? Chapter 357. All good things must come to an end. When the carriage arrived at the barren border between the two prefectures, Green Bird stopped the carriage when she heard the slight movement in the carriage. His Highness bent down and lifted the curtain. After getting off the carriage, he looked at the scenery of northern Liang, which was far less beautiful than the south. He was lost in thought. After the frost, the trees withered, the leaves fell, and the insects hid in their holes. Even if there was a gentle breeze outside, it would still carry a chill that could not be hidden by clothes. Li Dong was coming in the blink of an eye. When Su Fengnian left, it was already winter when he returned to Liangzhou. During his 3 years of travel, he was only at the bottom of Jianghu. Other than bitterness, there was only bitterness. This trip seemed to be showing off, but the people he came into contact with were either rich or noble, or the most outstanding grandmasters or freaks in Jianghu. That's right, he was just a small fry who only dared to play in the shallow waters of Jianghu. How could he have the nerve to greet the crown prince of Bailiang who had revealed his identity? Wasn't this just asking for a slap? Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the Murong siblings, Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei who had gotten off the carriage at the same time. Of course, there was also the sword god who had not gotten off the carriage. In the Battle of Guangling River, in the short 2-li journey, Li Chuangang's sword had killed 2,600 cavalrymen. Layer upon layer, there were very few complete corpses. His Royal Highness's robe was soaked with blood. Other than the general who had luckily survived, the rest of the Guangling soldiers had all died. Perhaps Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling was intimidated by Li Chuangang's words, let this old man kill 2,000 steel cavalry to satisfy his craving, and before he dies, he will drag a king of Guangling down with him. Even if he dies, he will have no regrets. Or perhaps his plan was disrupted by Li Chuangang's threat. In any case, no matter how the small mountain of white flesh thought about it, in the end, he did not stop Su Fengnian from leaving. On the 10th day of the 8th month, although Su Fengnian had not killed anyone with his own hands, this was the first time he felt fear. Because every time Li Chungang, who was known for his peerless swordsmanship, killed someone, the chances of him losing his life would increase. If he were to stay in the Guangling River and feed the fishes, he would eventually run out of manpower. One should know that there were more than 6,000-liter army soldiers gathered near Great Yanji. They were so densely packed that it was as if they had broken into an ant's nest. Not to mention, there were also countless warships and warships of the Guangling Navy eyeing them covetously. If Zhao Yi really made up his mind to kill all of them, even if Li Chungang could bring him out alive, he would not be able to take care of Blue Bird and the others. After returning to the carriage, Su Fengnian lowered his head and looked at his hands. They were trembling and could not be stopped no matter how hard he tried. There was a hint of restlessness and abnormal excitement in his heart. He had seen with his own eyes that wherever Li Chuangang's sword energy passed, a large area of flesh and blood would be badly mutilated. He asked himself, when in his life would he have the ability to fight against thousands of soldiers and horses as a mere warrior? After leaving Guangling, Li Chuangang's face immediately turned yellow, like a lamp that had run out of oil. How could Su Fengnian not know that the old god of swords had regarded the battle at the riverbank as the final battle of his life before he struck? Only the sages of the three sects could borrow the profound principles of the heaven and earth to defeat 1,000 caddies with little effort. For warriors who were not from the three sects, even if they were as strong as Li Chungang, they would have to exhaust a great amount of qi with each strike. Especially under the situation where the cavalry kept charging like a flood, they did not give the old man a chance to take a breather. This was the root of the problem. The 9 swords of the Wu family's sword tomb had killed tens of thousands of cavalry. Those were the 9 great swordsmen of the Wu family at their peak, and the 9 of them could rely on each other. However, Li Chungang had to face thousands of cavalry alone. The Ling Beikui army was undoubtedly the most elite force in the southeast of the empire. How could the 9 ancestors of the Wu family compare to Li Chuangang's ability to break 2,600 armor in a short hour? Su Fengnian raised his head and looked at the green and white luan in the sky. He knew that Lu Qiu'er was rushing over with the Bailiang cavalry. Li Chungang slowly got off the carriage and walked to His Royal Highness's side. He asked, "What's wrong? You don't want this old man to send you to the city gate of Liangzhou?" Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. Chu Lushan has already brought troops to welcome me. There's no need to trouble you, senior." The old man in the sheepskin coat pretended to be surprised. He rolled his eyes and said, "Little Su, how did your conscience, which was eaten away by dogs, come back?" Su Fengnian could only smile bitterly. Li Chungang smiled and said, "This old man accompanied you in your madness by the Guangling River. In the end, we are still standing here alive. In fact, you and this old man do not owe each other anything. Without you, even if this old man killed another 2,000 cavalry, he would still have to obediently die. His ending may not be better than the Sword Emperor of Shishu. Your words are more powerful than this old man's hundreds and thousands of swords. It can be seen that the anger of an ordinary man is far inferior to the anger of a king, let alone the anger of a heavenly king. This old man can be considered to have seen through that the people of Jianghu should behave themselves in Jianghu. Otherwise, no matter how capable they are, they will not be able to distinguish between gratitude and grudges. The people of Jianghu will know each other in Jianghu. This is the right thing to do. You emperors, generals, ministers, and rich families are fighting and scheming against each other. Whoever gets involved will get himself into trouble. Just count with your fingers. Mount Longhu and Dongyue Sword Lake seem to be in power, but aren't they all turtles in a jar and carps in a pond? One day, when they are fattened up, they may be steamed or braised as they please. This old man looks around and only Wudong and the Wu family are decent." Su Fengnian's face was filled with unconcealable sadness. Li Chungang glanced at him. He knew that mentioning Mount Wudong had hit His Royal Highness's soft spot. Unable to bear it, he changed the topic and asked, in Guangling, you even dared to cut off the fat meat of Zhao Go and put it into your bowl. This old man was amazed by Chen Yu's beauty. Are you willing to spit out the meat in your mouth into the big bowl in the capital? Su Fengnian calmly said, it's probably still the same sentence. There are things to do and there are things not to do. Everything in the world can't just go according to my whims. First, there was the threat of Zhao Go, who was almost destroyed by Chao Chongqing. Then, the Empress personally sent people to me with the Empress's decree. She beat me with the stick and then gave me the date, using both the carrot and the stick. What can I do? If it weren't for the Guangling River incident, perhaps I would still have the courage to act shamelessly in front of the Empress. In Xiangfan, I almost completely fell out with the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng. I even kidnapped his princess consort to Beiliang and formed an enmity with the king of Guangling, Zhao Yi. It's a dead knot that even the immortals can't undo. Right now, I reckon that Su Xiao is ready to beat me with a broom. If I cause more trouble for him, even the Empress will have a bad impression of me as not being able to see the big picture. I'm afraid that I won't even be able to enter the house. The matter of Princess Sui Zhu has already caused this woman, who is known to be the first in the harem, to feel resentment. To tell the truth, I would rather be seen as unreasonable by the one sitting on the dragon throne than let this one worry about me again and again. When a woman's heart is ruthless. Speaking to this point, His Royal Highness suddenly shut his mouth. Li Chungang stretched his back and twisted his neck. He didn't take it to heart and laughed. It's widely rumored in Jianghu that there's going to be a reassessment of the martial arts rankings. This time, they're going to dig out those deep-water bastards like Zhao Xuansu and dry them under the sun. Moreover, they're not going to be ranked based on their level of cultivation, but rather their methods of killing. It's a pity that the originally deserving number one in the world, the Wudong sect leader surnamed Hong, has already committed suicide. Otherwise, Wang Xianji would be even more deserving of being number 2 in the world. As for this old man, I reckon that by virtue of the battle in Guangling, he'll be ranked ahead of Dong Tai. Furthermore, this old man asserts that Gu Jiantang, who has always been looked down upon by Jianghu, won't be able to hold back this time. There's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll be able to enter the top 5. However, all of this has nothing to do with this old man. This old man has never seen a woman with so much talent. Her face is full of joy and surprise, but in fact, her heart is full of sorrow and tears. She has racked her brains to seek riches and fame, but only when she opens her eyes did she realize that it was all a dream. The little girl's unintentional words are all about the disappointment of the world. Li Chungang exhaled a long breath. This old man can probably hold on for a few more years. In the future, if little girl Jiang succeeds in swordsmanship and wants to fight with you, don't criticize this old man in your heart. Su Fengnian smiled warmly and said, if I can cultivate a female land immortal earlier, wouldn't I be able to meet her earlier? Otherwise, with her shallow skin, how could she have the nerve to kill me? I have to thank you for this. Li Chungang nodded and said with a smile, let's not talk about other things, your magnanimity suits this old man's taste very well. The old man with the sheepskin fur coat had sharp ears. When he heard the horse hooves coming from afar, he sighed softly, little Su, after today, there is no possibility of meeting again in the martial world. Does this old man have anything that you want? Let me hear it. This old man will make an exception this time. Su Fengnian smiled and said, old man, what can you have? The two-sleeve green snake has already taught you. I can't learn the sword will of opening the gate of heaven with the sword. If you want to talk about what's left, this tattered sheepskin fur coat that is older than me? Forget it, I won't send you off. Li Chungang picked his ears casually and took a deep look at His Royal Highness. He smiled and said, that's the best. This old man can't stand those sentimental sentiments. The old man walked slowly on the official road with his hands behind his back. After 100 steps, he seemed to know that His Royal Highness was watching him. He didn't turn around and waved his hand. Su Fengnian stretched out his hand to block the setting sun and pursed his lips tightly. Wooden horse ox. Fengdu green robe. Sword deity. A sword came from the Great Snow Plateau. Martial Emperor City opened the gate of heaven with the sword. Guangling River had killed 2,600 cavalry. And the one-armed old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat. They were already a ray of afterglow in the martial world. Su Fengmian murmured, "One person can make the entire martial world feel old. This is really a domineering skill. Old man, I can't reward you." Chapter 358. Under the iron hooves of the Su family, how could the 8 kingdoms remain unscathed? Those who had not experienced the smoke and fire of war might not necessarily take this old saying seriously. Bailiang's 300,000 iron cavalry were elite and powerful. They could hear their voices before they even saw their faces. The sound of their horses thundering on the official road was so orderly that it made people's hearts tremble. Soon after, they could see a flag with the word Su gradually rising from the ground at the end of the road. It was a simple word, Su, written with strong strokes and silver hooks. It was rumored that it was written by a woman. When Princess Jing'an finally saw the 2 black-armored cavalry at the front, Pei Nanwei was so nervous that her breathing subconsciously slowed down. In Xiangfan City, King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, had a group of elite cavalry guards. In the central region of the empire, it could be said that they could sweep through any army. When Pei Nanwei saw the thousands of cavalry charge at Guangling River, she had thought that the bravery of the world's cavalry had reached the peak. At this time, Pei Nanwei knew that there was always a higher mountain. The Phoenix Battalion, armed with sabers and crossbows, belonged to Bailiang's light cavalry. The cavalry in front of her was the Bailiang army's true iron cavalry. Their equipment was the best in the empire. The cavalry's fighting ability was second to none. As the warhorses stamped their hooves, the rider on the back of the horse rose and fell. The angle of the long spear in his hand did not change in the slightest. They were 50 paces away from His Royal Highness cavalry. Almost at the same time, the horses stopped and the riders fell silent. There was no noise at all. The 2 riders shuttled forward. One of the generals was extremely handsome. He rode a white horse and held a silver spear. The other general reminded Pei Nanwei of Guangling's father and son, Zhao Yi and Zhao Yi. His movement of dismounting was not beautiful at all. It could be said that he rolled off the horse and rushed ahead of the general on the white horse. He staggered and ran with a crying voice. One on the left and one on the right. The dust created by his feet did not seem to be inferior to that of a warhorse. Pei Nanwei and the Murong siblings instantly turned pale. There were few women in the world who did not hate and fear the fat man in front of them. It was said that their faces would change at the mention of him. Even Pei Nanwei was not an exception. If she was in Xiangfan City's Jing'an Palace, she would naturally be calm. However, in Bailiang, the lonely Pei Nanwei really did not have such confidence and toughness. However, the fat man who should have gone to hell to be cut into pieces and thrown into a frying pan made Pei Nanwei deeply understand what shameless flattery was. When he was still 5 or 6 steps away from His Royal Highness, his whole body suddenly fell to the ground and hugged Su Fengmian's thigh. His face was covered in tears and snot. "Your Highness is finally back. Lu Qiu deserves to die for not being able to accompany Your Highness by the Guangling River. If something happens to Your Highness, how can Lu Qiu live?" After Lu Qiu heard this, he immediately went to the general and begged for a tiger tally. He wished he could personally lead 20,000 cavalry from Liangzhou to Guangling and cut off the balls of that father and son and fry them with oil. At that time, there will be countless concubines in the Guangling palace. Your Highness will first pick the good ones to warm your bed and leave the bad ones to Lu Qiu. Pei Nanwei was still fine. She could still pretend to be calm. Murong Wuzhu was so scared that her face was pale. She trembled and hid behind Murong Tongwang. She stuck out her head, afraid that the fiendish man would sit on the ground and cry, and the next moment, he would stand up and pounce on her with a ferocious smile. She was different from Princess Jing'an. Princess Pei was the princess consort of a king with real power in the dynasty. Although she was also afraid of Chu Lushan's bad reputation, she paid more attention to the real combat strength of the Bailiang cavalry and the story behind Chu Lushan. Murong Wuzhu didn't think too much about Chu Lushan's official position and his military exploits in the spring and autumn period. Right now, she wished that all the fatties in the world were lighter. Su Fengnian rubbed Chu Lushan's cheek and said helplessly, all right, we're all on the same side. Who are you pretending to be a grandson for? I'm warning you, this Shitzi doesn't have a good impression of men who weigh more than 300 caddies. Why don't you try to be lovey-dovey again? Chu Lushan, who was often forgotten as the general of Qinwu Ox, struggled to get up with hidden bitterness. His Royal Highness had a smile on his face and helped him up. Fatty Chu was still muttering to himself. Su Fengnian turned his head and saw the unexpected white bear Yuan's Wazong. He said softly, thank you for your hard work, second brother Yuan. Yuan's Wazong, who liked to use the enemy's head as a wine bowl, squinted his eyes and shook his head, this is my duty. Your Highness doesn't need to worry. After a pause, he seemed to feel that his words were a bit stiff. Yuan's Wazong, who was always serious, smiled and joked, Your Highness called me second brother Yuan. Yuan's Wazong walked a few hundred li comfortably. Su Fengnian let Xu Xiu give up the horse so that he could ride side by side with Chu Lushan on the official road. Aunt Xu, whose fate was much better than Lu Qiantang, had to act as a coachman. Since she left Guangling, she had not had a good night's sleep. Only now did she feel at ease. In Beiliang, even a dragon had to lower its head. For Beiliang, there was no such thing as a dragon crossing the river. Here, there was only a worm crossing the river. On the way back, she received a secret message from His Royal Highness. The woman Zhao Sun kept as a mistress in Xiangfan City had died suddenly. Did this mean that she could replace her? His Royal Highness did not say anything, so she did not dare to guess. 2 dusty carriages followed closely behind. One of them was driven by Blue Bird, the head maid of Wudong Garden. She looked at the back of His Royal Highness, bit her lips and slowly lowered her eyes. On the official road, His Royal Highness was in the middle. The 2 adopted sons of the King of Beiliang were on his left and right. They were all third-grade generals with the most solid military achievements in the spring and autumn period. Although Yuan's Wazong was not as famous as Qin Jibao in Liang and Beimang dynasties, he was still better than Beimang's young generals like Ning Amei and Dian Xiong. Moreover, Yuan's Wazong was recognized as a first-class general in the empire. Based on this point alone, there were many Yuan Baixiong in the Beiliang army. Chapter 359. The Beiliang cavalry that was a little closer to the 3 of them all kept their eyes fixed on His Royal Highness as they galloped. In the past, all they had seen and heard was that His Royal Highness was jealous of other young masters and snatching women. Previously, there had been no news of His Royal Highness's 3 years of travel, so they had only thought that His Royal Highness had gone to harm the girls of other places. But this time, news of His Royal Highness's trip had spread back to Beiliang, causing the whole of Beiliang to be extremely shocked. Outside Xiangfan City, he had single-handedly faced the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, and stabbed a general to death in front of the vassal king. Who would believe that? Later, they heard that the old god of swords Li Chungang, who had somehow become His Royal Highness's retainer, had borrowed countless swords from Mount Hui in Jianghu. The Taoist master's residents at Mount Longhu had flown into a rage out of humiliation and demanded that the old god of swords return. His Royal Highness had said, "Return my ass." This was a beautiful story that many people believed without a doubt. This was His Royal Highness's style. Speaking of this, they felt that it was absurd, but at the same time, it was very satisfying. As for the recent news that Li Chungang had killed 2,600 horsemen by the Guangling River, not many people believed it to be true. But His Royal Highness had said that he would make the Beiliang swords hang all over Guangling. Almost all of the listeners had slapped the table in amazement and cheered. During this period of time, because of this sentence, Beiliang's specialty, green ant wine, was almost out of stock. The people of Beiliang drank to liven things up. The restaurants and taverns in the streets and alleys were booming with business. The overwhelming condemnation of His Royal Highness vanished like smoke in thin air. Some of the storytellers with good business acumen gathered information from all over the place and fabricated even more wonderful stories. As long as they talked about His Royal Highness' travels, they would win cheers from the crowd. Usually, the storytellers would use up a few caddies of saliva, and the extra tips would at most be a few copper coins. But now, they could earn quite a few pieces of silver every day. They spared no effort in flattering and praising His Royal Highness, who they had never met before. At first, the scholars snorted disdainfully, but they couldn't stand the unanimous opinions of everyone around them. At first, they were skeptical, but in the end, seeing the general trend, they had no choice but to join in the commotion. However, the Bailiang army remained unusually silent. Murong Wuzhu put down the curtain and muttered to herself, "It turns out that a great demon like Chu Lushan is also afraid of His Royal Highness." Murong Tongwang sneered and said, "This Chu Lushan is only afraid of the king of Bailiang, who has contributed so much that he can't reward him." Murong Wuzhu frowned. She wasn't used to refuting her brother, so she lowered her voice and said, "But I feel that Chu Lushan is actually a little afraid of His Royal Highness." Murong Tongwang hesitated and fell into deep thought. Before entering Liangzhou city, His Royal Highness sat back in the carriage and rode in the same carriage as Pei Nanwei. Princess Pei lifted a corner of the curtain and saw the people pointing at them through the gap. She sneered and said, "His Royal Highness can be shy? Crossing mountains and ridges for 3,000 miles and finally turning a bad reputation into a good one. Isn't that the original intention of His Royal Highness's trip this time?" Su Fengnian ignored the sarcasm. He folded his two swords on his knees and closed his eyes. He silently breathed according to the De Huang Ting's Heart Sutra. The red date mark between his eyebrows faded after leaving Guangling. Bailiang Palace. Pei Nanwei followed Su Fengnian down the carriage. What she didn't expect was the grand scale of the prince's mansion and the shabby welcoming party. Such a huge mansion that occupied a mountain and surrounded a lake should have countless servants. But at this time, there was only an old man who didn't have a strong body standing at the Vermilion Gate. Today was Li Dong. As the old saying goes, the water is frozen and the ground is frozen. Pheasants in the flood become clams and toads. The old man seemed to be afraid of the cold and put his hands into his thick sleeves. It seemed that after standing for a long time, the heat in his body was quickly dissipating. The old man couldn't help but shake his feet in the wind. When he saw the carriage stop, he walked over with a smile. When he saw His Royal Highness, he smiled and said some trivial things like, "You're back. Good, good, good. You look stronger. Father has asked the mansion to prepare several meat dishes, such as rolling donkey and tender ginger duck. In a year, Li Dong is the best food for the body. Hey, how come you brought so many women with you when you left Liangzhou? Could it be that you didn't bring enough money with you and those girls in Liangzhou are too shrewd and unscrupulous?" The corner of Murong Tonghuang's mouth twitched. Murong Wuzhu's eyes widened. She was at a loss. This old man couldn't be the Northern Liang prince, could he? Murong Wuzhu kept telling herself that it was absolutely not. Princess Jing'an Pei Nanwei was as shocked as Murong Wuzhu and Murong Wuzhu. But in the end, she was more experienced in the ways of the world. She bowed politely, but her voice couldn't help but tremble a little. "Pei Nanwei greets Great General Su." Murong Wuzhu swallowed and instinctively took a step back. After Murong Tongwang confirmed the identity of the old man in front of him, he waved his sleeves and prostrated himself on the ground. He put his forehead on the cold stone floor and said respectfully, "I, Murong Tongwang from Jianghu, greet the king of Bailiang." Unfortunately, Su Shao didn't even look at Princess Jing'an, who was bowing politely, and Murong Tongwang, who was prostrating himself on the ground. The old man, whose attire was completely different from that of the first king of the dynasty, saw that his son didn't move. He rubbed his hands and put them to his mouth to blow smoke. He asked with a smile, "Are you complaining that I didn't give you enough men to kill that fat pig Zhao Yi in Guangling?" Princess Pei, who didn't feel neglected at all, twitched her eyelids. Murong Tonghuang, who didn't dare to move, trembled even more. Su Fengnian pursed his lips, which always gave people the impression of being harsh, and said calmly, "I thought you would scold me. Even if you didn't scold me, at least you wouldn't give me a good face." Su Shao looked at his eldest son with a smile. He waved his sleeves gently and patted His Royal Highness on the shoulder. They walked to the side door together and said softly, "No one knows a son better than a father. How could I not know that you're forcing yourself to be the king of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian was silent. After entering the mansion, Su Fengnian caught a glimpse of a big celadon plate in the hands of the chief steward. There was a small porcelain bowl in it, and there was a lump of meat that didn't look fresh. In the eyes of Princess Jing'an and Pei Nanwei, the old man was more like a rich man than a butcher. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, "It was cut off from Zhao Yi's body and sent here as fast as possible." Su Fengnian was stunned. Su Xiao said slowly, "After you left Guangling, I sent someone to reason with him. He probably felt that he was in the wrong, so he cut off this piece of meat himself." Pei Nanwei had an impulse to turn around and run away. This time, Su Xiao didn't smile mischievously with His Royal Highness, who he doted on the most. He only said softly, "I'm old after all. In the future, you'll have to reason with others." Chapter 360. What does it mean to have a big family? When the Murong siblings walked into Bailiang Palace, they knew what it meant to be in deep water. When they saw the tide-listening lake and the martial pavilion by the lakeside, they gasped. Fortunately, the banquet was small and was not much different from the ordinary well-off merchants. His Royal Highness sat beside Su Xiao and wolfed down the food. Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan were also qualified to sit. One raised his cup and drank slowly while the other carefully tore the tender ginger duck meat. Ever since Murong Wuzhu walked into the palace, she had been a little absent-minded. She ate absent-mindedly and didn't dare to sit close to the chair. At the dining table, Su Xiao occasionally picked up some food for Su Fengnian with his chopsticks. During this time, he whispered, "If Jihu was here, it wouldn't be father's turn to pick up the food." His Highness the Crown Prince, who had been keeping his head down, only paused for a moment before continuing to eat heartily, his cheeks bulging. After the banquet was over, the steward naturally led Princess Fei and the other guests to their accommodations. After Su Fengnian went to the Wudong courtyard to take a bath and change his clothes, he stretched his body refreshingly. Led by Sweet Potato, the orioles and swallows overflowing with spiritual aura, they saw the crown prince holding a winter embroidery saber in his hand. It was rare that they did not chatter. Su Fengnian smiled warmly and touched their cheeks. Then, he walked out of the courtyard and came to the tide-listening pavilion. He pushed open the door and went up to the third floor. He found White Fox Face, who was standing on the ladder looking for secret books. He said, "Hey." White Fox's face jumped down the long ladder. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. The scene was neither warm nor affectionate, but it was good. Otherwise, Su Fengnian would have goosebumps all over his body if the two men looked at each other affectionately. Learning from Murong Tonghuang's mistake, Su Fengnian felt a little strange when he looked at White Fox's face. White Fox's face looked away and looked for the secret manual to fill in the gaps. Su Fengnian saw that White Fox did not want to exchange pleasantries. He had to find a topic himself and said, "I saw Qinyu. She is very beautiful. Qinyu's parents are really prophetic. Her appearance can be said to be beautiful." White Fox asked faintly, "Have you taken back Bailiang Palace?" Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "No, she was abducted by an urgent imperial edict from the capital. Otherwise, I would have let that woman know that there is always a mountain beyond a mountain, a sky beyond a sky." White Fox frowned and turned to stare at His Royal Highness, who did not know how to control his mouth. The corner of her mouth lifted. There was no charm at all, but a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. "Hey, you think you are invincible just because you absorbed 80% of the Great Yellow Courtyard? This time, you came to the arsenal and Shodong. Are you hinting me to cut you? Tell me, how many cuts will you be satisfied?" Su Fengnian slowly put Shodong behind him and smiled awkwardly. "I just want to kill the arrogance of that virtuous woman." White Fox looked at His Royal Highness, who was guilty, and asked, "Am I very close to you?" Su Fengnian seriously considered this question and then said with great sincerity, "You are not close to me, but I am very close to you. Is this okay?" White Fox turned around and smiled faintly. She said coldly, "You have a strong character. No wonder the whole Bailiang is sucking up to His Royal Highness." Su Fengnian became arrogant when he achieved success. He laughed and said, "You flatter me, you flatter me. But I have been holding it in for many years. I have to find an opportunity to anger those scholars who are famous for scolding me." White Fox shook her head helplessly. Su Fengnian asked curiously, "When are you going to the 4th floor?" Bai Hu looked around and said, "Only in a few days." Su Fengnian sighed and said, "I don't expect to catch up to you in this lifetime." White Fox did not make fun of His Royal Highness this time. She said calmly, "What's the point of a higher state? Other than Wang Xianji, who dares to say that they can beat Li Xiaoxin, who has been in the Vajra realm? Han Diaosi in the Imperial Palace could kill the celestial phenomenon with the mysterious finger. Most of the people in the Confucian, Buddhist and Taoist sects have an exaggerated state. If you only talk about killing enemies, you have to lower your state at least. That's why Xianyuan Jingxing on the Great Snow Plateau could only perish together with the great celestial phenomenon Xianyuan Pan. Of course, the most powerful thing about Confucian monks and Taoist monks is their mouths. They can easily enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It's understandable that they can't fight. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "Luckily you're not a woman. Otherwise, who would dare to marry you with such a poisonous tongue?" White Fox ignored Su Fengnian's jesting and stretched out her hand. Su Fengnian hesitated and said shamelessly, "Xiu Dong and I have been relying on each other for 2 years. I have to hold her every night when I sleep. We have a deep relationship. If you don't like Xiu Dong's tackiness, why not?" White Fox did not retract her hand. She just stared at him. Murderous aura, evil spirit, domineering. This was the F*King expert who was going to fight for the top spot in Jianghu in the future. It was no wonder that old god of swords Li saw him as the future master of martial arts. At such a young age, he could already regard the land immortals as his own. Su Fengnian admitted that he was 18 streets behind old god of swords Li. During this period, he was separated by countless bun shops, pawn shops, restaurants, and brothels. His Royal Highness, who had just been praised for his backbone, hurriedly threw Xiu Dong over and turned to climb up the stairs. White Fox took Xiu Dong's knife and tilted her head. She smiled and said nothing. Su Fengnian went to the top of the pavilion and sat upright. Li Shan, who was so sick that he looked even more haggard than before, was writing with a stiff brush. An hour later, he raised his head and said slowly, "The secret manuals of the Xianyuan family have been sorted out. The Nangong servants downstairs have used a lot of energy." While they were talking, Su Shao came upstairs with 2 pots of wine. He sat down cross-legged and separated the 3 stacked bowls. The aroma of wine filled the air. Li Shan did not speak as long as he had wine to drink. After drinking half a pot of green ant, which was affordable to the common people, Li Shan was slightly tipsy. He waved his hand and asked them to leave. The father and son looked at each other and smiled. They stood up and left the roof. Li Shan poured himself a small bowl of wine. He murmured Jiangshan and drank it in 1 gulp. Then he drank beauty. He drank another small bowl with beauty. Then he drank loyalty, monarch and minister, spring and autumn, Jianghu, and Jianghu with the green ant. Finally he passed out on the table drunk. Su Fengnian and Su Shao came to the peak of Mount Qingliang. The father and son had a secret talk. Outsiders did not know anything about it. The next morning, Su Fengnian went to Mount Wudong. He sat in a daze near the Turtle Camel tablet on Little Lotus Peak. He raised his head and looked at the sky for a long time. Finally he covered his face with both hands. A few riders stealthily returned to the city. His Highness the Crown Prince went to take a look at the shop that sold spiced beef. It was already closed, so naturally he would not be able to see the little girl who kept a straight face in front of all the customers. On the 28th day of the lunar calendar, Su Fengnian replaced Su Shao and went to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's dojo alone to ring 108 bells. At dusk of the Lantern Festival, every house was decorated with big red lanterns. His Royal Highness went out to relax with a few women of high status. Unexpectedly, White Fox accompanied them. They did not go to the downtown area. Instead, they chose a secluded restaurant. They went to the second floor and ordered some exquisite pastries. They also asked the waiter to warm a pot of yellow wine. On the first floor, there was a pair of grandfather and granddaughter who made a living as storytellers. The blind old man was telling stories with a bamboo clapboard. The skinny little girl was sitting on a small stool and playing the pipa. The poor quality of the pipa and her poor playing skills were far from being heavenly. Not long after the blind artist sat down, His Royal Highness began to drink. He just finished a small song to warm up the atmosphere. He talked about how the king of Bailiang played the drum in white. Because the restaurant was located in a secluded area, most of the people in the city were preparing to visit the Lantern Festival. There were only a few diners on the first floor and the business on the second floor was even worse. Su Fengnian and White Fox were drinking face to face. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and asked the waiter to send a bowl of warm yellow wine to the grandfather and granddaughter downstairs. The wine was sent to the first floor. The blind old man said something to his granddaughter. The little girl stood up with her pipa and bowed to the second floor. The blind old storyteller borrowed a stool from the restaurant and put the bowl of wine beside him. He raised his hand and drank a mouthful of wine excitedly. He said that it was the sound of Bailiang's horse hooves. He said that it was the sound of the spring and autumn war. Unknowingly, he ended up talking about the words His Royal Highness of Bailiang said by the Guangling River. His Royal Highness listened to the storyteller quietly drinking wine and talking with his eyes closed. He was expressionless. Perhaps it was because of her grandfather's mood, the little girl was having a hard time playing the pipa. Her face was red and her ears were red. After the blind artist came back to his senses, he reached out his trembling hand and touched his granddaughter's head. Then he reached out for the wine. He shook his hand and realized that it was empty. The old man put the bowl back and smacked his lips. It seemed that he wanted more wine, but he did not feel that it was a pity that there was no more wine. He just muttered to himself, the old soldier of Bailiang, Han Wenhu, seems to have drunk out of heroism today. ## going to Beimang alone. Chapter 361. The Fish Dragon Gang could only be regarded as a third-rate gang in Bailiang, but Old Master Lu was quite famous. He was a master of both internal and external martial arts. It was said that when he was young, he met a senior immortal in Wudang Mountain, who taught him a set of superior internal strength mental cultivation methods. Coupled with his 30 years of hard work, he practiced the mountain cannon fist, which had been passed down by his family. Many heroes died under his fists. Unfortunately, Old Master Lu was stubborn. When he was at the peak of his fame, he couldn't lower his head to deal with the officials for fear of losing face, so he suffered a lot of difficulties. At that time, Old Master Lu could still rely on his fists and a few brothers in the gang to make a name for himself in Bailiang, which was full of gangs. However, as his old brothers earned enough money, they retired from the Jianghu and spent their remaining years with their grandchildren. Old Master Lu, who couldn't hold up the overall situation by himself, gradually found it hard to make ends meet. At this time, if he wanted to build a relationship with the officials and get a share of the gray business, he wouldn't be able to enter the temple even if he carried a pig's head. In the first 10 or 20 years, the Honghu sect and Lujian sect could only be regarded as juniors in front of the Fish Dragon Gang because they gave enough money as filial piety and were willing to put aside their pride to do a lot of dirty work for the officials. Now, most of them were rich. Not to mention the gang leader, even the guests were rich. They even had private residences in big cities like Liangzhou and Lingzhou where every inch of land was worth gold. The Fish Dragon Gang finally realized this and tightened their belts, bowed their heads, and begged people to accept the filial piety money. Some of the gang's connections that had almost been completely wiped out began to improve. The destination of this trip was the lower city of the Sword's southbound platform on the border of Beimang. He was helping a son of a general, whose father was a 4th-grade military officer, to transport some silk, satin, rouge, and other goods purchased from the empire's Gangnam-do to Beimang for resale. The price difference was considerable. However, not everyone dared to do this kind of business. At this time, hundreds of lives were left on the border between the empire and Beimang. Ordinary official travel passes might not be able to pass through the passes safely. However, since the dandy's father was a general with real power, there was no need to worry that the passes on the Beiliang side would make things too difficult for him. The only thing he was worried about was the bandits on the Beimang side. The fish dragon gang gritted their teeth and accepted this business. Although they were on tenterhooks, they could only get a pitiful 10% profit. However, no matter how small a mosquito's meat was, it was still meat. Besides, being able to form a relationship with the dandy was more important than making real money. Last year, a disciple of the second leader of the fish dragon gang saw the young master of the azure dragon gang doing evil on the way and angrily attacked him. As a result, not only was his limbs crippled, but the fish dragon gang was also almost sealed by the government. This was the difference between having a backer and not having one. During that time, the young master of the azure dragon gang would often go to the fish dragon gang and pester the granddaughter of the old leader, which made everyone in the gang angry. This time, the fish dragon gang didn't dare to slack off in the slightest as they were working for the children of the government. Besides Lu Laozi, who stayed in the gang to intimidate the small fry who only had a few fat pieces of meat left in the gang, the second leader Xiao Chang, who was good at using a double-handed sword, had originally planned to retire in the middle of the month. Because of this, he missed the auspicious day. Even Gong Sunyang, who hadn't been involved in the affairs of Jianghu for many years, reappeared in Jianghu with the ox horn bow. Together with Xiao Chang, he assisted Lu Narong, who was going to take over the fish dragon gang in the future. There weren't too many goods, just enough to fill a carriage. If they weren't transported to Beimang, which was a primitive place, it would be very suspicious of using a big bow to shoot sparrows. As they were close to the border, thanks to the developed courier routes of the empire, the fish dragon gang had an easy time traveling these days. A woman in tight clothes with narrow sleeves was sitting on the leading horse. A long sword in a green scabbard was hanging from her waist. Her appearance was clear and charming, like a femme fatale, but she had an inviolable heroic spirit. It was probably because her limpid eyes were too cold. Half a horse away, Xiao Chang rode his horse in front. Although the second leader used a double-handed sword, he didn't have one sword hanging from his waist. Instead, he had two swords in one scabbard, which was very strange. Xiao Chang's swordsmanship was also very sharp and vicious. Even if there weren't 100 people killed by his sword, there were at least 70 or 80. Which Jianghu master didn't step on the lives and reputation of others? Moreover, many old-school Jianghu masters valued their reputation more than their lives. In Jianghu, revenge could be avenged for 10 generations. Every year, more and more enemies of Xiao Chang were found at the door of the fish dragon gang. It could be seen that the fish dragon gang was in decline. This trip to Beimang was related to the layout of the fish dragon gang in the next few years. There might be enemies who would take the opportunity to attack. The spirited woman reached out her hand to block the wind and sand that was blowing at her face. She cast a glance at the top of the city wall. Even though it looked like it was close, there was still a long way to go. She said slowly, "Master, we'll reach northern Mang once we pass the pass." Although Xiao Chang's swordsmanship was outstanding and fierce, he was recognized by the whole fish dragon gang to be kind and had a good temper. Moreover, the woman beside him was his last disciple. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he said in a strong Longxi Chang accent, "I've only been to northern Mang once in my life. Come to think of it, I don't have any praiseworthy experience." On the other hand, that taciturn Gong Sunyang actually gained his reputation there. The extremely beautiful woman was obviously Lu Narong, the granddaughter of old gang leader Lu. She asked in surprise, "Isn't guest Gong Sun from the old western shu?" Xiao Chang touched the scabbard and sighed softly, "Who doesn't have a difficult scripture to read? The taciturn guy just doesn't want to talk about it." Lu Narong turned her head and glanced at the carriage. Gong Sunyang, who had been living in seclusion in the gang, was sitting alone in the carriage. She turned her head again and asked in a low voice, "Master, how much do you think the cost of this carriage of goods is?" Chapter 362. Xiao Chang smiled and said, in terms of the goods themselves, even in the rich Gangnam-do, it is not cheap. It costs about 6 to 7,000 taels to get it. In addition, when you go to Jiangnan from Bailiang, you have to deal with all kinds of bad guys, so it is impossible to get it without 10,000 taels of silver. But if you go to Beimang, you can sell it for 35,000 taels of silver. When you get back to that official's son, after deducting all the expenses, you can't escape earning 16 or 17,000 taels of silver. This money is like a rolling snowball, always rolling bigger and bigger. As long as you have the capital, connections, and background, you don't have to worry about money. These descendants of military families, while their fathers were busy collecting the wealth of the people, they weren't idle either. To be honest, these young masters aren't all idiots. When it comes to networking, 10 of these boorish men who only know how to fight and kill can't even compare to one of them. Lu Narong sighed and said, the fish dragon gang missed the best opportunity. If they could be ruthless 20 years ago, they might be the biggest gang in Lingzhou today. Xiao Chang said helplessly, so Narong, don't blame the old gang leader. He tried so hard to introduce you to the son of the Lu family of Yuliang, not just because he coveted the other party's family background so that he could help the fish dragon gang. The old gang leader only has one granddaughter, how could he be willing to push you into the fire pit? I have seen the young man of the Lu family with my own eyes. He is a bit arrogant, but his character is not bad. After all, he has already obtained scholarly honors. Not to mention the fish dragon gang, even the daughter of the biggest sect in Bailiang, the Dragon Gate sect, may not be good enough for him. Although what I said is unpleasant to hear, it is the truth. Lu Narong was silent and pursed her lips tightly. Xiao Chang knew that his disciple was cold and indifferent. Once she went into a dead end, even 10 horses would not be able to pull her back, so he did not force her. After all, this was the Lu family's private matter. He was an old man who was about to leave the martial arts world to enjoy his life, so he did not overdo it. But Xiao Chang knew that whether his life would be comfortable and stable in the future would be directly linked to the power of the fish dragon gang. Naturally, he hoped that Lu Narong could marry into a good family. 20 years ago, the Lu family of Yuliang was just a poor family. Although they were rich, not to mention the big families, even the small families had to look down on them. But they took the opportunity to get on good terms with a powerful figure in the Bailiang army, and rose in the smoke of war. The Bailiang army was a towering tree, with its roots intertwined. The Lu family was a small family. But of course, compared to the top 10 families, of the family, there was still a big family. Of the Lu family. But how could Lu Narong, a woman of Jianghu, be able to associate with those prestigious and influential indescribable noble clans? Lu Narong remembered something and exhaled deeply. With a fascinated face, she said, Master, I heard that the new leader of Wudong is the reincarnation of an immortal, who once rode a crane to Jiangnan. Also, old god of Swordly fought with Wang Xianji on the East Sea of the martial emperor city. Later, he killed 2,600 cavalrymen on the Guangling River with only one sword. Then, the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai went to the Daoist master's mansion alone and did not stop until he was stopped by Xiao Lu Wuxia Xianxia and a descendant of the Daoist master's mansion. Is this true? When Xiao Chang heard this, his face was also full of reverence. He smiled and said, I have never seen any of these immortal figures in my life, so how can I know if it is true or not? As for the flying sword, although I have been practicing the sword for 30 years, I have not even scratched the surface of flying swords, so I am even more confused. But I would rather believe that the two gods of sword are immortals on earth who can ride their swords from 1,000 miles away to take a head. In any case, it gives us, the slow-witted juniors who also carry swords, a beautiful thought. Just like how we cannot afford to eat the delicacies in the Bailiang Palace, just thinking about it can make us salivate. Xiao Chang laughed loudly, and Lu Narong's eyes were shining. Lu Narong caught a glimpse of a young man beside her from the corner of her eye, and she frowned subconsciously. This young man was dressed in clean clothes and had a simple sword on his waist. Lu Narong only knew that he was sent by the heir of a general's family, but did not reveal his identity in detail. He was responsible for supervising the transportation of goods, and his job was probably to keep an eye on them. He was afraid that the fish dragon gang, who had never seen the world, would secretly steal some inconspicuous but expensive small things from the piles of goods. How could the proud Lu Narong like him? The appearance and bearing of the young man with the saber were not bad. The dozens of robust members of the fish dragon gang were not stupid enough to think that he was just an odd job worker from a fourth-rank general's mansion. After all, he was someone who could accompany the fish dragon gang to northern Mang. Along the way, there were many guesses. Some said that he was the son of a certain steward in the strict general's mansion. Some said that he was a distant relative of the general who had received training and came here to gain experience. But more people viciously thought that this embroidered pillow, who was so good-looking that it made people jealous, was the lover of the general's son. Hey, who could say for sure about the affairs of a rich and noble family? How could there be any lack of dirty secrets and scandals? Lu Narong's mind was clear, so of course she didn't understand why the gang members were looking at the young man with such a playful expression. In any case, the past 10 days had been peaceful. Since that person didn't cause any trouble, she naturally wouldn't find trouble with him. She had privately asked her master, Xiao Cheng, about this unfamiliar man's martial arts skills. Xiao Cheng only said that he couldn't tell, so she was relieved. Most likely, he was a bored person who used his saber as an accessory. In any case, the rich and powerful young people all liked this kind of thing. They were obviously weaker than scholars who had no strength to truss up a chicken, yet they liked to carry a saber and a sword. The man with the sword kept a clear distance from the fish dragon gang. Seeing Lu Narong's peeping gaze, he responded with a smile. Lu Narong turned her head with a cold face. Chapter 363. The young man with the saber stood out from the crowd, so the dozens of elite members of the fish dragon gang naturally regarded him as a government official. At first, some of the younger members of the gang were worried that Miss Lu would look at this handsome young man in a different light, which would be too embarrassing for them, who had been close to her for many years. Of course, they were vigilant and wanted to tie him up. Later, when they saw Lu Narong's cold attitude, they felt relieved. At first, their malicious criticism of the young man with the saber also faded away. After all, it takes two to clap. Besides, if they kept making fun of him, they would appear to be narrow-minded. Fortunately, this young man who claimed to be surnamed Su did not order the fish dragon gang around because of his power. The two sides minded their own business and went to the border between Beiliang and Beimang. Tuma Pass was built against the mountain and was located at the main shortcut between the north and the south. The plaque was written by the calligraphy master Song Zhiqiu of the current dynasty. Merchants came and went in an endless stream. The markets on both sides of the gate were very lively. There were few soldiers here, so compared to most of the border cities, the atmosphere was much less austere. There was the ruins of an old city tower, which was built with rubble and goose eggs. The cracks were covered with moss, and the debris was messy. Many children who lived near the city were chasing and playing on the tower. A strong man wearing a blue cotton shirt with a red cloth belt around his waist stared at them. He carried a huge saber that was much simpler than the standard military saber. The tip of the saber cut the ground and he went up the platform aggressively. He snorted, stabbed the saber into the ground, and stood there with his arms crossed. The adults hurriedly and carefully went around the strong man to grab their children off the platform. A naughty child was as slippery as a loach. The child's mother looked to be in her early 20s. The wind and sand at the border were rough, but the young woman's skin was like oil. She had a slim waist and small feet, but she could not catch up with the naughty child. The merchants and the local people under the platform laughed. Some of the old rascals who had not had a woman to warm their bed gathered together to eat red dates. They even spat out dates and teased the young woman. The young woman's face turned red. The child passed by the strong man with the saber. The newborn calf was not afraid of tigers and reached out to touch the saber. However, the strong man glared at him fiercely. He was so scared that he froze on the spot and then burst into tears. The young woman wearing plain clothes quickly hugged the child and looked at him apologetically. She was so timid that she did not dare to speak. The black-faced man in his 30s blushed for no reason. He was probably a young chick who was rough but also delicate. Seeing the young woman in front of him, the image of an expert that he had created with great difficulty with a straight face was instantly broken. The rascals in the marketplace became even more rowdy and rowdy. On this dilapidated platform, every 10 days to half a month, there would be Jianghu people competing in martial arts. Although Little Miss was a girl from a proper family, she had lived in the village near Tuma Pass for many years and had seen a lot. She was not too afraid of these boorish men who would draw their swords at the slightest disagreement. Northern Liang was barren and cold. Compared to the rich and fertile Jiangnan, which had 1,000 li of fertile land, if one wanted to survive, one had to dig out food from the gaps between the teeth of the heavens to eat. The customs of the people were simple, but at the same time, they were unusually brave and worshipped martial arts. The government did not forbid private fights between martial artists, but if one accidentally injured a commoner, it was a great crime to be banished to the army. If there were more than 3 people, they would be punished on the spot. Without at least 100 taels of silver as a filial piety to the soldiers, they would not be able to survive. With the support of his mother, the child carelessly wiped the tears off his little black cat face and made a face at the brawny man. The brawny man who was about to fight scratched his head helplessly. Clearly, he was not a vicious and evil person. The child had originally wanted to stretch out his leg to kick this stingy piece of charcoal that wouldn't even let him touch the knife. Fortunately, his mother hurriedly pulled him away and gently scolded him. The dark-faced brawny man seemed to be looking straight ahead, but from the corner of his eye, his gaze landed on the buttocks of the little girl that was slightly bent over. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The girl's body was small and delicate, her clothes were plain and clean. Probably because she had been washed many times, adding on to the fact that her buttocks were too perky compared to her body, it was difficult for her to stretch her full breasts. She appeared even more beautiful. It wasn't that the brawny man with the Zamadeo had evil intentions. He did have some skills, but he disdained to be a heartless flower thief. If it was shady business like robbing women, he was a wandering soul of the Jianghu with no roots and no background. He definitely did not have the capital to do it. As for traveling, what could he do without money? Today, he had an appointment with a somewhat famous swordsman on the border. He wanted to use the Zamadeo to make some reputation even if he was injured, so that some rich people would take a fancy to him. It would be best if he could become a guard instructor. Xiao Cheng went to take the goods and show the official pass to the captain of the pass. The king of hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. They would definitely not pass the pass in a short time. This matter should have been handled by Lu Nerong, but she was very attractive and could easily cause problems. Xiao Cheng did not care and insisted on letting the granddaughter of the gang gain experience and accumulate worldly wisdom. If a carriage of goods had a problem, the fish dragon gang could barely afford to pay for it. However, if they angered that famous young master, they would really suffer a great loss. Therefore, he simply did not let Lu Nerong show up. Lu Nerong wandered around with a few attendants and agreed to meet her master Xiao Cheng at the city gate in half an hour. Lu Nerong wanted to take advantage of this trip to recruit 1 or 2 Jianghu heroes to join the gang. If she really wanted to take over the fish dragon gang, she would not be able to raise her head if she did not have any of her own subordinates. Moreover, it would not be good to have her hands and feet tied. She and 6 or 7 young members of the fish dragon gang followed the crowd to the base of the platform. A few local gangsters who wanted to get close to her were gently pushed away by Lu Nerong's escorts. They were all skillful and made people retreat. After all, this was not Lingzhou. If they provoked someone difficult to deal with, who would give face to the fish dragon gang that they had never heard of? How big was the Jianghu today? A half-baked Jianghu person who had been in the Jianghu for a few years could casually name a lot. The so-called sects, gangs, temples, villages, islands, villages, palaces, and so on, not to mention other places, just in Lingzhou alone, there were more than 40 people who could name themselves. To put it bluntly, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to be able to give a good name. The Fish Dragon gang was considered to have started their business early, so they were able to snatch the name Fish Dragon, which was not vulgar. Outside of Lingzhou, the whole Jianghu probably had at least 8 or 9 members of the Fish Dragon gang with the same name. Chapter 364. There was an uproar. Lu Narong turned her head and saw a swordsman in snow-white clothes with a sword stepping on the shoulders of the crowd. His demeanor was otherworldly. This swordsman who showed off his skills was heading towards Lu Narong. How could Lu Narong bear the humiliation of being stepped on by someone else? She silently unsheathed the famed sword at her waist. Her eyes were sharp. The handsome swordsman with a face like a peach blossom narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have sensed the sharpness of Lu Narong's aura. He made a slight turn and stepped on the shoulders of the spectators nearby to reach the base of the stage. After floating down, he could be said to be handsome. If one didn't have some real skills, one wouldn't dare to appear like him. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Jianghu. If one stepped on a big pit and was pulled to the ground by a master, one would fall flat on his face. How could one still fight? Next, the two sides had to announce their names in a loud voice. They could either splash dirty water on each other or flatter each other. Next, they couldn't fight to their heart's content immediately. Instead, they had to say that the sword had no eyes and that they were responsible for their own life and death. If it was a life and death battle, there had to be respected seniors in Jianghu as witnesses. Both sides had to sign a life and death contract. Don't think that everything was fine at this time. If it wasn't a master who was indifferent to fame and fortune, he had to look around and wait until the big and small gambling houses below the stage had collected enough bets. After all, in many fights, when real masters fought, the outcome was often decided within the time it took to brew a cup of tea. It wasn't exciting to watch, so the gambling house had to spend some copper coins to hire people to cheer. If it was an ordinary fight, they needed to cheer even more. This was good for both sides. The most unlucky thing was that the audience who didn't buy it booed together. This was simply the greatest shame of all martial artists in Jianghu. Today, there was a powerful gang boss in Bailiang, but many of his enemies still treated the scene of his fight as a joke and disgusting. Many people around Lu Narong excitedly brought long benches and sat down with their families to wait for the show. There were even hawkers with dozens of sticks of sugar-coated hush shuttling back and forth. The greedy children were clamoring for their parents to pay a few copper coins. The crowd below the stage was noisy and lively. Lu Narong looked around and didn't let her guard down. In the past 2 years, the Fish Dragon gang had not been treated kindly by other gangs in Lingzhou. Moreover, their master, Xiao Chang, who won the title of Double Revolving Swallow by killing people, had made countless enemies. This time, without the protection of the Fish Dragon gang's leader, Lu Narong, there might be people who would come to seek revenge. No matter how big the business in Lingzhou was, there was a limit. There were dozens of sects and factions standing in this small area. Everyone wanted to take the jobs of others into their own hands. The Fish Dragon gang was now at the critical moment of resurgence. Not to mention the gangs with similar power, who were afraid that the Fish Dragon gang would become stronger. Even some big gangs wanted to trick the Fish Dragon gang. Lu Narong knew that she didn't have the confidence to ignore everyone like before, so she could only be very careful. The few strangers around her made Lu Narong very afraid. One of them was the merchants who had submitted the official documents together with her outside the city gate. For example, the Fish Dragon gang was selling expensive products like rouge and face powder, which was already considered a big deal. However, everyone knew that the real deal was the most powerful ones. Once this kind of thing was discovered, the family would be ruined. No matter how powerful the officials behind you were, once it was found out by the Bailiang army, even if you were a 4th-rank or 3rd-rank feudal official, you would be beheaded in public. Next was the horse business. Buying horses from Beimang. As for whether you would sell them to the Bailiang army or to private individuals, it depended on your own ability. In short, this business was dangerous. Not only did you need to have a good relationship in Bailiang, you also needed a reliable person with real power to help pave the way in Beimang. At this time, there was a group of horse sellers around Lu Narong. They seemed to be dressed as merchants, but they were all strong and strong. Another group of people were openly pointing at her, not showing any signs of concealing their intentions. Lu Narong whispered, "Be careful. Don't just watch the competition on the platform." The young men around her nodded silently. Somehow, when Lu Nerong saw a young man squatting on a pile of mud bricks connected to the mountain in the distance, holding a stick of sugar-coated haws in one hand, he lowered his head and nibbled on it, but he was not watching the competition on the platform like them. Instead, he was looking at the city wall of the Fallen Horse Pass. She was stunned for a moment, and then she wanted to cry and laugh. This guy was in a leisurely mood, not at all like a reckless warrior. Why did the general's mansion send such a person to escort the escort? Lu Nerong was not in the mood to think deeply about the identity of this young man with a saber, so she continued to look at the platform. She had to admit that the man with the Zamadeo had amazing strength. He wielded a saber that weighed more than 40 kilograms. The swordsman in snow-white clothes had excellent swordsmanship. Under the Zamadeo, he walked leisurely, and the sword in his hand was raised slowly. He was very relaxed, obviously holding back his strength. His swordsmanship was at least equal to her master Xiao Chang's, which made Lu Nerong want to recruit him. On the top of the mud brick wall, of course, was His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian. The candied hawthorn was sweet and tasty, and the syrup was thick and light yellow. Although it was the stingy low-quality syrup of the hawthorn, it had its own unique flavor. The candied fruit was crunchy but not greasy. With each bite, a hawthorn was crunchy. After a few bites, there was only one hawthorn left on the stick. Just as he was about to bite down, he saw a little kid squatting beside him, staring at him without blinking. It was the naughty child who competed with the black-faced swordsman on the platform. The child's family background was probably not good, but he was dressed neatly, unlike the sloppy poor children. Seeing His Royal Highness turn his head, the child hurriedly pretended to look at the fight on the platform. Su Fengnian smiled, gritted his teeth, and threw away the remaining candied hawthorn on the stick. He then stretched out his hand and handed over the other stick of candied hawthorn that he had not eaten yet. The child tilted his head and looked at the tempting candied hawthorn from the corner of his eyes. He swallowed his saliva. It seemed that his family background was very good, and he did not have the habit of asking for things from strangers. He revealed his 2 canine teeth and shook his head shyly with a red face. The child hesitated for a moment, then finally gathered his courage and made up his mind. He turned his head and looked at His Royal Highness with his eyes wide open. Su Fengnian turned his head with a puzzled expression. The child pointed at the spring thunder saber hanging from Su Fengnian's waist. Obviously, in the child's eyes, no matter how greedy he was, a stick of candied hawthorn could not compare to touching the real saber. Which child did not have a Jianghu in their heart? Su Fengnian smiled and generously took off his saber and handed it to the child. The child's eyes were filled with joy and surprise. He hugged the spring thunder saber that was not heavy at all. It was as if he had embraced the Jianghu in such a simple manner. Author's note: if the first volume's Jianghu was about Vajra finger and mysterious heavenly phenomenon lining up to reveal themselves, then the second volume would be more about Jianghu's lower class. I have to praise myself. Putting aside whether Shuizhong's writing is good or bad, it is definitely true that he is not in a hurry to write. Chapter 365. The child loved the spring thunder saber so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Seeing that his good-looking brother wasn't stingy, he simply sat down on the edge of the mud brick wall, his feet dangling over the edge. If he dirted his clothes, he would only be nagged by his mother for a day or two. But this saber was a real saber. Perhaps he would only be able to touch it once in his life. His Royal Highness saw that the child was holding the saber and seemed to have forgotten himself. He had no choice but to reach out and gently grab the back of the child's collar and pull him back slightly, afraid that the child would accidentally fall off the wall. His Royal Highness then took a bite of the sugar-coated hawthorn and narrowed his eyes at the endless stream of people on the official road outside the city. If the water was too clear, there would be no fish. With the strict control and infiltration ability of the Bailiang army, it wouldn't be difficult to catch a few fat sheep to serve as a warning to others. However, Bailiang was originally a poor and desolate place where birds didn't even shit. It needed a large amount of real money to circulate. Li Hanlin's father, Li Gongda, the governor of Feng province, was able to become the new Bailiang's administrator. It wasn't just because this old scoundrel was Su Zhao's lackey. If one were to say that Li Gongda's method of making money make money was the second best in Beiliang, no one would dare to claim to be the best. Su Xiao once joked that if one gave Li Gongda a copper coin, it would produce one tael of silver the next day. Furthermore, in order to obtain this second-rank official position in Beiliang, which was second only to the Jidushi in name, Li Gongda, this old Pishio who plucked feathers from wild geese, had spat out a lot of real money for the first time. Rumor had it that Feng province's tycoons were drinking with their in-laws and laughed loudly, saying that in the future, it wouldn't be only Feng province that would be oppressed by iron cockly. Su Fengnian chewed on the hawthorn, his mind wandering 10,000 li. On this secret trip, he did not make a big fuss and left quietly. Other than a short and narrow spring thunder saber, he only had a few banknotes and a small bag of silver coins. All in all, he only had about 300 taels of silver. If he were in a first-class brothel in Liangzhou, he would only be able to enjoy a meal with a prostitute, and he might not even be able to enjoy himself to the fullest. Su Fengnian held a bamboo stick without any candied haws in its mouth. Seeing that the toddler obviously liked this spring thunder very much, it put its little face on the scabbard and smiled foolishly at the good-tempered big brother in front of it. Su Fengnian saw that the battle between the white-clothed swordsman and the man with the zamadeo on the stage had reached its climax. The crowd would not disperse for a while, so he was not in a hurry to get the spring thunder back. This child, who was looking forward to Jianghu, reminded him of a certain penniless pauper. Squatting on the wall with the bamboo stick in his mouth, Su Fengnian smiled softly and said, "You can touch it, but don't take the saber out. It's very sharp. What if your mother comes after me and beats me?" The child tilted his head and secretly winked at Su Fengnian. He deliberately raised his voice and said with a bright smile, "Of course not. My mother never beats people. She has a very good temper." Su Fengnian touched the child's little head and smiled without saying anything. She did not have the nerve to pick up the hairpin to examine it in detail, for fear that the stall owner would roll his eyes at her. She never thought that as soon as she came back to her senses, she would discover that her son was gone. Her temperament was indifferent, she was not anxious to show it on her face. Sure enough, she saw her son on the top of the wall, accompanied by a strange young man carrying a saber. At first, she was worried that there would be some disturbance, for a poor family like her could not withstand any disturbance. She lifted the corner of her skirt and trotted to the top of the wall, but she happened to see that young man pulling the back of her son's collar. Unconsciously, her state of mind calmed down. She knew that since he was young, her son had a fondness for those chivalrous men who roamed the Jianghu. He had never once failed to participate in the martial arts competition at the old city site of Tuma Pass. Sometimes, when he heard his playmates calling him from the alley, he did not care that he was eating and would rush out. When he came back, he did not forget to finish his meal without leaving a single grain of rice behind. While he ate, he danced with joy as he told her how the chivalrous men made their moves, making her heart filled with joy. Many of the hardships that she could not speak to others were not so bitter anymore. Hearing the child's flattering, Xiao Nyang, who had an enchanting figure but was as delicate as a young lady, covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and she restrained her expression, only hiding some charm that quietly hung on the tip of her brows. She rolled up her sleeves and saluted this good-natured young master. It was probably due to the hardships of living in seclusion these past few years that she had developed a keen intuition for all kinds of men. Whether they had ulterior motives, she could see through most of the dark tricks they used to play hard to get. The young man biting the bamboo stick in front of her was even more like a descendant of a large family than that military officer's son at Toppling Horse Pass who only knew how to pretend to be cultured. It was rare that his eyes were very clear when he looked at her. This made her think of the well water at the entrance of the village. It was very clean, but she could not see through its depth. Lil Miss said in a light voice, "You song, return the saber to this young man." The young child nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement. He stood up. Even though his eyes were unwilling, he still stood up and respectfully returned the spring thunder saber to the big brother who was bending down to receive the saber. Lil Miss naturally patted away the yellow dirt on the child's butt. Children from poor families, no matter how much they played, they couldn't trample on clothing that was sewn needle by needle. She was the widow of a Bailiang courier. Without a man, she had to work alone in the fields. Every year, the government would give her a sum of money as compensation. It wasn't much, just 8 taels of silver, but at least she had something to look forward to. Privately, she heard from the private school teachers that according to the Bailiang military law, it should be more than 30 taels. Most of it had been doctored by the officials. However, she was a widowed woman and didn't care about this. She couldn't care about it. There were some men in the villages near Tuma Pass that wanted to marry her, and one of them had military merit. But she felt that since Yusong had taken the surname of Zhao with his husband, she couldn't let him call a man with a different surname father. Yusong's personality was a bit mischievous, but this was how children were. She knew a bit of words and had a broader vision than the average crude village woman. Every day, she listened to him recite the poems and books he had learned from the private school. She sat at the side and twirled the wick. She only felt that a day of hard work and life was not easy. She didn't complain about the tight but fulfilling days. On the platform of the ruins, the 2 chivalrous men fought back and forth until the sky turned dark. Most of the audience below were ordinary people who lived a stable life. No matter who they were, whether it was Tian Shan wind chasing sword, chopping horse, splitting tiger, or saber, as long as they fought energetically, they wouldn't be stingy with their applause and cheers. A total of 100 to 200 spectators cheered loudly. Many men stood on the benches and applauded. After all, they didn't need to pay half a copper coin. Those who had placed bets were relatively nervous and didn't make much noise. They only secretly clenched their fists when they saw the person they bet on making a good move. When they saw that they were at a disadvantage, they were worried. Su Fengnian didn't have much interest in watching the fight, but he didn't show any disdain. He took the lead and walked down the mud brick wall. The young woman took the opportunity to take the child's hand. She was afraid that if she stayed with this young man, she would attract the gossip of the marketplace. She didn't dare to linger on the wall. She only wanted to get down the mud road as soon as possible and leave the marketplace with her child. The village they lived in was just to the side, less than a li away. The child was grateful for his big brother's generosity. He smiled and tugged on his Royal Highness' sleeve. Su Fengnian turned his head and saw the child reach out his hand as if wanting to take his hand. Su Fengnian smiled but didn't reach out his hand. He only glanced at the young woman, whose mouth was slightly open and whose face was red. He didn't want to embarrass her, so he just pinched the child's cheek and strode away. The young woman quietly exhaled. Her face was burning hot. She glared at the child. The latter was a child as white as a thin sheet of paper. He only felt that his mother was prettier than before. She was shy but didn't know why she was blushing. Chapter 366. The fierce battle finally came to an end. If it didn't end soon, those guys who were hired to warm up the scene with a dozen copper coins would clap until their palms were red and swollen. Their voices were hoarse. It wasn't that they were dedicated to their job, but that the battle was really wonderful. The Zamadeo in the tanned man's hand was so powerful that it could move mountains and rivers. It was admirable that he could swing the saber hundreds of times. What was more amazing was the white-clothed swordsman. With a sword in hand, his sleeves fluttered like a flying dragon, dazzling everyone. The brawny man with the Zamadeo was sincerely convinced of his defeat. He cupped his hands and admitted defeat. He sincerely praised the swordsman. His magnanimity made the onlookers give him a thumbs up. Several brilliant swordsmen, who were infatuated with him, put their swords back into their sheaths and left. They said, "I'll go to Jiangnan Road for thousands, but I won't give you a penny when I come back." They were so confident and unrestrained that they looked like swordsmen. It was a happy scene. Before the brawny man with the Zamadeo left the stage, an old man from a well-to-do family went up to him and tried to win him over. Lu Narong was thinking about how to get close to the brawny man with the Zamadeo. A middle-aged manager of the fish dragon gang came up to her with a worried look and whispered to her. Lu Narong frowned. She didn't know why the lieutenant of Taoma Pass stopped them. He said that there was something wrong with the official plate. Xiao Chang even mentioned his identity as a general, but it was useless. It seems that they are destined to stay in the pass tonight, which makes Lu Narong a little uneasy. Tama Pass is just a small pass, and the highest-ranking deputy captain here is only level 6. The one who works for the Fish Dragon Gang is level 4, and his official title is several levels higher. Although he is a military officer and is not in charge of military power, the Northern Liang Army has its own system. If they follow the vine to find the melon, they can always find all kinds of relatives and friends. A level 6 in a small pass can make a deputy captain, and under the premise that they have a lot of money, there is no reason for them not to give face. Lu Narong didn't care about the brawny man with the Zamadeo. She quickly walked to the top of the city wall and met the sullen Xiao Chang. Obviously, he was angry. When he saw Lu Narong, he walked to the side of the official road and whispered with a bitter smile, "Something's wrong. We can't sleep peacefully tonight. Let's find a shop in the downtown area to stay. It's expensive, but we can't save this money. Each shift has 10 people, and we take turns. We'll be fine after tonight." Lu Narong was not a petty woman. She nodded and said, "Yes, it should be so." While they were talking, Lu Narong caught a glimpse of the horse dealers walking toward them. They were surrounded by an extremely arrogant and plump woman. The woman was quite old. She wore a beautiful mink fur headband. This kind of decoration was very popular in the border of Liangzhou. It could be used to keep out the cold in autumn and winter. It was also beautiful. It was known as the mink headband or the sleeping rabbit. It was first spread in Bailiang Palace. It seemed that the first commandery princess Su Jihu was the first to wear such an ingenious outfit. The lively Bailiang noblewomen also hurriedly followed the trend. The graceful woman with the mink headband was surrounded by old Taoist practitioners. She was calm and steady, and her breathing was much longer than that of ordinary people. Especially the old man next to the woman. His eyes were as malicious as an old goshawk's, and his fingers were like hooks. She didn't know what kind of martial art he practiced, but his hands had an unusual pale gold color. It was probably the dragon claw hand or some other kind of overbearing and vicious external martial art. Number 7 or 8 valiant martial artists surrounded the arrogant woman like stars surrounding the moon. Apart from her, the most redundant one was a man who wore a thick layer of makeup. He was handsome, but too feminine, without the slightest bit of masculinity. He stuck close to the woman like a little bird, looking at Lu Narong's group with a sinister and playful gaze. Su Fengnian slowly walked over. Seeing that the situation was about to turn hostile, he stopped and planned to watch from afar. Unfortunately, this detail was not only seen by the observant Lu Narong, but also by the plump woman. Her eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth curled up. She didn't even care about Lu Narong. She directly hooked her finger at Su Fengnian, her expression showing that she wanted to pamper Su Fengnian. The woman was able to look at someone so lecherously on the street. She could be considered to be thick-skinned and capable. Su Fengnian took a step back. In Lu Narong's eyes, this was almost a death sentence that deserved to be beheaded. She thought that this young man with a saber was really annoying. Why didn't he have the backbone of a Jianghu man? Thinking about it, Lu Narong sneered, full of ridicule and disdain. This guy surnamed Su was not a Jianghu man. He was just a dog in the general's house, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. She thought too highly of him to put her hopes on him. The handsome man wearing makeup saw that the woman beside him was moved and his eyes turned red with jealousy. He whispered like a spoiled child, "Miss, that pretty boy is carrying a saber. These barbarians are so vulgar." The woman raised her hand and slapped the man's face. The latter held his face, his eyes full of resentment, and he was about to cry. Seeing Lu Narong and the others from the Fish Dragon Gang, they all felt their hair stand on end and only felt nauseous. As a result, their disgust for the guy surnamed Su was reduced a lot. The rich woman, who raised pretty boys like she raised cats and dogs, faced Su Fengnian. Her face was hot as if the sun had risen from the west. She had fallen in love with this slender young man at first glance. She was tired of eating the pretty boys beside her who were full of makeup and powder. She needed a change of taste to make her stomach feel better. She was just about to tease him when the sound of horse hooves came from the street. 4 riders disregarded the noise of the busy streets and galloped over. Fortunately, they did not trample or knock down any pedestrians. Although these 4 riders were domineering, their horsemanship was also superb. A young master in brocade jumped off his horse, but the 3 armored retainers behind him did not move. Lu Nerong saw all of this and had already guessed the identity of this young man. He was Zhou Ziru, the eldest son of the deputy commander of the Toppling Horse Pass. Lu Nerong had already memorized the places and people along the way to the north with her master, Xiao Chang. She remembered Zhou Ziru's name because even Xiao Chang mentioned him. It was said that Zhou Ziru was not only brilliant in literary talent, but also had many excellent works passed down in Beiliang. He could also draw a 3-stone bow and shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. His archery skills were outstanding. It should be known that 30 Jin was a Jun, and 4 Jun was a stone. To be able to draw a 3-stone bow was already a shocking amount of arm strength. If he could also ensure that the arrow was accurate, then he could directly enter Beiliang's army and become a crossbowman. Jianghu and the military were 2 sides of the same coin, but in the world, there was no ignorant brute who dared to look down on Beiliang. Lu Nerong looked at Zhou Ziru. She didn't expect that after he got off the horse, he didn't talk to the woman first. Instead, he smiled at her. Lu Nerong, who was caught off guard, subconsciously turned her head away. When she came back to her senses, she felt ashamed and her eyes returned to their usual coldness. In Beiliang, Zhou Ziru, who could barely be considered a seed, was happily chatting with the plump woman. Perhaps it was because this mink had a real handsome man like Zhou Ziru that she had lost interest in Su Fengnian. She just winked at him and walked through the city gate with Zhou Ziru. When they passed by the people of the fish dragon gang who were on guard, she didn't forget to make a show of force at Lu Nerong. Zhou Ziru, on the other hand, paused his steps. Xiao Chang let out a sigh of relief. When they were outside, as long as they weren't a lone wild crane who looked down on the world with disdain, how could everything go according to their wishes? It was inevitable that they would have to face all kinds of forces several times. Afraid that Lu Nerong would take a liking to him, he found a light topic and said, "This young Master Zhou is skilled in both literature and martial arts. He is a good match for our Nerong." Lu Nerong said bitterly, "Master, you know that I dislike this kind of official's son the most. They look amiable and refined, but in reality, they eat people up without spitting out the bones." Xiao Chang smiled and no longer teased this arrogant disciple of his. Together, they went to find a suitable inn to stay in. Generally speaking, not entering a new inn was an old rule in Jianghu. The reason was also simple. However, they were right under the eyes of the soldiers stationed at the Tumbling Horse Pass, so they didn't need to care too much about it. Finally, they found an old inn in the downtown area. More than 30 people spent nearly 20 taels of silver a night. Even Lu Nerong, who had never worried about food and clothing since childhood, was a little distressed. She knew that the local regulars would only ask for less than 10 taels of silver, but to be safe, even if they were treated as fat sheep and ruthlessly slaughtered, the fish dragon gang could only pinch their noses and endure it. During this period, Su Fengnian quietly followed behind. The scene on the street made the fish dragon gang despise this young man who originally didn't belong to the same gang with a sword. They thought to themselves, "Boy, are you wearing a sword for show? You were almost snatched away by a woman to be her gigolo. Even if you can't beat those evil servants, you should at least put on an angry face. You are a coward who doesn't say anything and takes a step back. Aren't you implicating the fish dragon gang and making a fool of themselves with you?" Bah! A young man from the fish dragon gang spat at Su Fengnian's feet. Chapter 367. Jianghu people were straightforward. Su Fengnian immediately received his karma. In addition to spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he was also assigned to live in the cheapest and cramped room in the inn with the least experienced gang member. Su Fengnian remained silent and did not object. The guy who shared the room with him was called Wang Dashi. Unfortunately, his physique and personality were the complete opposite of his name. Not only was he short, but he was also as thin as a bamboo pole. Not only was he not as smelly and hard as the stone in the latrine pit, but he was also very weak and docile. However, his father had died in a gang fight in his early years, so he was very loyal to the fish dragon gang. Old gang leader Lu remembered his loyalty and took Wang Dashi into the gang despite his poor constitution. Although this young man did not have the slightest talent in martial arts, he was willing to endure hardships and was very diligent in his work. He would never slack off. In the gang, he often did the dirty work of scrubbing toilets or washing clothes for his senior brothers. He worked hard without complaint and was bullied several times over the years. However, this young man was naturally optimistic and never held grudges. Once in the gang, Lu Nirong accidentally saw him being bullied too much, so she paid extra attention to him and took care of Wang Dashi a little bit. Only then did Wang Dashi's situation improve slightly. This time, among all the members of the Fish Dragon gang, Wang Dashi was the only one who was willing to squeeze out a smile to Su Fengnian. Probably because they were in the same boat, this time he was living in the same room with Su Fengnian, so Wang Dashi did not have to worry about the faces of his senior brothers and martial uncles. After closing the door, he took the initiative to call out, "Young Master Su," and even took out the shichi pastry that he had bought in the downtown market. He actually bought 2 portions. The one on the surface was more than half a kilogram, but he secretly hid less than half a kilogram. The first portion was naturally taken away by his senior brothers. Otherwise, even if Wang Dashi, who loved pastries, spent money, he would not even be able to eat half a kilogram of delicacies. This was Wang Dashi's shrewdness in finding joy in suffering. In front of the taciturn young Master Su, Wang Dashi obviously had a strong sense of inferiority. It was so strong that he did not know how to hide it. He took out all the shichi pastry wrapped in oil paper and asked with a red face, "Young Master Su, would you like to have a taste?" Su Fengnian shook his head. Wang Dashi wasn't surprised. He sat at the table and started eating. Just as he started eating, a few senior brothers pushed the door open and entered without knocking. Wang Dashi turned his head in surprise and swallowed the pastry in his mouth subconsciously. He only knew that he was done for. If his senior brothers found out that he had secretly hidden pastries, they would definitely push him down and make him crawl between their legs again. The 3 burly senior brothers entered the room and searched the dumbfounded Wang Dashi. They didn't find anything they wanted. One of the senior brothers was discouraged and took his anger out on Wang Dashi. He slapped Wang Dashi's forehead and scolded, "You brat, you didn't sneak a few pieces of pastries. Are you King stupid or stupid? You made me lose half a tael of silver to Li Do, that little chili. You have to pay for this half a tael of silver. After you get the money in a few days, you have to quickly return it to your senior brother, do you hear me?" Wang Dashi, who was confused, nodded blankly. Before the senior brother left, he didn't forget to slap Wang Dashi again. He slammed the door and left while cursing. Bad luck. Wang Dashi waited until the senior brothers were far away and locked the door like a thief. He then put his ear to the door and didn't hear any footsteps. Only then did he calm down and wipe his mouth. He secretly rejoiced and smiled foolishly. He didn't have the slightest awareness that those pastries should belong to him because he was the one who paid for them. It seemed that it was normal for this kind of useless person to be bullied. It would be strange if the wheel of fortune changed. Wang Dashi looked at the empty table and was dumbfounded. At this time, Su Fengnian raised his hand and put the missing pastries back on the table. Wang Dashi ran back to the table and sat down. He was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. Su Fengnian, who had unknowingly done a good deed, was still expressionless. He didn't try to worm his way into being friends with Wang Dashi. He just pulled his chair to a window seat and closed his eyes to rest like an old monk in meditation. In the first classroom, Lu Nirong, Master Xiao Chang, guest elder Gong Sun Yang, and a steward surnamed Hong were sitting on 4 sides of the table. Xiao Chang, who was holding 2 swords in a scabbard on the table, laughed softly and said, "Nirong, tell me in detail about that white-clothed swordsman's swordsmanship." Those little bastards described it vaguely and couldn't give a single clue. Lu Nirong and Xiao Chang had practiced swordsmanship for many years. Since childhood, they had been influenced by their grandfather, old gang leader Lu, who had fought against experts from all walks of life. Among them, there was no lack of experts in swordsmanship. Lu Narong's insight was quite unique. He spoke tirelessly about several exquisite moves. Lu Narong didn't forget to use her finger as a sword and slowly draw strokes in the air. Xiao Cheng was not a swordsman who fished for fame. The most powerful thing about using two swords in a scabbard was that after being unsheathed, the mother and son swords could be used to circle around him like a pair of swallows. It could both attack and defend. Of course, this was not a superior swordsmanship, but a clever move. Xiao Cheng mocked himself for not being able to enter the eyes of a swordsmanship grandmaster. However, in the eyes of the Fish Dragon gang, this was an extremely mysterious ability. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Lu Narong sincerely admired him. After practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years, she could only make a single sword circle within a range of 3 feet. Moreover, it looked good but was useless. It was completely useless in a fight. Xiao Cheng was one of the few masters in the Fish Dragon gang who could be ranked at the top of the second rate in the Lingzhou Wulin. He was not far from the front line of old gang leader Lu. He was the true number 1 swordsman in the gang. Lu Narong was his disciple, so Xiao Cheng was not misleading. Chapter 368. Xiao Cheng listened to Lu Narong's story and smiled. If I didn't guess wrong, the white-clothed swordsman is Qing Yish, who is very popular at the border. I thought he was just fooling the people, but I didn't expect him to have some skills. It's a pity that he left in a hurry. Otherwise, he could have joined the Fish Dragon gang as a guest. That would be even better. Lu Narong sighed. What a pity. Xiao Cheng glanced at the dull Gong Sun Yang and smiled. This Qing Yish is good at martial arts, but compared to us, he is still inferior. Narong, back then, your uncle Gong Sun. Gong Sun Yang struggled to lift his eyelids. His expression was as calm as an ancient well as he interrupted his old friend Xiao Cheng. He waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it if it's nothing." Xiao Cheng said helplessly, "I haven't said it yet." Gong Sun Yang stood up and said softly, "Miss, I'll go back to my room first." Lu Narong got up to see him off, but Gong Sun Yang shook his head and stopped her. He walked out of the room alone. The Fish Dragon gang knew that this guest suffered from wet poison on his right toe. It was said that when he slept, he couldn't even pull out the heel of his shoe, so he walked with a slight limp and rarely showed up. Among the senior members of the Fish Dragon gang, he was the only one who didn't even have a disciple. They only heard that the old guy could use the unique skill of 5 consecutive arrows, but no one had the chance to see it with their own eyes. The horn bow was covered in dust and hung on the wall all year round. No one knew if it was just for show. After Gong Sun Yang left, Xiao Cheng revealed some secrets of the past. Lu Narong learned that Gong Sun Yang once held the gate of the city with both hands and hung a fierce horse in the air when he rode into the city. If this was true, Uncle Gong Sun was not inferior to her grandfather when he was at his peak, but she didn't know if his cultivation had regressed over the years. Lu Narong knew that the path of martial arts was like sailing against the current. If one slacked off, 1 month's effort would be wasted. It was like a pearl covered in dust for a long time. Even if it was wiped again, it would not be as round as it used to be. As the saying goes, pearls also have a life, and martial arts also have spirituality that can only be understood but not spoken. Xiao Cheng hesitated and said in a deep voice, "Narong, I saw a familiar figure on the street today." Lu Narong's heart skipped a beat. She whispered, "Is it Master's enemy?" Xiao Cheng nodded. "It's not difficult to deal with one of them, but I'm afraid that several of them will gather together." Lu Narong's tone was calm. She smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? The inn is only a short distance away from the pass. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble in public. Besides, Master and Uncle Gong Sun are here. These scoundrels, will kill them one by one. If 2 come, we'll kill a pair. If 3 come, we'll kill them all." Xiao Cheng was also affected by Lu Narong's tone, and a heroic spirit that was once covered by the aura of dusk welled up in him. He laughed and said, we practice the sword, so we should have this heroic spirit. Ni Rong, your cultivation will definitely be higher than mine in the future. Lu Narong smiled. But when night fell, the fish dragons couldn't laugh anymore. His original intention was to live in a busy city, so that those who hid in the dark would have scruples. Who would have thought that he would be caught like a turtle in a jar? Lu Narong stood by the window, her face pale. The torches outside the inn lit up the night like it was daytime. There were as many as 3 forces that had designs on the fish dragons. One of them was the enemy of the second leader, Xiao Chang. There were 5 or 6 people, and they didn't ride horses. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of Xiao Chang's last trip to Jianghu before he retired and take revenge. There were 3 unwritten rules in Jianghu. The first rule was that the hatred of several generations could be avenged by the descendants, but generally it wouldn't involve the wife or daughter. If there was a massacre of the whole family, not to mention the government, people in Jianghu would find it shameful. Chivalrous people were more likely to teach them a lesson if they had the ability. The second rule was that a master for a day was a father for life. Not to mention the slave of 3 surnames, who changed his master at will, even if he changed his master, no matter what the reason was, it would be a stain for life. Therefore, the matter of apprenticeship was almost the most important thing in Jianghu. It was not inferior to the scholar's ceremony. The third rule was that once the retirement ceremony was arranged, the golden basin was placed, and the water in the bowl was poured, then all the ordinary grievances would be nullified. The second force was not unexpected. It was a woman wearing a mink headscarf. Everyone was riding a horse. The last force made the fish dragon gang feel hopeless. It was the young master Zhou Ziru, who was the deputy captain of the pass. He was followed by 8 or 9 cavalrymen and more than 20 infantry soldiers. Zhou Ziru's handsome face was shining brightly under the light of the fire. He looked at Lu Narong on the second floor and slowly said, "We are catching bandits. Unrelated people, please leave." The mink headscarf woman spoke and acted without restraint. She didn't care if the fish dragon gang in the inn could hear. She said sweetly, "Young Master Zhou, it's settled. That woman surnamed Lu belongs to you, but you must not hurt her little brother with a saber." Zhou Ziru frowned and didn't reply. The woman, who was faintly unhappy, twitched the corner of her mouth and suppressed the disrespectful words that were already on the tip of her tongue. She coquettishly sat high on the horse with one hand on her waist, her index finger rhythmically tapping the pattern on the jade buckle. "At this border, who can escape from the palm of my hand? Why can men sit in the harem with 3,000 beauties, but we women can't have 300 gigolos? I just want it." Chapter 369. Zhou Ziru believed that he was well read in military books and could skillfully apply them to worldly affairs. Over the years, he had been successful in every endeavor. Not only did he become the chief advisor of Vice Captain Zhichang's father, he also gave advice and advice. He also personally set up traps, causing many famous bandits to fall in the pass. Just the reward alone was more than 2,000 taels of silver. Zhou Ziru ignored his father's heartache and distributed most of the silver to the soldiers of Tuma Pass who worked for him and his father. Although he was the most powerful young master in the pass, because a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow, his reputation among the common people had always been good. This time, casting a large net against the fish dragon gang was only a temporary idea. 3 days ago, a few people from Lingzhou found one of Zhou Ziru's friends and had a banquet. During the banquet, they said that they wanted to kill a member of the fish dragon gang named Xiao Chang. Zhou Ziru originally did not want to participate in this kind of Jianghu vendetta, but those people from Wulin were very efficient. They detained a bandit who had fled to the vicinity of Tuma Pass and handed him over to young Master Zhou without saying anything. Zhou Ziru saw that they only wanted the fish dragon gang to stay in Tuma Pass for one night and did not need to personally do the dirty work, so he agreed. Who would have thought that when the fish dragon gang arrived, they would take out a personal letter from the former weapons supervisor of Bailiang. This caught Zhou Ziru off guard and he immediately regretted that these people did not know the severity of the situation. However, Zhou Ziru knew that it was not easy to accumulate the reputation of young Master Zhou of Tuma Pass and did not want to ruin it. He could only force himself to play the bad guy and stop the fish dragon gang. However, he had secretly prepared to let his trusted subordinates lead the troops to intervene once the two groups of people started fighting. At dusk, he met the woman with the mink headscarf who was a frequent visitor of Tuma Pass. After a secret conversation, Zhou Ziru changed his slightly conservative original intention and decided to make the fish dragon gang suffer a big loss. Not only did he want to accept the original Jianghu favor, but he also wanted to take the profits from the goods that belonged to the fish dragon gang. Of course, he did not want to have a falling out with the general who was already a false-rank Beimang official. Instead, he personally led people to the Beimang to finalize the deal. With the mink headscarf as the middleman, Zhou Ziru would not hesitate to hand over the money earned from the fish dragon gang. In this way, young Master Zhou could be considered to have established a connection with the former weapons supervisor. As for the lives of the dozens of people in the fish dragon gang, Zhou Ziru could only apologize in his heart. Moreover, his wishful thinking was not just about killing two birds with one stone. Sitting high on the horse with an indifferent expression, Zhou Ziru looked up and quietly made a hand gesture. In one of the rooms of the inn, a man with a rough voice shouted with all his might, "Grandpa has been blocked by you guys here today. I admit that I failed miserably at such a simple task. But I have more than 30 good brothers of the fish dragon gang who can exchange their lives with me. If anyone dares to come and seek death, I will consider him a hero." Most of the members of the fish dragon gang were standing by the window to watch the show. They thought that they would be able to stay outside and enjoy a good show of soldiers catching bandits, but they did not expect to hear these words. The gang members almost spat blood on the window. Where did this bastard bandit come from? A few impatient young gang members raised their swords and were about to follow the voice to kill this bastard who had climbed out of a pond. Before they went out, the second gang leader Xiao Chang and the steward came to gather them into the 3 connected rooms next door and did not allow anyone to fight. The fish dragon gang was not qualified to be a gang that lived like a prince and collected money by lying down. The members of the gang had seen a lot of schemes. At this time, no matter how stupid they were, they only knew that they had fallen into a trap. None of them dared to breathe. If it was just a fight between gangs, they were not afraid of anyone. But the cavalry and armored soldiers outside the inn were really terrifying. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be accused of killing soldiers. How could the fish dragon gang have a foothold in Beiliang's Jianghu? Lu Narong came to a room with a pale face. She calmed down her rapid breathing and knocked on the door. She was very decisive in her actions. Even though she was in a dead end, she didn't even bring Gong Sun Yang with her and went to the meeting alone with great sincerity. She wanted to see who was in the inn who wanted to drag the fish dragon gang into the mire of eternal damnation. Lu Narong hoped that these people only wanted the money, but she knew in her heart that there was an 80 to 90% chance that they wouldn't be able to settle this matter with money. Lu Narong was shocked. Her body leaned back as a blade broke through the door. Lu Narong could even clearly see that the blade was only an inch away from her face. The person in the room didn't succeed in his attack, so he decisively put away his saber and kicked the door. Before Lu Narong's delicate body fell to the ground, she slapped the ground with one hand and spun her body, dodging the door. Standing in the corridor, her face was ashen. She saw a sloppy young man carrying a saber on his shoulder walk out of the room. The young man sniffled and looked at Lu Narong. After exchanging glances, he laughed and said, "If I knew it was a delicate girl, I would have held back." Lu Narong suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to ask calmly, "Why did you frame the fish dragon gang?" Although the young swordsman was frivolous, like an ordinary rogue who flirted with women in the marketplace, the way he looked at people and the way he held the blade shocked Lu Narong. He was indeed an elite soldier in the Beiliang army. She remembered that her grandpa, old gang leader Lu, said that the difference between military officers and martial artists in Jianghu was that they might have blood on their hands. But compared with the ruthlessness of the latter, the former had a kind of courage that really penetrated into their bones. This kind of perseverance was the heart that was trained in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was the evil spirit that gritted teeth and crawled back to the world of the living. After Lu Narong confirmed the identity of the swordsman in her heart, her whole body was cold and her mood fell to the bottom. The man grinned and said directly, "My second brother has taken a fancy to you. If you know what's good for you, you should go back with him obediently. My second brother wants me to tell you that if you are willing to be his woman, the Fish Dragon gang will lose more than 30 people. With my second brother's help, the Fish Dragon gang will be able to go to Beiliang and Beimang unimpeded in the future. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Just take it as my second brother's betrothal gift. To be frank, my second brother already has a woman to marry. Miss Lu, you can just be a concubine without any status. Don't feel wronged. In fact, it's the Fish Dragon gang that has climbed up the social ladder. Besides, it's a great blessing for me, Zhao Yingchuan, to call you my second sister-in-law." Lu Nerong sneered and said, "Your second brother, Zhou Ziru, is really meticulous. I admire him very much." The young swordsman, who called himself Zhao Yingchuan, licked the corner of his mouth and glanced at the man who was paralyzed in the chair in the room. This poor guy was really unlucky to fall into the hands of his second brother. He had been poisoned by the muscle-weakening powder, which was the first choice of all rapists in Jianghu. Originally, he still had some of the toughness of a Jianghu hero and was unwilling to shift the blame to the Fish Dragon gang. He had to take a knife and slowly cut a bloody groove on the man's thigh. It was only half an inch away from the man's crotch. The man finally lost his restraint and shouted in the language his second brother had told him to. Chapter 370. Zhao Yingchuan stared at Lu Nerong, who had caught the eye of his second brother, and thought that his second brother had good taste. He smiled and said, "It's settled. I'll have to trouble second sister-in-law and Zhao Yingchuan to leave through the back door. In the future, whether the Fish Dragon gang's surname is Lu or Zhou, it doesn't matter. Second brother naturally has the ability to make the Fish Dragon gang one of the top gangs in Lingzhou. If the negotiation fails, then don't blame me for knocking you out, carrying you on my shoulder, and throwing you onto the bed of my second brother's private residence. If you want to gang up on me, it's fine." Zhao Yingchuan is confident that he can escape. As for the person in the room, it doesn't matter if he's dead or alive. But second sister-in-law, do you really want to be happy like this? Lu Nerong only felt sad. Were all the sons of officials so insidious? Zhou Ziru was only the son of a secondary rank 6 rank deputy captain, and he was already so calculative. Wasn't the cooperation between her grandfather and the son of the weapons supervisor even more like asking a tiger for its skin? Could it be that it was a trap set by the Fish Dragon gang's mortal enemy and the general's residence from the beginning? Lu Nerong took a deep breath and calmly said, "If you can leave the inn alive, tell Zhou Ziru to eat shit." Zhao Yingchuan, who was carrying the blade, gave her a thumbs up and praised, "Second sister-in-law is so elegant. I only hope that you'll be so likable in second brother's bed tonight." Originally, according to Zhou Ziru's plan, Zhao Yingchuan would let the criminal pour dirty water and talk to Lu Nerong before leaving. It would be best if Lu Nerong was willing to give in. If she didn't, Zhou Ziru would personally lead the troops to break into the inn and arrest her. The biggest backer of the inn was young Master Zhou, so he didn't need to spend a single favor. As soon as Zhao Yingchuan finished speaking, he didn't rush to retreat, probably because things were going well. Instead, he ran wildly in the corridor with his blade, rushing toward Lu Nerong. When he was 10 steps away, he jumped to the wall, tapped the tip of his foot, turned to the other wall, and bounced toward Lu Nerong again. His speed was much faster than before, and he had the advantage of being on the high ground. He quickly chopped down with his blade, showing no affection of a future uncle and sister-in-law. Lu Nerong raised her arm to block. What a bright sword! She was indeed the granddaughter of gang leader Lu. This autumn water-long sword was enough to make ordinary martial artists drool. After the blade and sword collided, Zhao Yingchuan grinned and said, "Get out of my hand." Lu Nerong's entire arm was numb, and she took 2 steps back. Zhao Yingchuan, who had landed on the ground, did not show any mercy. He did not give Lu Nerong any chance to catch her breath. He brandished his saber, forcing Lu Nerong to only be able to take it head-on. She had no time to use any exquisite swordsmanship. It could be seen that Zhao Yingchuan was not a person who blindly believed himself to be reckless. In the final analysis, the swordsmanship and saber techniques of the military were all extremely clean and nimble killing methods. They were never flashy or flashy. However, the people of Jianghu were different. They more or less pursued the exquisiteness and magnificence of their moves. It was hard to avoid the suspicion of being cumbersome. If one's realm was low, they would be skilled. If one's realm was high, they would be immortal. Lu Nerong retreated again and again, swallowing a mouthful of blood that had surged up to her throat. When Zhao Yingxuan finally took a breath, the long sword that had been fiercely knocked away by the saber slipped out of his hand. Zhao Yingxuan was delighted because after all, this was the woman that his second brother had taken a fancy to. He couldn't really kill her, so he was prepared to take down this Miss Lu whose swordsmanship was actually not bad. However, he didn't know that the moment he relaxed, the long sword that had slipped out of his hand strangely circled around Lu Nerong's body and swept towards Zhao Yingxuan's neck at a tricky angle. Zhao Yingxuan turned his head and a strand of his hair was cut off. He was able to use his saber to parry the attack. He laughed and said, "What a good sword move." If second brother hadn't reminded second sister-in-law that Master Xiao Cheng is good at the double swallow whirlpool, I would have really suffered a big loss. Lu Nerong remained calm and stretched out her arms. She didn't reach out to hold the long sword. Instead, she flicked a finger on the sword and patted the hilt with her other hand. The long sword spun rapidly in the air like a spinning top whipped by a child and flew towards Zhao Yingxuan. Even Zhao Yingxuan, who had been on the battlefield countless times at a young age, had a serious expression on his face. He didn't dare to rashly pull out his saber, fearing that the saber's momentum would be used by the woman. His second brother had said that the most exquisite move of the Fish Dragon Gang's old gang leader's fist cannon that shook Lingzhou was the teacher's 3 cupped hands technique. After 3 consecutive cupped hands, the strength would multiply. It was completely different from the common martial arts common sense that the first move would be used up, the second would be weakened, and the third would be exhausted. This Lu Nerong had clearly integrated the teacher's 3 cupped hands technique into the double swallow whirlpool swordsmanship. It was a bit tricky. Zhao Yingxuan made up his mind to avoid the fierce wind. He pulled out his saber and retreated. There was a door behind him. He suddenly exerted force with his back and smashed the wooden door. He retreated into the room in a slightly embarrassed manner. Seeing that Lu Nerong didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue him, he held the long sword. Finally, he couldn't hide the trace of blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yingxuan shook the saber in his hand and resumed his carefree attitude. He laughed and said, "Second sister-in-law, you're good with your sword." Lu Nerong wiped the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled. "I don't care about your mother." There was an awkward silence. The corner of Zhao Yingxuan's mouth twitched. Obviously, he didn't expect such a woman to swear. In fact, there were 2 other people in the room. However, whether it was Lu Nerong or Zhao Yingxuan, they didn't think that these 2 guys could do anything. She was just worried that they would be implicated. Lu Nerong didn't have the confidence that she would be lucky enough to survive a life-and-death battle with this swordsman who was only hiding his strength. Her eyes moved slightly, indicating that the 2 people in the room shouldn't act rashly. However, in the next moment, she was disappointed. Her disappointment was twofold. The first disappointment was that the young man with the same saber was standing by the window, motionless and indifferent. But what made Lu Nerong most anxious was that Wang Dashi didn't care about the situation. He shouted and rushed toward Zhao Yingxuan. The Fish Dragon Gang's unique skill was undoubtedly her grandfather's cannon hammer. It was a branch of one of the fist techniques of the 2 Zen temples. It didn't pursue the complexity of the routine, but focused on the instantaneous burst of power. If this set of fist techniques was supported by vigorous internal energy, the fist technique would naturally be brilliant. Unfortunately, in the hands of Wang Dashi, who had just joined the gang and hadn't been able to reach a higher level, it was just for show. Zhao Yingxuan even calmly waited for the fist to reach his face before kicking Wang Dashi's knee. He tilted his head slightly and let the fist miss. In the next moment, Bailiang's saber was placed on Wang Dashi's neck. Zhao Yingxuan held the saber in one hand and Wang Dashi's neck with the other. With a troubled expression, he muttered to himself, should I cut his neck or crush it? Lu Narong said, don't. Zhao Yingxuan heard the sound of horse hooves getting clearer and clearer outside the house. He knew that his second brother's side had victory in their hands. He also had the leisure to look for fun in a busy situation. He said with a smile, second sister-in-law, tell me. Little uncle is so fierce to let this trash go. Although Wang Daxi's skills were muddled, he still had some courage. Being restrained, he still blushed and shouted, Miss, don't. Lu Narong said expressionlessly, I'll tell you. Zhao Yingxuan's 5 fingers exerted force and lifted Wang Daxi's body up. Zhao Yingxuan took an inch and wanted a mile. He said, second sister-in-law, don't forget the word Li. Lu Narong was about to accept this humiliation. Just as she opened her mouth, she couldn't close it. Her eyes widened as if she had seen a demon. Zhao Yingxuan was like a dead fish. His eyes were filled with morbid blood vessels. He was already on the verge of death. Behind Zhao Yingxuan stood the man with the saber. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. After delivering the fatal blow, he didn't pull out his saber. He just pierced his palm into Zhao Yingxuan's back and broke his entire spine. Chapter 371. Wang Daxi originally thought that if he could die in front of Miss Lu in this life, he would not have been reincarnated in vain. However, he felt sorry for his father and ended the Wang family's bloodline here. For a small figure like him, Lu Narong was an otherworldly fairy girl. She was beautiful, gentle, kind-hearted, and had high martial arts skills. When he was in the fish dragon gang, Wang Daxi only needed to look at her from afar to feel hot all over and not feel tired after working for a whole day. If he was lucky enough to see her smile, he would definitely lose sleep at night. These years, he had slept on a big Kong with several senior brothers. Every night, he would listen to them talk about the Mississippi. He remembered that a few years ago, a senior brother recklessly made up a story about how he saw the Mrs. Bellyband drying in the yard. That night, he was beaten into a pig's head by the other senior brothers. However, it was said that after that, many senior brothers secretly asked about the color and style of the bellyband. Knowing that it was fake, they were willing to let their imaginations run wild. Wang Daxi was not qualified to join in the fun, so he could only look at Miss Lu Narong from afar. He knew that one day, the fairy in his heart would also go to help her husband and teach her children. Some time ago, he heard from his senior brother that the old gang leader had found a son from a rich family for the Mississippi. Wang Daxi was a little sad and envied his father for being able to fight to the death for the fish dragon gang. Su Fengnian let go of the body that had lost the support of the spine, bent down, and squatted down. He wiped his hands on Zhao Yingxuan's clothes and caught a glimpse of the Bailiang knife. Just now, he used his palm as a knife to stab into the guy's back. His middle finger could have easily blown up the entire spine, but to be careful, he instantly changed his hand from a knife to a claw. If the body fell into the eyes of an observant person, the realm displayed would not be too frightening. The reason why he hid in the fish dragon gang this time was not because of any conspiracy. He just wanted to go to Beimang on the way, so he asked Chu Lushan to make some arrangements. He replaced the housekeeper in the mansion of Wu San official and detained him in the prison of the Lingzhou government. He would only be released when the fish dragon gang returned from Beimang. The housekeeper who was sent to prison was probably still in the dark. Su Fengnian also did not expect that the fish dragon gang would be in a desperate situation at Tuma Pass. Since this matter did not start with him, he originally did not intend to intervene. His Royal Highness, who was cold by nature, had no interest in caring about the rise and fall of a third-rate gang in Bailiang. Hero to save the damsel in distress and win Lu Narong? Su Fengnian really did not have the leisure to do so. Just now in the room, Wang Daxi was in a daze while His Royal Highness was slowly flipping through a nameless knife manual. It was not an exaggeration to say that each word was worth 1,000 gold. It was the martial arts comprehension of Wang Xianji in Martial Emperor City. How much would you say it was worth? A knife manual had 64 pages. After reading a page and confirming that he had thoroughly chewed through it, he carefully tore off a page and destroyed it. From Bailiang Palace to Tuma Pass, he had only torn off 3 pages. Just as he was reading the 4th page to his heart's content, Zhao Yingxuan barged in. His Royal Highness, who had put the knife manual back into his bosom, could still tolerate it. Until this guy threatened Lu Nerong with Wang Daxi's life. Looking at the half-pack of soft chess pieces on the table that Wang Daxi from the Fish Dragon gang deliberately did not touch, coupled with the fact that His Royal Highness was nagging like a woman when it came to important matters, Zhao Yingxuan finally had the urge to kill him. As a result, Zhao Yingxuan could only go to the underworld to chat with someone else. Although Lu Nerong was shocked, she did not dwell too much on Zhao Yingxuan's death. Instead, she went to the window and saw that there was another corpse outside the inn. There was an arrow in the chest. Obviously, Gong Sun Yang had acted as a deterrent and found a mortal enemy of Xiao Cheng to take the initiative to kill him. However, these swift and fierce methods were like a drop in the bucket in front of the armored soldiers at Tuma Pass. After Su Fengnian sat down, he picked up a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly. He slowly said, "What about the goods in the cart?" It was not easy for Lu Nerong's impression of him to change a little, but as soon as he said this, it immediately changed back to its original state. Lu Nerong was burning with anxiety. She racked her brain but still could not think of a foolproof plan to bring the Fish Dragon gang out of the quagmire. She had no time to care about this unscrupulous man. She saw that Gong Sun Yang had nailed arrows into the ground in front of the horses, finally temporarily blocking the advance of the armored soldiers at Tuma Pass. It was impossible to escape. Zhou Ziru had personally led more than 10 elite cavalrymen. With this person's careful calculation, he must have arranged a series of traps in the backyard. The Fish Dragon gang had more than 30 people. As long as a dozen or so archers chose a good position, they would be able to drag the Fish Dragon gang down. At that time, only a few fish would escape the net. Facing Zhou Ziru's cavalrymen and the other two forces, she, Xiao Cheng, and Gong Sun Yang would not be able to escape the miserable fate of being slaughtered. Lu Nerong was faced with a dead knot created by several pairs of hands. Even if she had delicate hands, how could she untie it? Xiao Cheng walked into the room and saw the dead body at Wang Daxi's feet. He frowned. When he saw the Baoyang knife in the corpse's hand, he sighed and mistakenly thought that it was Lu Nerong's work. He thought that since Lu Nerong was determined to do this, he would die tonight. However, when Wang Daxi saw the high and mighty second gang leader arrive, he was grateful for young Master Su's life-saving grace. On the other hand, he was afraid and instinctively explained, "It was young Master Su who helped me kill this person." Of course, Xiao Cheng did not believe him. His eyes drifted to Lu Nerong, who had turned around by the window. The latter nodded. Xiao Cheng thought for a moment and said angrily, "Young Master Su, do you know that this person is a Baoyang soldier? How dare you kill him? The Fish Dragon gang will never associate with you. Get out and ask for punishment from the government." Xiao Cheng's righteous words could be heard both inside and outside the inn. When Zhou Ziru heard the news, his face became gloomy. Zhao Yingxuan was his sworn brother and had a bright future in the Baoyang army. Over the years, the Zhou family had spent at least 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver on their sworn brother. Not to mention, Zhou Ziru's father, who was the deputy commandant, had secretly done many favors for Zhao Yingxuan in hopes that in the future, Zhou Ziru and Zhao Yingxuan would be able to complement each other in the Baoyang frontier army and have a meteoric rise together. Who would have thought that they would die in their own territory? This made Zhou Ziru furious. He raised his head and said angrily to the archer of the Fish Dragon gang, "Old man, if you dare to stop me again, I will make sure you bring disaster to your whole family." Xiao Cheng's original intention was to transfer the anger outside the inn to young Master Su. He did not know the inside story of the machete man Zhao Yingxuan, so he added fuel to the fire and made Zhou Ziru determined to bury the Fish Dragon gang with his brother. In the eyes of the Lingzhou swordsmen who had been famous for a long time, as long as the soldiers at Tumbling Horse Pass did not get involved in this mess, the strength of the Fish Dragon gang was enough to deal with the other two groups of Jianghu people. He had obviously underestimated Zhou Ziru's ambition and appetite. Chapter 372. Lu Nerong didn't seem to expect her master to say such words. She was surprised. She looked at her master, who used to have the demeanor of a sword immortal. She turned to look at the man surnamed Su. After finishing the pastries, he gently clapped his hands and didn't intend to get up. Lu Narong wanted to say something but hesitated. She felt a little guilty. Xiao Chang couldn't wait to throw this pretentious idiot out of the window so that the horses could trample him into meat paste. He stubbornly believed that as long as the soldiers at the Fallen Horse Pass were not angry, he and the Fish Dragon gang would have a chance to escape. Su Fengnian saw that the number 1 swordsman of the Fish Dragon gang was a little flustered and exasperated, so he calmly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to divert the trouble. The most important person in today's trap is not your enemies, but Zhou Ziru of the Fallen Horse Pass. This guy not only wants to take more than 30 heads of the Fish Dragon gang in exchange for military merits in suppressing the bandits, but also wants to seize control of your disciple Lu Narong and control the Fish Dragon gang. Fortunately, he has a place in Lingzhou, the hinterland of Bailiang, and it will be much easier for him to do some shady business in the future. Zhou Ziru seems to be doing things very well. He will definitely eliminate the Fish Dragon gang. Lu Narong is beautiful and has the identity of the future leader of the Fish Dragon gang. She can protect herself and seek wealth in the chaos. Vice leader Xiao Chang is already so old. Do you think he will sell his ass to Zhou Ziru? Or do you want to be a servant girl for young Master Zhou to perform a sword dance?" Wang Dashi looked at the calm young Master Su and then looked at gang leader Xiao, who was so angry that his arm was trembling. Wang Dashi's expression was strange. Xiao Chang already hated this man surnamed Su to the bone, but after hearing the shocking inside story, he looked at Lu Narong. After seeing her nod, his heart was as dead as ashes. Then, as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw, he turned around and saw that there was no one outside the room. He turned his head and whispered, "Narong, I have worked for the Fish Dragon gang for 20 years. I have been cautious and conscientious. Have I ever done anything to betray the name of the Fish Dragon gang? Moreover, you and I are master and disciple, and I have taught you swordsmanship wholeheartedly. Have I ever had the slightest selfish intention of teaching my disciple to starve the master to death? Master knows that you would rather die than live in dishonor, but this matter involves the century-long plan of the Fish Dragon gang. Even if you are wronged, you still have to swallow your pride. As long as you have a connection with Zhou Zizu, the Fish Dragon gang won't have to worry about financial resources in the future. Taking a step back, as long as we leave Falling Horse Pass, it won't be too late for you and me to fall out with Zhou Ziru. Where there's life, there's hope. Master can promise you that when the time comes, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely help you get back at Zhou Ziru. If you don't believe me, Xiao Chang can swear to the heavens." Hearing this, Wang Dashi was stunned. This deputy leader used to be so heroic and heroic. He had done all kinds of heroic deeds and even a pawn of the Fish Dragons admired him. Why was he acting like this at the moment of life and death? In the past, when they watched acrobatics in the downtown area, the old people of Shishu had the unique skill of changing faces, but it seemed that they were not even half as good as Xiao Chang's. Su Fengnian said indifferently, "What Xiao Chang said is reasonable. Not only did you take into account the overall situation of the Fish Dragons, but you also guaranteed that you and Xiao Chang would be out of danger. You have put a lot of thought into this. I think old boss Lu will be extremely grateful after this. He might as well marry his granddaughter to Hero Xiao. This old man and his young wife are a match made in heaven. I congratulate the two of you first." These words were so vicious. Thinking about how he wanted Xiao Chang to sell his ass to Zhou Ziru and how he coquettishly played a sword dance, His Royal Highness's eloquence had obviously reached a very high level. Even Wang Dashi, who was usually the most docile and patient nobody, wanted to slap Xiao Chang a few times when he saw the so-called hero Xiao Chang's sanctimonious and ugly face. Su Fengnian did not forget to turn his head. He glanced at Lu Narong and asked, "Miss Lu, what do you think of this marriage? When the time comes, don't forget to send me a wedding invitation." Xiao Chang said angrily, "How dare you?" Lu Narong shouted at Su Fengnian and Master Xiao Chang together, "Shut up." Xiao Chang originally had a strong intention to kill with his sword, but when he heard Lu Narong's crying voice, he realized that if he killed in front of her, He might really be implicated and lose his life in the inn. Lu Nerong said in a low voice, "Xiao Chang, our relationship as master and disciple ends here. Lu Nerong will not compromise with Zhou Ziru today. If you leave now, you may still have a chance." Xiao Chang's expression was uncertain. He snorted coldly and turned to leave without hesitation. At this time, Lu Nerong finally began to sob. From a child to a young girl, and then to a woman, the longing and reverie of Jianghu for more than 20 years was shattered at this moment like a bronze mirror. Su Fengnian stood up and did not look at the weeping Lu Nerong. He walked to the window and whispered, "If you endure for a while, there will probably be a turnaround. The Tuma Pass is not Zhou Ziru's Tuma Pass alone. The second in command, Captain Han Tao, has always been at odds with Zhou Ziru's father. If I remember correctly, there has been a direct supervisor patrolling the Tuma Pass recently. If Han Tao still has some brains, he will not miss this great opportunity to suppress Zhou Ziru and his father's arrogance. But when the time comes, the Fish Dragon gang will have to pray for good luck. At that time, if someone covets your beauty, I guess you won't be able to hold on much longer, right? Your chivalrous master is right about one thing. In the long run, as long as you are willing to sacrifice yourself for the Fish Dragon gang, you will only lose 30 fighters tonight. In the future, with the support of the Bailiang Frontier Army and a lot of money in your hands, you will not be afraid that you won't be able to recruit henchmen who are willing to work for you. You are nothing more than a concubine for the army. If you want to be a concubine, then be a concubine. Maybe you can even become the Empress of Lingzhou's Jianghu." Lu Nerong stood behind Su Fengnian and looked at the back of the man with the sword with teary eyes. She shook her head and said, "This is not the Jianghu I want." Su Fengnian sneered and said, "Then you should beg Captain Han Tao to fight with Zhou Ziru." To be honest, the woman with the Beimang accent has a great background. Not every noble woman can wear a Xianbei dragon head jade belt. If Han Tao has a normal relationship with the newly appointed Captain Gui Yi, he may not be able to take advantage of him. At that time, you will die even more miserably in the hands of Zhou Ziru. You can't even survive, and you still want to talk to me about your Jianghu. Lu Nerong smiled bitterly and said, "In the past, you rarely said a word along the way. I thought that you were afraid of the Fish Dragon gang. Only today did I know that your words are so sharp and mean." Su Fengnian put his hands on the windowsill and squinted his eyes and said, "A real villain with ugly words is better than those hypocrites who do ugly things." Lu Nerong was sad and asked blankly, "If the captain you mentioned didn't appear, would you help us?" Su Fengnian sneered and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Nerong turned around resolutely. It seemed that she was determined to die. Wang Dashi looked at Su Fengnian and also left. To be able to fight side by side with Miss and then die together, even if their bodies were far away, this was the best Jianghu for Wang Dashi. Chapter 373. Su Fengnian picked up the half packet of soft pastry from the table and walked out of the room to the room where the bandits were locked up. After sitting down, he saw the pitiful man who was first used as a pawn and then abandoned as a pawn. Perhaps he had been drugged with a drug that could soften his muscles and soften his bones. Even now, his face was flushed and his body was weak. Fortunately, no one would come here. Otherwise, if they saw His Royal Highness staying in the same room with this man who looked like a fish on a chopping board, it would be fine if they were alone, but they were two men. What would happen next would probably be very unbearable. Su Fengnian moved a chair and sat by the window. The window was not high, and Su Fengnian was tall and straight. He stretched his neck and could see what was going on in the inn's courtyard. He tasted the soft and delicious pastry. Of course, it was not to say that His Royal Highness would help just for a packet of pastry. It was said that only when one was full would they do something boring. At that time, His Royal Highness did not even eat. It was just that Wang Dashi was the only one in the Fish Dragon gang who was sincerely close to His Royal Highness. There was no utilitarian motive. Moreover, Zhao Yingxuan's behavior was too improper. As for what would happen to Lu Nerong, Su Fengnian would not take the lead. This matter was originally the fate of the Fish Dragon gang, and it was Lu Nerong's destiny as the future leader of the Fish Dragon gang. To put it bluntly, with his Royal Highness background, if he was in a hurry to stand up for Lu Nirong, then wouldn't Pei Nanwei just throw a flirtatious glance at him, and Su Fengmian would have to bring tens of thousands of cavalrymen to fight with the king of Jing and in the Central Plains? As the ancient saying goes, kindness begets enmity begets kindness begets kindness begets kindness begets kindness begets hatred. Su Fengmian slowly ate the pastries, not paying any attention to the bandit's suspicious gaze. He was thinking about the little pawn Wang Dashi, who had just crossed the river. Right now he had nothing left, nothing to worry about, and was willing to die together with Lu Nirong. If he was lucky enough to survive today, after a period of wealth and power, when he had the opportunity to possess the body of the fairy in his heart, Lu Nirong, without having to pay any price, how would he choose? If the answer was yes, then looking back, wouldn't Wang Dashi be a bad person? Su Fengmian saw several impatient members of the fish dragon gang trying to stop the horses of the government. One of them was shot in the chest by an arrow and died. Another person's face was cut open by a Baoyang knife from the horse's back. He rolled on the ground and howled. Then he was trampled to death by the horse's hooves by a knight who played a trick on the horse. The fish dragon gang then realized that the enemy had no intention of being reasonable at all. This aroused the blood of the men of Jianghu, and they wanted to fight to the death with the three forces that had broken into the courtyard of the inn one after another. With the archery expert Gong Sunyang providing support upstairs, Lu Nirong escaped death twice. This was also thanks to the fact that Zhou Ziru, who was quite ruthless in horse battles, did not point his spear at her. Su Fengmian swallowed the pastries and found that Wang Dashi was not there. He turned his head and asked vaguely, "What did you do?" The man's thigh was badly mutilated and his bones could almost be seen. Obviously, he did not have an easy time against Zhao Yingchuan and had a psychological shadow of the young man with the knife. When he heard His Royal Highness question, he quickly replied, "I robbed and killed a group of Beimang merchants who came to our territory to do fur business. Then we became wanted by Baoyang." Su Fengmian nodded and said, "It seems that the group of merchants has a close relationship with our Baoyang frontier army. Did they put you on the list in the name of robbing Baoyang border merchants?" The man nodded with a sad face and endured the bone-piercing pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, you are a wise man. I heard that there is a new military officer named Gui Yi here. Isn't it because all the officers who lead the troops want to show off their achievements to their new master? We just happened to bump into him. It's bad luck that we are not skilled enough. We can't blame Jianghu for being too deep." Su Fengmian chuckled and said, "You are quite aware." The man was afraid that the young master with the knife in front of him would smear the knife on his body without a word, so he quickly found a topic to talk about to divert the pain from his body. "This damned knockout drug, you should have used more of it so that he would have fainted." The man's face was twisted because of the pain, and his eyes were slightly cautious as he asked carefully, "Young master, have you heard of the new military officer named Gui Yi?" Su Fengmian glanced at the scene in the courtyard and still did not see Wang Dashi. He frowned and said, "Wang Dashi used to be the second master of the Qingshan villa in the Central Plains. After it was trampled by the Baoyang cavalry, a large group of homeless dogs spent all day thinking about how to fight against the Baoyang palace. Later, more and more of them died, and almost all of them were wiped out. They had no choice but to learn to be smart and no longer make things difficult for Su Shao and the other important figures. They would chop down anyone they saw in the palace with red eyes. 3 years ago, there was a servant girl from a poor family who came home to give money to her parents. On the way home, she was kidnapped and taken away. By the time the people from the palace arrived, the girl's entire lower body could not be seen. If I had been there." At this point, Su Fengmian paused and laughed self-deprecatingly. "It seems that there was nothing we could have done. That military officer Gui Yi betrayed the last group of survivors of the Qingshan villa and tipped off the palace. As a result, the old master, one of his brothers, and more than 20 relatives who were still alive after hiding for many years, were all killed by the Baoyang cavalry. I also heard that this ruthless guy entered the palace and met the king of Baoyang. Not only was he rewarded with a few martial arts secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion, but he also got a 5th-rank military officer Gui Yi. His luck has changed, and it's true that the old saying in the Jianghu is that selling something is better than selling one's brothers. The more the man listened, the more frightened he became. He asked uneasily, "Young master, you're really well informed. Are you a government official like the young general?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I'm closer to the fish dragon gang now." The man's leg bled even more. His hands gripped the arms of the chair tightly, and his head was covered in cold sweat. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said respectfully, "Young master, you have an impressive appearance. I can tell at first glance that you're a man of great fortune. After surviving this disaster, you'll definitely achieve great things." Su Fengnian finally saw Wang Dashi show up in the courtyard downstairs. The fish dragon gang had already lost 6 or 7 hot-blooded men, including the one who had checked into the inn at dusk and spat at the feet of His Royal Highness. He was the last corpse lying on the ground. He was stabbed diagonally in the chest by a spear, and then his head was cut off by another knight who skillfully cooperated with him. If the previous few people fought with their lives on the line, then this guy didn't take his life seriously at all. After all, if he went forward, he would die. With several bloody corpses on the ground as an example, if he ran forward to show off his courage, he would die in vain. When he was killed by a spear and a knife, there was no one beside him except for Lu Narong. Fortunately, Wang Dashi, whose legs were trembling for a long time, kept punching his legs and even slapped himself twice. Only then did he finally manage to get his trembling legs to listen to him. He shouted loudly to boost his courage. Halfway through, he picked up the sword of a senior martial brother and charged into the formation. He closed his eyes and slashed wildly. Those people who had killed their way into the inn probably found it funny, so they were not in a hurry to get rid of this kid who did not pose the slightest threat. Lu Narong looked around and found no one else except for the enemy. When the members of the fish dragon gang behind her looked at her, they all lowered their heads and retreated in fear. Upstairs, Gong Sun Yang shot 31 arrows. At first, he killed 4 people with 6 arrows, but none of them were soldiers of the Tumbling Horse Pass. Later, he realized that there was no room to maneuver, so he began to capture the leader first. However, all the arrows were easily caught by the old man raised by the mink woman. Gong Sun Yang knew that even if the old man was not a top master in the Vajra realm, he was not far from it. He stroked the big horn bow and then broke the bowstring. Then he slowly went downstairs, limping silently behind Lu Narong. Zhou Ziru, who had not dismounted from the beginning, turned his horse around and leisurely and arrogantly circled around with his horse. He looked down at Lu Narong, who was covered in blood, and the corners of his mouth raised in a gloomy arc, with great satisfaction and pride. Su Fengnian said to himself, "Here he comes." The man on the chair didn't hear him clearly, so he whispered to himself, "Young master, I snatched a yellowed knife manual a few years ago. I can't read, so I went to a brothel and kept a literate girl for 2 months. I opened the manual word by word and memorized it. If you want to learn it, you can take me out of the inn, and I can slowly dictate it to you." Chapter 374. Su Fengnian's back was facing the door. He seemed to be absent-minded and did not hear the man's tempting offer. An untimely rumble of horse hooves came from afar. It was abnormally ear-piercing to Zhou Ziru's ears. Zhou Ziru, who had always been confident, turned his head to look. In the dark night, a string of torches stretched out like a mountain. No less than 100 riders had suddenly arrived. The leader of the group was a middle-aged general dressed in armor. He had an extremely unfamiliar face, but judging from his armor, he was at least a 5th-ranked general in the Northern Liang Army. This was definitely not an existence that could be shaken by the vice-captain of the Toppling Horse Pass or the Hanging Bow Commandant. What made Zhou Ziru feel even more uneasy was that there was a rider beside this general. It was Captain Chong, who was second only to his father at Tumbling Horse Pass. Han Tao, who was riding his horse straight into the inn, glanced at Zhou Ziru and sneered, "TSK, Zhou Ziru, you have great ability. Is your father Deputy Captain Zhichong or are you Deputy Captain Zhichong?" The last word, was obviously raised in pitch. Many people liked to say this when the upper echelons of the bureaucracy suppressed people. Zhou Ziru lowered his head and cupped his hands. A hint of viciousness flashed through his eyes as he said calmly, reporting to Captain Han, "There are bandits colluding with the Lingzhou fish dragon gang. I heard the news and received permission from Deputy Captain Zhichong to bring my troops to the inn. I was afraid that these bandits would escape. If there was anything wrong during this time, I sincerely hope that Captain Han can tell me. I am willing to accept any punishment." A rider slowly stepped into the inn. Han Tao took the initiative to move out of the way so that this general could have a good view. There was nothing he could do about it. This Captain Guo Yi was a ferocious man who had personally met the great general and even received a reward from him. "Don't bring up Captain Guo Yi's ungrateful past in front of me. It's no big deal, just let out a fart and it will all be over." Right now, Huangfu Guoyi was undoubtedly the most popular figure in Beiliang. If it weren't for the fact that Han Tao had connections in the court, he wouldn't have been able to connect with him. Today, Zhou Ziru and his son had bad luck and bumped into a knife. If it were in the past, Han Tao would have pinched his nose and turned a blind eye. After all, the father and son were powerful and influential. However, today was the day that Commandant Gui was patrolling the border city. If Han Tao let this opportunity slip through his fingers, he might as well chop off his own hands. How would he be able to touch the white breasts of the beautiful concubines? 10,000 meticulous schemes, one rank higher, all became a joke. Zhou Ziru dared to take responsibility for his actions and even dared to admit defeat. Captain Guo Yi glanced at Zhou Ziru, who was bowing with his head lowered. He smiled warmly and said, "Zhou Ziru, right? Although I haven't been in office for long, I have already heard of your heroic name. Today, I see with my own eyes that you live up to your reputation." Not bad, not bad. Han Tao was stunned for a moment. Zhou Ziru keenly caught a trace of confusion in Han Tao's eyes. He knew that his father had a lot of empty space in the Beiliang frontier army. He could slowly fill it with gold, silver, beauties, and antiques. This made Zhou Ziru, who originally wanted to expose the fact that someone had killed the Beiliang soldier Zhao Yingchuan, was willing to suffer in silence. He glanced at Lu Nerong. In the future, when he got her on the bed, he had many ways to make her life worse than death. On the way here, Captain Guo Yi had already guessed from Han Tao's vague words that this Captain Guo Yi had some relationship with the backer of the Fish Dragon gang. He threw a glance at Han Tao, smiled slightly, and left first. Zhou Ziru followed closely behind. The mink-forehead woman looked unhappy, but the five-clawed golden old man beside her whispered in her ear. Only then did she leave angrily. The Jianghu people who came to seek revenge on Xiao Cheng immediately scattered. The thunder was loud and the rain was not light, but at least not everyone was drenched. However, this also set off the innocent and pitiful Fish Dragon gang members who died in front of Lu Nerong. Xiao Cheng probably failed to escape from the backyard. He came to the front yard with a calm face, coughed lightly, and ordered the gang members to come back to their senses and clean up the mess. Facing Lu Nerong's cold eyes, the second leader's face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. "You are just a little girl who has not yet been in power, and you are also my disciple. What can you do?" Lu Nerong walked back to the inn in silence. Wang Dashi was still at a loss. He fell to the ground and his hands and feet were weak. On the second floor, the man who had been enduring the pain and desperately accumulating chi finally got rid of the knockout powder. Using his left leg as a support, he stood up and suddenly threw a punch at the young man's back. If he succeeded, an ordinary martial artist would definitely bleed from the 7 orifices of his head. He did not have any knife manual. He was just stalling for time. Since this young man who had just entered the Jianghu did not know the unfathomable ways of the world and the depths of people's hearts, he would not be polite. Su Fengnian's clothes fluttered slightly. The martial artist, who was known for his fierce punches, was about to burst. He found that his punch was 3 inches away from the young man's back, but it could not go any further. It was as if he had hit an invisible iron wall. There must be masters of this level in the world, but how could he believe that he would meet one in this small inn? Knowing that things were not going well, the experienced man was about to withdraw his fist and retreat. An even more terrifying emotion enveloped his body. The man found that he had already used all his strength to retreat, but his body did not move an inch. He watched as the young man, whose back was facing him, stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the knife hanging at his waist. The scabbard hit his chest, lightly. It was like the morning bell of a temple. The sea of qi in his body suddenly exploded. He died, bleeding from the 7 orifices of his head. Su Fengnian did not feel anything after killing the man. He only thought of the Jianghu. He remembered that when he was young, he heard an experienced guard servant talk about the Jianghu. The old man's words were humorous. He said that in the Jianghu, there was a hero who used a knife. One time, he wandered the Jianghu and met a person. "Hey, your nickname is Knife Copying Ghost?" "So am I." That person laughed and said that it was a coincidence. And then what? Didn't he find an opportunity to stab the other person's back with a black knife? Was there only one knife-copying ghost in the world? His Royal Highness thought it was funny at first. He could not understand the old man's self-mockery and the loneliness in his eyes. It was a long time later that he learned that the old man's real nickname was Knife-Copying Ghost. The other person was a good brother he met when he was young. For the sake of their brotherhood, the old man even rejected the girl he liked and quietly left the Jianghu. He traveled the Jianghu north and south to uphold justice. When they met again later, he learned that the girl who married his brother had died of depression and illness. After drinking, that brother almost crushed his chest with a knife. Only then did he know how much the girl had suffered in those years and how much jealousy and hatred had accumulated in his brother's heart. Later on, a young man from Jianghu came to the armory to seek revenge for his father's death. After he was captured, the old man actually knelt before His Highness the Crown Prince and begged for mercy. Only then did the truth emerge. Su Fengnian was very generous. Seeing the old man's sincerity, not only did he release the disgraced brother, he also casually threw away 2 secret manuals in the martial library. What happened after that? About 3 years later, the old man went out for a walk and was beheaded by the boy using the swordsmanship in the secret manual. Perhaps the old man and the boy had a tacit understanding. One wanted to die, while the other wanted revenge. However, this assassination made His Royal Highness, who felt that he had been played for a fool, fly into a rage. In a fit of anger, he led people to capture the assassin. At the last moment, he remembered the old man's open-mindedness in the Tide listening pavilion and finally gritted his teeth and let him go. This kind of shameless thing, if heard from others as a topic of idle conversation, would only be preposterous. But if it really happened to oneself, how would one feel? Su Fengnian had seen too much of the so-called Jianghu people's heroism and filth, the gentleman and the villain. He had seen many heroic people outside the Bailiang Palace, many people kneeling and begging for mercy inside the Bailiang Palace. He had seen many people who wanted to cut him into pieces even though they had never met him before. Many times, His Royal Highness was not even 10 years old, but there were too many martial artists who had entered the prince's mansion and had the opportunity to walk up to the crown prince of Bailiang. In the end, without any suspense, their corpses would be fed to the dogs. Other people knew about the cruelty of Jianghu, probably like Lu Nirong, who would learn about it very late, so late that it might be the last moment of their lives. However, Su Fengnian was glad that he was the son of the butcher, Su Shao. He had learned about it early and lived a long life. Just like that, he had lived a seemingly glorious and enviable life until today. In Jianghu, there were many honest people who tried to reason with others by putting themselves in their shoes, but others would use their fists to reason with them. If you used your fists to reason with them, they would use their mouths full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality to argue with you. How could he reason with them? Su Fengnian only lowered his head and glanced at the spring thunder saber that had killed without being unsheathed. Chapter 375. The Jianghu of Yusong was just a child's Jianghu. He naively thought that as long as it was Jianghu, it would be better than a stick of sugar-coated haws. In the Jianghu of young people, most of them were like Wang Dashi, who was used to being bullied by the fish dragon gang. In his heart, there was an unattainable woman. When he was in danger, he didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it was enough to die with her. But in the Jianghu of adults, it was rare for someone like the old man in the sheepskin fur coat to say, "Swords, come," on the mountain peak, and 2 waves of thousands of swords flew over. The one who was miserable was Han Xiangma, a bodyguard from the border of the Jian province. He died as soon as he entered the Jianghu. Most of them were better off, or like the Dongyue swordsman Lu Qiantang, they were successful and famous, but they died in the Jianghu. Han Tao left a few soldiers behind to clean up the mess with the fish dragon gang. After all, there were more than 10 people dead and injured, and it was not a small matter. How to clean up the mess would be a test of Han Tao's ability to lead troops and be an official. Nowadays, no matter how many undercurrents there were in the imperial court, on the surface, the world was still peaceful and prosperous. Relying on military merits on the battlefield to get a promotion was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Most of the time, it was just a small matter. The fish dragon gang suffered a great loss this time, but they escaped from death, so they were more relieved than sad. The second leader, Xiao Chang, took out 30 taels of silver to give to those soldiers. It was not that the fish dragon gang could not pay more, but these soldiers were obviously the direct subordinates of the Weeping Gong commandant. After all, they were just small officials who could not make the final decision. If their appetite was inflated, it would be difficult for them to deal with Han Tao in the future. In the fish dragon gang, only the experienced Xiao Chang had a good grasp of the trade-off. Lu Nerong did not expose Xiao Chang's face upstairs. It could be seen that after the disaster, she had matured a lot in an instant. Su Fengnian placed the dead Jianghu bandit back on the chair. After finishing this business, he saw Lu Nerong standing at the door with a frosty face. Su Fengnian calmly said, "Zhao Yingchuan not only drugged this man, he also poisoned him. He's dead." Lu Nerong glanced at the blood flowing out of the 7 orifices of the corpse on the chair. It was the usual scarlet color. She mocked, "Surnamed Su, do you think I'll believe you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Su Fengnian knew she was still holding a grudge against him for not helping her when she was in danger. He laughed and said, "Zhao Yingchuan was killed by me. Do you want to report this to the authorities? If I am caught and beheaded, how can the fish dragon gang return to Lingzhou and explain to the dignified secondary class, rank 4 martial scholar?" Lu Nerong stared at this man who could be so shameless. It was as if her eyes would be dirted if she looked at him any longer. She turned around and sneered, "No matter what reason you have for killing Zhao Yingchuan, you have helped the fish dragon gang. I am not that ungrateful. Even if you need thousands of taels of silver to settle this matter, Lu Nerong will not frown." Su Fengnian stood at the edge of the chair. "Thank you, Miss Lu." When Lu Nerong stepped over the threshold, she paused for a moment and slowly said, "In my opinion, you're even worse than Xiao Chang." Su Fengnian just smiled and did not refute. When he returned to the room where the door was broken by Zhao Yingchuan, he saw Wang Dashi sitting on the edge of the bed and shivering. Obviously, he had not recovered from the fight in the inn's courtyard. For a young man who had just stepped into the Jianghu, the scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere was really beyond his ability to bear. Especially the kind of one-sided slaughter in front of the armed soldiers of the government. It would probably be deeply imprinted in the young man's heart and could not be erased for the rest of his life. Wang Dashi looked up at Su Fengnian and reluctantly squeezed out a smile and called him young Master Su. Su Fengnian nodded and continued to sit on the chair by the window. He took out the inconspicuous knife manual from his arms and continued to study it. The more than 20 knife moves of the covering thunder stacking armor could all be verified in the manual. The knife manual was not limited to the creation and elaboration of the moves. Between the lines, there was a sense of a lion hunting a rabbit that only the second in the world, Wang Xianji, possessed. When he lowered his head to read it, he said softly, "Let me eat that bag of pastries. I'll return it to you later." Wang Dashi, who was flattered, quickly waved his hand and said, no need to return it. Young Master Su is too polite." Su Fengnian caught a glimpse of the young man's cautiousness from the corner of his eye. He thought of the scene in the courtyard where he slashed the enemy with his sword. He smiled and asked, "Old Lu of the Fish Dragon Gang is a master of both internal and external martial arts. He's a master of the fish dragon gang. He pays attention to reason and qi. How come you're so weak? Did no one teach you what to learn? Wang Dashi was afraid that young Master Su would misunderstand and belittle the fish dragon gang, so he said in a panic, "Yes, they did teach me. It's just that my comprehension is too poor and I can't grasp the gist of it. My senior brothers are very capable." Su Fengnian did not expose Wang Dashi's lie. Most of the sects and clans were filled with experts, and the real martial arts skills had to be taught orally by the masters. Otherwise, the slightest difference would lead to a huge difference. Otherwise, the saying that a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime would have no basis. Wang Dashi was a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone, so who would be willing to spend time and effort to nurture him? The old story of the poor learning literature and the rich learning martial arts had been passed down for hundreds of years. If one really wanted to stand out in martial arts, one had to rely on luck and more on financial resources. To become a disciple of a master required a large amount of monetary gifts, and the amount was directly related to the master's skills. After becoming a disciple of a master, it was not something that could be done once and for all. One still had to support the master, and other than giving gifts during festivals, one also had to be discerning enough to take the initiative to buy all kinds of clothes for the master. Moreover, in martial arts competitions, if one was injured, one would need to take care of one's muscles and bones, then it would be a terrifying expense with no end in sight. Why would famous sects and clans let people sharpen their minds to join? Apart from having famous teachers, a large part of the reason was that the large sects and clans provided a lot of cheap or even free medical treatment. Moreover, there was no lack of martial arts partners to help each other improve. As long as one's own seedlings were good, it was equivalent to having no worries. It was a pity that Wang Dashi was an orphan who had lost his parents, and all his savings were the copper coins that were given by the sect every month, which had been emptied by his senior brothers. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I can't eat your cake for free. I have a set of Wudang's simplest fist technique incantations here. It's not worth much, and there's no suspicion of it being passed down to outsiders. If you want to learn, you can memorize as many of the 800 words incantations as you can tonight." As if struck by lightning, Wang Dashi fell to his knees with a thud. His shoulders trembled as he choked and said, "Please teach me, young master." Su Fengnian did not say anything to comfort him. He allowed Wang Dashi to kneel on the ground. He began to slowly recite the set of fist technique incantations. After some slight modifications, he explained the profound in simple terms. He had already removed many obscure Taoist terms and only extracted the incantations that could be used as soon as he got hold of them. If this method was seen by the Taoist masters, they would definitely be unable to restrain themselves from cursing him for being a prodigal son. One must know that this set of fist technique incantations came from the mouth of Wudang's chief, Hong Shixiang. Who was the one riding the bull? After the people of the world guessed whether this earth immortal from the underworld had been dismembered or ascended, they learned that Wudang Mountain had such a set of incantations. They began to crazily flock to Wudang Mountain. Chapter 376. Originally, Wudang Mountain followed the wishes of the headmaster and did not put this set of fist techniques on a shelf or deliberately omitted its essence. Anyone who wanted to learn it could come to Wudang Mountain to learn it. However, Jianghu was dangerous and unpredictable, causing many troubles for the peaceful Wudang Mountain. For example, some ruthless martial artists who saw the Taoist priests practicing on the Big Lotus Peak were not satisfied, so they captured a Taoist priest who knew the formula and interrogated him. After that, they threw the corpse into the wilderness, fearing that they would miss something or doubt the tolerance of Wudang Mountain. Even after killing a Taoist priest who knew the formula, they still did not feel at ease, so they killed several people before leaving the mountain. This caused the distressed Wudang Mountain to have no choice but to seal the mountain. Other than pilgrims who burned incense, the 72 peaks all refused visitors from Jianghu. Therefore, Wang Dashi's kneeling for an entire night was not considered a grievance. However, Su Fengnian spoke until his mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. He repeated the formula 7 or 8 times, but Wang Dashi only remembered about 50 or 60% of it. It seemed that the fish dragon gang's evaluation of this youth's aptitude was not exaggerated. Later on, Wang Daxi's head hung lower and lower, fearing that young Master Su would despise him for being stupid. However, young Master Su did not show the slightest bit of impatience. His tone was calm, and he spoke tirelessly. This made the youth feel more and more guilty. Later on, when he made a mistake in his answer, the youth actually cried and raised his head with red eyes and said that he did not want to learn. Su Fengnian was not a fiery clay bodhisattva. He himself had a photographic memory. No matter how slow he was in practicing the saber, even the old god of swords Li Chungang had to admit that he had half of his comprehension when he practiced the sword. It should be known that Li Chungang had entered the first rank when he was 20 years old. After that, except for the Earth Immortal realm, the other 3 realms were like a hot knife cutting through butter in just 5 or 6 years. How bad could Su Fengnian's constitution be? As for the people around His Royal Highness, to be able to walk beside him, it was obvious that they were all carefully selected. There were very few idiots among them. It would be self-deceiving to say that Wang Daxi, whose aptitude was mediocre, was not the least bit depressed. However, what really made His Royal Highness angry was the youth's words that he did not want to learn. Su Fengnian breathed in and out, relaxing his expression. He no longer repeated the formula, but chuckled softly. You don't want to learn it? Then you can wait to watch Lu Nerong's back for the rest of your life. The youth's skin was thin, and when his thoughts were exposed, his face turned as red as the buttocks of the monkeys on Mount Wudong. No matter what, the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Su Fengnian let Wang Daxi, whose legs had already lost all feeling, stand up and sit on the edge of the bed. Seeing that Wang Daxi carefully put only half of his butt on the bed, Su Fengnian smiled softly and said, I used to know a person who was born in a poor family. He didn't study and couldn't read. When he was young, he only did some farm work like chopping firewood and feeding pigs. Later, he took over his father's property and became a blacksmith. If there was anything special about him, it was that he was stronger than the average person. He had been blacksmithing for more than 20 years and didn't even have time to save money to get married. Wang Daxi was confused. He did not know what young Master Su was trying to say. From his point of view, young Master Su was not only good-looking, but also had a good temperament. He must be from an aristocratic family that the people of Jianghu envied the most. This kind of person probably had a profound meaning behind his words. The simple youth did not dare to continue the conversation. Su Fengnian laughed. It was this kind of person who became a very powerful swordsman. His Royal Highness remembered some embarrassing events of the past and could not help but laugh. A very powerful master. Wang Daxi looked at young Master Su, who had a pair of phoenix eyes, and for the first time revealed a sincere smile. Wang Daxi was stunned. He felt that only this kind of person was worthy of Miss Lu Nerong. Su Fengnian looked at the bright sky outside the window. He estimated that it would not be long before the rooster crows could be heard. He stood up and said, this set of incantations is called Wudong Fist Arts, but it actually focuses on nourishing the qi and spirit. It does not specify how to circulate the qi in the body. You will have to rely on yourself to figure it out day after day, year after year. When Wang Daxi heard this, he could not help but want to kneel down and express his gratitude. Su Fengnian stood up and joked, don't bully a young man for being poor. A young man has gold under his knees. Don't kneel. If you kneel too much, don't mention the gold under your knees, even the copper coins will run away. Wang Daxi stood up and scratched his head with a blushing face. Su Fengnian walked out of the room alone. He wanted to go outside the inn to find some breakfast to fill his stomach. The front yard had been cleaned up, but there were still some bloodstains from last night's fierce battle in some hidden corners. After leaving the courtyard, Su Fengnian stretched his body. He spent 8 copper coins to buy 4 big meat buns. He gnawed on them as he walked, grease dripping from his mouth. A meat bun of this size could not be bought for 6 copper coins in Gangnam-do. Unknowingly, he arrived at the platform of the old city ruins. The corner of his mouth curled up as he saw the child named Yusong practicing boxing with a few of his peers. Of course, he was just practicing blindly with a child's temperament. He was babbling and yelling, and there was a book bag sewn by his parents by his feet. Su Fengnian walked up to the platform and squatted at the edge of the platform to deal with the third meat bun. When Yusong, who had touched the spring thunder saber, saw Su Fengnian, he hurriedly stopped and jogged over. He had an innocent smile on his face. He deliberately raised his voice and said, "Big brother, when I returned to the village yesterday, I told them that I had touched your saber. They didn't believe me and said I was bragging." Su Fengnian reached out and patted the child's head. He was kind enough to clear his name and said, Yusong wasn't bragging. The 4 or 5 children surrounded Su Fengnian and envied Yusong from the bottom of their hearts. Su Fengnian's eyes were sharp. He saw that the child, Yusong, kept glancing at a little girl standing in the distance. She was thin and petite, and her clothes were sewn even better than Yusong's. Her hands were clasped behind her back. She wanted to join in the fun, but she did not have the courage. She only dared to lower her head and look at the tattered hemp shoes that exposed her toes. Su Fengnian, who was about to eat the meat bun, smiled and stopped. He rubbed his stomach and said helplessly, "I ate 5 or 6 in a row. I'm full. It's a pity to throw away these 2. Yusong, help big brother eat one." Yusong hesitated for a moment. A gluttonous fat boy nearby did not hold back and shouted that he wanted to eat. Su Fengnian handed one to the fat boy. Only then did Yusong take the other one. Seeing big brother give him a look, the child smiled knowingly. He held the meat bun with both hands and ran to find his childhood sweetheart. It was unknown what he said, but after much persuasion, he finally convinced the girl. In the end, they each ate half of the meat bun. Su Fengnian quietly gave Yusong a thumbs up. Yusong grinned. After the fat boy and the others tasted the delicious meat bun that cost 2 copper coins, they knew that if they did not go to the private school, they would be beaten by the teacher. With a whoosh, they picked up their bags and ran away. Su Fengnian walked to Yusong and the little girl's side. Only then did he see that the latter's 10 fingers were full of frostbite and were bleeding profusely. If such a pair of small hands had to wash clothes in the stream or work in the fields in the mountains, how painful would it be? Su Fengnian did not make a sound. He only squatted down and listened to Yusong talk about the trivial matters in and out of the village. Only then did he know that 2 years ago, a scholar had appeared in the village. Probably because the villagers were shallow and thought that it was a great honor to their family, Yusong's village joined forces with the other 2 villages to fork out money to invite a scholar who was determined to become an official, this old man's son, to open a school to teach. The teacher was honest and strict, and had a good reputation. He continued to teach here for several years. To the parents of children like Yusong and the other villagers, becoming a scholar was out of their reach. They did not even dare to think about it. They only thought that it was good that their children could read. Yusong proudly smiled at His Royal Highness and said that this old man's son had said that his handwriting was not bad. In the future, he could replace this old man's son in writing couplets for the villagers. At this time, the little girl also smiled. She was gentle and timid, and the expression in her eyes was like a sweet mountain spring. At this time, more than 10 riders galloped out of Tiaoma Pass. Their armor was bright and clear, and Yusong looked at them with reverence. Behind the group of horses were several black-skinned scoundrels who had a bad reputation around Tiaoma Pass. They ran with all their might. Every time the group of riders ran a certain distance, they had to slow down and wait for the few people who were running with all their might. Each and every one of the riders had a look of disdain on their faces. The little girl was meticulous. She tugged at the corner of Yusong's clothes and pointed in the direction of the village. She was somewhat afraid and worried. Yusong's face immediately turned pale. He carefully handed the book bag to the little girl. He did not care if this old man's son would hit his palm with a board. After bidding farewell to His Royal Highness, he chased after them. Su Fengnian lowered his head and found that the little girl was grabbing his sleeve. He smiled and nodded, "I'll go right away." Chapter 377. There was a stream that flowed around the village, and it was like a woman's eyes were full of life. The roosters crowed at the entrance of the village, and then there was a young miss squatting by the stream to wash clothes. Because of her posture, her figure was even more graceful. The wooden mallet gently hit the clothes on the stone. She didn't dare to use too much force, and when she was tired, she would rest for a while. She reached out with a slender finger to brush away the black hair that covered her face. When it was wet, it stuck to her forehead and cheeks. Occasionally, she would be lost in thought, looking at the reflection of her face in the water. Ripples would ripple out, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Poor people couldn't afford a bronze mirror. To her, this item was too flashy and impractical. Even though everyone within 10 li said that she was beautiful, she didn't feel that she was beautiful anywhere. It was better to praise Yusong's good fortune as a boy and a girl. This made her happier. She lightly exhaled, coming back to her senses, and continued to hit the white and sparse clothes. She didn't dare to wash clothes when there were many people around, especially those that were close to her body. She always felt embarrassed. Also, there were some idle and lazy men in the village. No matter if they were young or old, they would shamelessly squat by the stream and point at her. Some of the village women were naturally unhappy, calling her a fox spirit behind her back. If there was a man from their family who was shameless enough to stand by the stream, they would definitely mock her with a few words. She sighed slightly and saw a red embroidered dudu. It was probably because that part of her was too burdensome, and it was always propped up. Therefore, compared to the clothes she wore outside, the needle and thread were sparse to a point that made her blush. The young miss hurriedly used the wooden mallet to hit it a few times. She thought about quickly washing it clean and drying it in the room. She laughed self-mockingly. Wasn't it just 2 pieces of meat? She really didn't know why the men were always staring at her. She wanted to be born as small as possible. She had always felt sorry for her husband's family and had never complained. In fact, even the harshest villagers knew that this poor girl had not done anything wrong to old Zhao's family. A thin girl who should have married into a rich family and enjoyed a good life had done farm work that many men found tiring. Once, a few wanderers from outside the village had sneaked into her courtyard and stole her undergarments that were hung on a bamboo pole to dry. Little Miss, who had never been angry with anyone, had gone crazy and chased them to the neighboring village with a desperate stance. A few older elders in the village finally could not stand it anymore and called their sturdy juniors. Half of the village carried hoes and finally understood the matter. They could only remember that this girl had tightly gripped her undergarments and sat on the ground crying silently. She did not scold anyone and just cried silently. From then on, she would rather dry her clothes later, and only set up a pole to slowly dry them in the ventilated room of her home. In the following years, the ripe pine forest became her sky. Fortunately, the child who had lost his father when he was young did not let her down. Even this old man, who was very knowledgeable, was willing to let the child take some books home. If a normal child dared to touch this old man's private collection of books, their little hands would be beaten into steamed buns by this old man. The elders in the village all said that in the future, she could rely on her son to rise in status, and that the hard times would end and the good times would come. Lil Miss was putting clothing piece by piece into a bamboo basket. She suddenly turned her head and saw an unexpected male standing quite far away. At this time, she was holding a blue fan-shaped tube top embroidered with flowers. Her pretty face instantly flushed red and she unconsciously glared. How could this person be so unrestrained in his conduct? Yesterday, she had thought that he might be a traveling young master from a prestigious family. Did he not know what it meant to be indecent to look at? To think that she had mistakenly thought that he was elegant. Lil Miss, who was angry from embarrassment, saw the embarrassed expression of the man with the saber. He seemed to want to explain something, but in the end, he did not want to reveal what he was trying to hide. He could only turn his head and let her hide her personal items in the bamboo basket. Lil Miss paused slightly. This young master seemed to be blushing. Only then did her expression ease slightly. This was a man who knew shame. Compared to those rascals who liked to talk lasciviously, he was slightly better. But what did he come to this village for? Lil Miss hurriedly picked up the bamboo basket and put it behind her. Maybe it was that the young master with the saber had turned his head away that gave her the courage to look him in the eye. She might be a woman of the village, but she knew the illnesses of rich families. Those sons of rich families who spent lavishly may not have better personalities than the rascals of the village. This young master who had squatted on the mud wall to eat sugar-coated haws and played with the ripe pine forest shouldn't be a bad person. But if he thought that she was a woman that could be teased at will, she dared to slap him. Su Fengnian slowly turned his head and calmly said, "Later, no matter what happens, if you see ripe pine, take him back to the village." The sound of horse hooves sounded without warning and broke the tranquility of the little village. Smoke still curled up from the chimneys and the barking of yellow dogs followed. She is the prettiest in the dozen or so villages nearby. We all call her Weaver Su. She is a widow. Her parents-in-law and mother-in-law are also lying in their coffins. She has no one to rely on. In these years, she probably hasn't been taken by any wild men. Her body is very clean. I guarantee that the general will take a fancy to her. The leader of the group, who could be considered a minor official at Tumbling Horse Pass, looked carefully at the girl from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction. He wondered why he hadn't heard of such a wild flower in Liushi village before. If he had known earlier, it wouldn't have been anyone's turn to make a move. Chapter 378. However, since they had missed the opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to secretly kidnap them again. Last night, Han Xiaowei had called a few of his confidants, including himself, to have a secret discussion. Captain Chui Gong said that Commandant Gui Yi, General Huangfu, had come to Tuma Pass and did not have a few women to warm his bed. If he did not entertain them well, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Although Han Tao said that he did not dare to use the common cosmetics from the brothel to fool General Huangfu, they knew that the two most popular prostitutes from the largest brothel were secretly being kept by Han Xiaowei in a small house without telling his tigress at home. Han Xiaowei was reluctant to part with them, but he also did not dare to use second-rate prostitutes to show filial piety to Commandant Gui Yi. He was afraid that his sworn enemy would use this against the Deputy Commandant Chong. Therefore, he came up with a plan and asked them to find two young ladies with clean backgrounds. He said that he would spend a lot of money to invite them to Tuma Pass. However, how could they not understand the meaning behind this? They were just trying to snatch the prostitutes. After the deed was done, they would be rewarded 10 to 20 taels of silver to keep their mouths shut. Of the two girls they found at night, Han Xiaowei did not take a fancy to one of them. He said that even if she was thrown into a brothel, she would not be able to earn a few taels of silver a year. The other girl was quite pretty and was still a virgin. Han Xiaowei also said that this girl who was crying her eyes out did not know how to serve people. Without another word, he ordered someone to bring her to his private residence. This caused a few of them to be so anxious that they almost suffered internal injuries from holding back. When the sun rose, they felt that Han Xiaowei would die if they delayed any longer. One of their fellow officers suggested that they might as well ask a hooligan in town to lead the way and see if they could be lucky enough to find a girl in the surrounding villages who could satisfy Captain Gui Yi. They really did find one by chance. The young woman who was standing gracefully by the stream with a basket in her hand did not look stunning at first glance. However, after a few glances, one of them could tell that she was a beauty. Using the words of those poor scholars, her skin was whiter than snow and could be broken by the wind. That small waist and those breasts were all one of a kind. The squad leader swallowed his saliva and knew that this trip would not be in vain. The horseman threw the bag of copper coins that the lowly scoundrels had agreed upon beforehand. He bent down, his eyes staring at Lil Miss as he quietly asked the people beside him, "There needs to be a reason." The soldiers of Tumbling Horse Pass always love the people like their own children and won't make things difficult for the people. One of the hooligans turned his head and laughed in a small voice, "Officer, don't worry, this is simple. Weaver Su often goes to town to buy some satin and embroider a sachet at home and then sell it at the market. Officer, say that there is a general's wife and young miss at Tuma Pass and want her to embroider embroidery. What do you think?" Out. The hooligan who had received a large sum of money and wealth was extremely excited. He said in a trembling voice, "Officer, This one is called Zhang Shun. Officer, you can call me Shun Zi. Seeing the officer turn his neck towards the little stream, Zhang Shun moistened his throat and glared viciously at the young woman that he dreamed of holding in his arms and playing with every night. Who asked you to put on airs? If I can't get your body, I definitely won't let you live a pure life. Didn't you reject the marriage offers from many well-off families for the sake of your chastity memorial arch? I know that you are a proud girl, but I won't let your body and reputation be pure. When that powerful officer Guai Yi has played with you, what face and heart will you have to continue pretending to be a pure and chaste woman? When I play with you properly, won't I be brothers with the great general that have done that kind of thing together? It's just that I don't know how many hands it will take when it's my turn. Looking at the situation, the officers around her all had eyes like wolves. They definitely won't let her go. Zhang Shun, who had a belly full of evil tricks, quietly pursed his lips. He reached out to wipe his saliva and shouted, Su Qing, there is a great general's wife at Tumbling Horse Pass who wants you to embroider. Reward, the sergeant took the initiative and said softly, 20 taels. Zhang Shun immediately climbed up the pole and said in a charitable tone, 20 taels. You can't earn that much in a year. Why don't you hurry back to Tumbling Horse Pass with the officer? If you delay the great general's wife, can you afford to be punished? Zhang Shun's evil intentions were secretly aroused. He tried to speak in a calm tone, I'll take that basket of clothes home for you. The sergeant on the horse frowned. How could he not know Zhang Shun's dirty thoughts? However, he still didn't say anything. He knew that in order to make his subordinates do things willingly, to be a dog that could not only wag its tail but also bite people for its master, it was not enough to just rely on the power of an officer. If he didn't give them some extra benefits, they would all be slippery and stingy. What could he do? Su Fengnian only now knew that she was called Su Qing. However, wasn't the Qing in this simple name a bit too heavy in this world? The little Miss Su Qing bit her lips. The little stream behind her was only knee-high. Even if she jumped in, who would drown? She shook her head and said, I'm not going. The sergeant and the riders beside him were expressionless. Clearly, they had expected this answer and were not in a hurry to pressure her. How could a lonely naked woman win against a dozen iron cavalry and the entire Tumbling Horse Pass? Zhang Shun said angrily, Su Qing, don't be so shameless. Do you believe that I'll knock you unconscious and carry you to Tumbling Horse Pass? Su Qing raised her arm. In her hand was a wooden mallet used to hammer clothes. The dozen iron cavalry saw that this young woman was so stubborn yet cute and laughed loudly. Zhang Shun hated that this woman did not know how to appreciate his kindness and made him lose face. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to go to the stream to let her know the severity of her fists. Of course, he wouldn't really use all his strength to hit her. Mother, don't go. The young child who ran covered in dust and fell countless times before finally appearing in front of everyone's eyes. This naughty but filial child had a sobbing tone as he desperately shook his head at his mother. Poor children, more or less, would know the bitterness of the world earlier. Zhang Shun smiled nastily and said, Su Qing, don't forget that you still have a son. If you disobey the military lords, their prime minister is magnanimous and won't argue with a widow like you. However, I, Zhang Shun, will have a good relationship with your son. After Zhang Shun finished speaking, he jogged towards the child. How could a 6 or 7-year-old child fight against a scoundrel in the prime of his life? Trapped in Zhang Shun's arms, the child opened his mouth and bit Zhang Shun's arm, drawing blood. The flustered and exasperated Zhang Shun used his arm to choke the child to death. The little miss still didn't cry out. Turning around, she put down the bamboo basket and wiped away her tears. Then she turned her head and said calmly, I'll go. Chapter 379. Unless one was certain to die, they could not be unsheathed. The Buddhists had silent meditation. The sword genius that appeared once every 500 years, Li Chungang, had closed his sword sheath for 6 whole years after entering celestial phenomenon. He did not use a single sword before he was able to use the sword essence to open the gates of heaven. When Su Fengnian saw the squad leader pull out his blade, he pulled on the reins and prepared to charge. Su Fengnian reached out his arm and stopped Lil Miss, who was charging forward without a care for his life. He looked at the cavalry and said in a stiff tone, "Go back to Tuma Pass and tell Commander Guai Huangfu Jin that there is a person with the Spring Thunder Blade here. I will give him 15 minutes to come here." The dozen or so warhorses that had just started to run instantly stopped when the squad leader pulled on the reins. The squad leader was not an idiot. A young person who called himself a scholar from Lingzhou and dared to call Commander Guai by his name. Was he really just putting on a show? The future was important, but one's life was more important. In this world, it was better to be safe than sorry. If this young person really knew General Huangfu Jin, even if they were not close, just a nodding acquaintance was enough to make them, who could only show off at Tuma Pass, suffer. If this young master with the blade really came from a landowning household with some status in Lingzhou, then when Han Xiaowei pushed the blame away, who would take the blame? There was some distance between Lingzhou and Yuzhou, but a landowning household that did not care about the consequences could not take down Han Xiaowei, who was secondary class 6th rank. What would he do as the squad leader who had personally stained his hands with blood? However, the most important thing was the young person in front of him really worthy of these what-ifs? The squad leader gritted his teeth and weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Su Fengnian narrowed his phoenix eyes and said, 15 minutes. It has already been some time. When Huangfu Jin is angry, no one will be able to help you. The squad leader let out a breath and stopped the horse to put away his blade. He waved his hand and ordered a cavalry to return to Tuma Pass and report the situation to Han Xiaowei. Of course, he had to bring people to keep an eye on this place. After 15 minutes, if he was sure that this brat was deliberately mystifying things, he would personally chop this person who had ruined his face. Chop, not chop. Tuma Pass. Commander Guai, who had not changed into comfortable silk clothing, stood on the city wall. In reality, ever since he left Liangzhou, other than sleeping, he had never taken off his armor in front of others. Everyone knew that he, Huangfu Jin, used dozens of lives in exchange for his family's wealth. He only knew that he and his mute son were the only survivors of the Green Mountain Villa that stood proudly in Jianghu. His elder brother and his 4 children were beheaded for treason. However, he did not know that Huangfu Ji was a strategist who once had the ambition to settle the affairs of the world for the monarch. But that Commander Guai, a young master. A wag of the tale of a wealthy family was better than a scholar reading 10,000 books. Huangfu Jin didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He only wanted to stay in Yuzhou and pledge his loyalty to the unfathomable father and son in Bailiang Palace, and then build a foundation of his own that would last for 100 generations. Therefore, on this trip, he had traveled almost all of Yuzhou, every county, every mountain range that could be used as a strategic vantage point, every city, every pass, and every village. Huangfu Jin subconsciously touched his white hair. He was already in his 40s, so he could stop being confused. If he didn't wake up from his dreams and was muddle-headed like his brothers, not only would the Green Mountain Villa not be rebuilt, but his descendants would also be cut off. The 2 officials with the highest ranks in Tuma Pass, Zhou Xian, Zhou Zizu's father, and Commander Han Tao, stood behind Commander Guai as if they were walking on thin ice. After returning from the inn last night, General Huangfu didn't stay in the mansion arranged by Han Tao. Instead, he stayed at the relay station. According to a secret report, Zhou Xian, the old tortoise, visited at night, which made Han Xiaowei alert. He thought the general felt that he hadn't done his duty as a host. Whether it was in the officialdom or in the military, they were most afraid of hindsight. Han Tao didn't care about the plump body of the woman on the bed. He sat alone in front of the lamp and pondered. He inadvertently turned his head and saw the 2 sluts, who were originally planning to have sex with each other, throwing flirtatious glances at him. He slapped his thigh and hurriedly ordered his trusted subordinates to find the 2 pretty women. They had to serve General Huangfu well. Han Xiaowei was busy the whole night. Of the 2, one was returned, and the other was taken. He didn't know if his subordinates could finish this before General Huangfu left Tuma Pass. Demon Moth? At Tuma Pass, as long as the Zhou father and son didn't make a move, there would be no demon moth. Seeing a familiar-looking cavalryman dismount at the gate and scramble up the wall, Han Tao's face lit up with joy. When he smiled, Zhou Xian, who had been at loggerheads with him for many years, also smiled faintly. However, his smile was fake, making Han Tao want to slap him. The ordinary cavalryman with no official rank was stopped in the distance. Han Tao didn't dare to put on airs in front of Captain Guai, so he walked over. Seeing the cavalryman's face as ugly as if he was holding in his excrement, he realized that something was wrong. He told him to come to the corner of the gate tower. Without waiting for Captain Guai to speak, the cavalryman spilled the beans. It was not a complicated trick to begin with, and Han Tao, who had been immersed in officialdom for many years, immediately understood everything. His expression changed a few times, and he raised his foot to kick the little bastard who had given him the bad news. However, just as he raised his foot, he suddenly put it down and quickly turned to walk toward General Huangfu. Although Huangfu Xiu, who had a lot on his mind, was not paying attention to the fighting and scheming at Tumbling Horse Pass, he could see from the corner of his eye that Han Tao had a sullen expression on his face. He smiled and said, "Han Tao, if you have something to say, just say it." Hearing his name being called and not the polite but unfamiliar official rank, Han Xiaowei let out a sigh of relief. He bent down and jogged a few steps closer. In a small voice, he said, "My cavalrymen were patrolling a village within our jurisdiction and met a scholar from Lingzhou who claimed to be traveling. He said he knew General." Huangfu Xiong's expression was calm as he stared at Han Tao. Chapter 380. Feeling great pressure, Han Xiaowei hurriedly said, "That scholar seems to be wearing a spring thunder blade." Huangfu Jin calmly made a sound of acknowledgement. No one saw him instantly clench his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. "This Bailiang army Captain Guai, the most famous person in the Bailiang army, said calmly, 'Prepare a horse for me. Let that rider lead the way. You don't need to follow.'" Han Xiaowei was sweating like rain, his lips blue and trembling. "Risking death," he said softly, "that scholar also said he would only give you 2 incense sticks of time." Captain Guai turned his head and smiled. Han Xiaowei, who had beheaded more than a dozen people on the battlefield, was probably used to a peaceful life. Being glanced at by General Huangfu, he stumbled back in fright. Leaning against the city wall, he said with a tearful face, "General, there is no need to worry. From Tumbling Horse Pass to that village, it won't take 5 incense sticks of time." The 2 riders galloped wildly. That rider was scared out of his wits. He only hated that the warhorse he was riding on did not have 8 hooves. By the stream, Su Fengnian turned and said gently to Lil Miss, "Take Yusong home. I'll come back and find you. Don't worry, it's fine now. I have some relations with a general at Tumbling Horse Pass. At most, I'll spend some silver. I guarantee you won't have to go to the general's manor. If you don't trust me, pack up and take Yusong away from Tumbling Horse Pass. But remember to pay attention to the news here when you're outside. You will naturally understand." Lil Miss, who was half believing and half doubting, was preparing to move when he saw 2 riders arrive. A terrifying and dignified general stopped his horse on the high slope. The other riders, for some reason, only heard the words, quickly returned to Han Xiaowei to receive orders. They turned their horses around and retreated sickly. Su Fengnian and Lil Miss walked back together. She held her child and looked back. Seeing Su Fengnian smile and wave his hand, she took her son's hand and jogged back to the village. There were only 2 people left by the stream. Guai Commandant Huangfu Qiong rolled off his horse and prostrated himself on the ground just like he did when he first entered Bailiang Palace. Without saying a word, his 5 fingers dug into the ground as if he wished he could sink his entire body into the ground to appear sufficiently humble. Su Fengnian slowly came to this Commandant Guai, who was already the most powerful general in Yuzhou province, and said calmly, "Actually, if you had pissed your pants the moment you saw me and kowtowed to me in front of those guys, would have chopped your head off without any hesitation. In any case, it doesn't matter who wears this resolute commandant armor." Huangfu Jin didn't say a word. His strong and stalwart body just stuck to the ground. Small officials have to show filial piety to big officials. Snatching women to warm their beds in the middle of the night is nothing. Which place in the Liang dynasty, Beimang dynasty, wouldn't dare to do such a thing? It's not a big deal for a small official to ask his subordinates to do things. It's just a waste of manpower and money. Isn't being an official just to have power? I can understand. When they see a beautiful woman, even though she is the widow of a courier, they can snatch her away and give some silver as compensation afterwards. The officials naturally don't care if the woman lives or dies. They can only blame her background for not being good, and her man's abilities are not good enough. This is nothing. I have seen many things in the world that are even worse than this. Speaking of this, His Royal Highness Su Fengnian smiled. Gui Commandant's mind was blank. He could only vaguely remember that night when the Prince of Northern Liang met him, a stray dog of the Jianghu. The Prince of Northern Liang was sitting in the main seat, and the Prince of Northern Liang, who was known as the most powerful warrior in the world, was actually sitting beside him with a smile. Su Fengnian looked at the stream and laughed coldly. But in Beiliang, there is clearly an iron law. On the first day of entering the Beiliang army, one must shout it 8 or 10 times. Yet, he still dared to draw out his Beiliang blade and chop off the heads of the common people. This needs to be properly calculated. What exactly is this? Su Fengnian suddenly said angrily. At first, the Northern Liang blade was forged by the common people by selling their pots and pans. The blade is naturally sharp, but where is the sharpest part? Su Shao once personally told me, this useless son of his, many times, so many times that I'm going to King grow calluses. Huang Fujin's lips were already pressed against the ground. The thick smell of mud and grass assaulted his senses. He said, Huang Fujin deserves the death penalty. Su Fengnian suppressed the emotions in his heart. The scabbard of his spring thunder saber trembled incessantly. After a long time, His Royal Highness laughed at himself and said softly, I'm already the hereditary Beiliang's Royal Highness. This old man dared to snatch His Royal Highness woman from King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, dared to sit on the city wall of Martial Emperor City, dared to cut off the flesh of King of Guangling's Royal Highness, and still dare not forget these words. Where did these people's courage come from? Su Shao gave it to them? Qin Jibao gave it to them? Or some great big shot gave it to them? Su Fengnian squinted at Commandant Gui. After recovering his composure, he said with a smile, get up. It's not all your fault. You've been patrolling Yuzhou province on horseback these days in armor. I don't care whether you're just pretending or you really want to do something, as long as you don't encounter such a thing again. No matter what, Commandant Gui has been assigned to you. You can do whatever you want in Yuzhou province. This Royal Highness is always foppish and only cares about the result. I've given you enough time. If you can't satisfy this Royal Highness, the little guy in Commandant Gui's mansion who's actually your elder brother's legitimate son would be the only offspring of Huangfu clan. Huang Fujin, who was already half standing, immediately knelt down again. His Royal Highness narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, your Huangfu family is all ruthless, but you're the most ruthless. You can even allow your own son to be killed. You're afraid that your nephew, whom you wholeheartedly want to cultivate, will leak the heavenly secret, so you burned his throat. Tears streamed down Huang Fujin's face. Go back to Tumbling Horse Pass. Today's matter can't be settled just by chopping off a few heads. You, Commandant Gui, do it. I, the prince, will watch. Of course, if you don't even dare to take off a few official hats and don't dare to take a few lives, then I'll take it that I've misjudged you. Huang Fujin said in a low voice, Huang Fujin understands. Please rest assured, His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness walked toward the village and seemed to be talking to himself. The child in Commandant Gui's manor is now called Huangfu Qingping. There's also a child whose real name is Huangfu Qingping. A few days ago, he became a page at Wudong Garden. He's not like his vicious father. His personality is simple and honest, and he's very diligent. I like him very much. Huang Fujin kowtowed heavily. At this moment, such a ruthless person who had experienced honor and disgrace sobbed from the bottom of his heart, Huang Fujin is willing to die for His Royal Highness. Chapter 381. At the entrance of the village, there were a few fengshui trees covered with withered vines. A few dirty yellow dogs saw this strange traveler and began to bark incessantly. The village was not large, with only 40 to 50 households, so it was immediately known that a guest had come to the village. However, the dozen or so strong riders at Tuma Pass had come and gone in a hurry, so many of the timid villagers did not dare to go out. Later, when they saw Su Xingyang and Yu Songyang return in a hurry, some of the diligent women who had gotten up early to cook hurriedly went to wake up the men who had been lazing in bed. Although the men on the Kong were not very promising, they were more knowledgeable than the women. The sleepy man stood on his tiptoes and looked behind the yellow mud wall for a long time, but in the end, he could not say anything. In the past, when Su Xingyang was bullied by Bailiang, the elders in the village could not stand it anymore and dared to bring the strong men in the village to help. However, when faced with a group of Bailiang's soldiers, how could they dare to be brave men? At this time, hearing the dogs at home barking loudly, they were afraid of causing trouble. Some of the more impatient men did not put down their bowls and ran out to kick them a few times. The dogs whimpered and hid in the corner, looking very innocent. Through the crack of the door, they saw a young master carrying a saber. He was walking slowly on the winding bluestone path. He was very handsome. A few beautiful village women would have gone out to flirt with him if they didn't know the severity of the situation. It was the first time they had seen such a handsome man. The villagers didn't have too many scruples. If their wives gave birth to children, they would even dare to open their chests when breastfeeding in the cool summer weather. They just wanted to cool off. It wasn't like they would lose a piece of meat if they were stared at a few times. The village women who saw the young master felt that if they were stared at by his beautiful red phoenix eyes, they might even take advantage of him. Su Fengnian passed by house after house. At the door, there were spring festival couplets written by the scholar this old man. He admired them one by one. He stopped at the door of a house at the end of the village and knocked. Without waiting for the owner to respond, he pushed open the door and entered. Unexpectedly, he saw the young miss. Su Fengnian avoided arousing suspicion and stopped in his tracks. He smiled gently and said, "Why haven't you left?" Unsettled, Lil Miss turned his head slightly and didn't meet the gaze of this Lingzhou scholar. He said softly, "Without relatives or friends, where can he go?" Su Fengnian leaned against the cold courtyard door that was damp with morning dew. He smiled and said, "I came here to try my luck, thinking that you shouldn't leave too quickly so that you can tell sister-in-law that today's matter has really been resolved. The general that came later is from Lingzhou. Although we can't be considered family friends, he still has to give face to the Buddha. He and my father's generation have seen each other all the time, so he didn't want to go too far. I spent some money to have him distribute it to those military men to drink a jar of aged wine and eat dog meat. This way, the big matter was reduced to a small matter. This way, everyone's face is not that bad. How should I put it? It's just like the old saying, the king of hell is easy to see, but the little devils are hard to deal with. If you still don't trust me, the government will spit out all the money that they've embezzled to compensate you. Then, you'll know that I'm not lying to you." Lil Miss' eyes instantly turned red, and he lowered his head even more. His slender and beautiful fingers that were not as smooth as those of rich girls twisted the corners of his clothes tightly. Su Fengnian hesitated and said, "Tell Yu Song to study well with this old man. There is a house of gold in the books. When he reaches the age to take the imperial examinations, our Bailiang will be different from the present world. To say nothing of other things, a scholar will have a greater chance of success." Su Fengnian finished speaking and turned around. Hearing the young child run out the door and call out, "Big brother," His Royal Highness still did not stop. Lil Miss Su Qing sighed softly and said, "Young master, you're not even willing to walk through the door? You think it's dirty? There are many disputes in front of a widow's door. I understand this principle." Su Fengnian was shocked. He turned around and said with a bitter smile, "Sister-in-law, you know I don't mean that. Lil Miss glared at him and said, "Who's your sister-in-law?" She turned around and said in a small but determined voice, "I heard you Song say that you gave away 2 steamed buns this morning. I'll make some food for you. Eat before you leave. A small family doesn't have anything good, but they can't be unreasonable." Su Fengnian smiled slightly and walked into the room. There was a square table that took up half of the space. It could be seen how small the room was. The left side of the room was the sleeping side room. Lil Miss went to the right side, which should be the kitchen. Although the room was small, it was facing south and did not appear gloomy. Yusong brought over the only chair for Su Fengnian and sat on the small stool. He raised his head to look at the great hero in his heart and stared at him with wide eyes. Lil Miss was skilled at cooking and quickly made a bowl of white rice porridge that could hold 5 or 6 bowls for Su Fengnian, a pair of bowls and chopsticks, and a dish of vinegar cabbage to go with the porridge. Su Fengnian did not exchange pleasantries. He sat at the table and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of sweet and crispy vinegar cabbage. It was tender and went well with the porridge. He chewed and swallowed it slowly. It was the most refreshing meal he had in the past few days. Lil Miss and Yusong sat shoulder to shoulder on a long stool whose red paint had mostly peeled off. The child leaned against his mother, his face full of innocent smiles. Lil Miss seemed to be infected by the child's emotions and had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He probably felt that this young master was interesting to be able to eat this white rice porridge and vinegar cabbage with relish. Su Fengnian did not drink the porridge quickly and slowly ate 3 bowls. He put down the bowl and chopsticks and said contentedly, "Delicious." Lil Miss smiled warmly and said, "If you eat this every day, it won't taste good anymore." Su Fengnian nodded and then shook his head, saying, "It's better than eating delicacies. At least it can nourish the stomach. Also, the taste of the world is bland. Normal people can't reach this realm. I only learned this after traveling abroad." Lil Miss pulled back her delicate brows and patted Yusong's head. The child was sensible and immediately went to take the bowls and chopsticks back to the kitchen. She then carefully asked, "How much silver did Gongzi give out?" "Just treat it as Su Qing owes you. In the future, when you have spare money, you can pay it back bit by bit. Is that all right?" Su Fengnian smiled but did not speak. Lil Miss' skin was really thin and she blushed from his stare. Su Fengnian said calmly, "A small family like yours in Baoyang, with more ways to make a living, can only save 10 or 20 taels of silver in a year. Even if you know how to embroider and can embroider some beautiful sachets to sell to well-off young ladies, Tuma Pass is only so big. How many sachets can you sell in a year? If you spend a large amount of money to buy fine satin from a silk shop, but you can't sell the sachets and keep them in your hands, even if there's only one, you won't lose a lot of money. Even if business is good, you have to work on the crops during the day. This delicate embroidery work can only be left to the night. You can light an oil lamp and slowly work on it. When you're tired, you can accidentally fall asleep. When you wake up and find that the oil lamp is wasted, won't your heart ache? Won't you use the embroidery needle to stab yourself a few times? Even if you take 10,000 steps back and add on the compensation, you can only pay me 30 or so taels of silver a year. How many years will you have to pay? Logically speaking, an official higher than Vice Captain Jichong at Tuma Pass, 1 or 200 taels of silver wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. How can he enter the eyes of this kind of official? So, this topic, you shouldn't have brought it up at all. In any case, I don't lack this bit of money. Just treat it as me doing a good deed for once. Isn't that good?" Lil Miss raised his head. Biting his lips, his eyes clear, he said, "You have to pay it back." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "You have to pay it back. All right, 500 taels of silver as a base. Also, in this official circle, people aren't willing to accept just because you give them money. Compared to the favor you got from that general, how do you calculate it? Is it worth 1,000 taels? If I give you 1,500 taels, you can slowly pay it back in 50 years? Lil Miss said calmly, "In the future, I'll have Yusong pay it back. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Had Su Xinyan's stubbornness been brought from her mother's womb? Lil Miss suddenly said in a light voice, I actually know that young master isn't rich. I can't let young master be a sucker for this. I won't feel good. Su Fengnian said in surprise, what do you mean? Lil Miss' face was red as he said weakly, when young master took the bowl and chopsticks, Su Qing saw that young master's palms and fingers were full of calluses. Su Fengnian stilled, his smile strange. Chapter 382. Su Fengnian walked out of the village and glanced back. He recalled that his master Li Yishan had mentioned the various states of the marketplace in the Swords Resolve chapter, which roughly meant that he saw a few sparks while traveling in his humble home. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was the weaver using the lamp to embroider. Thinking of this, His Royal Highness smiled. When he was young, he would often spend several hundred taels of silver to buy poems, but what he bought were all sentimental poems. Looking back now, it was still Li Yishan's poems, which were similar to the congee and vinegar cabbage in Su Qing's house, that warmed his stomach. Seeing that there was no one around, His Royal Highness's chi suddenly surged. Like a flying swan stepping on snow, he swept toward Tuma Pass. Of course, Huangfu Jin had true talent and knowledge. The key was that he was ruthless enough. After all, his family was ruined and he could disown his own family. Only then did he have the qualifications to be a chess piece to break the game. But what really moved His Highness the Crown Prince was Huangfu Jin's trick of swapping his son's body. He probably knew that his son's personality was simple and honest and would not be able to support the future of the Huangfu family. Or perhaps he felt guilty towards his elder brother, so he decisively chose to let his only son die in place of his nephew, Huangfu Qingfeng. Such a ruthless and chilling Jianghu tyrant would be like a fish in water even if he entered the big dye vat of officialdom. If it was too big, for example, General Huaihua, who held the Tiger Tally and commanded half of the military power in Yuzhou, it would probably cause a fierce backlash from the military of Yuzhou. If it was too small, for example, General Huaihua, who held the Tiger Tally and commanded half of the military power in Yuzhou, it would probably cause a fierce backlash from the military of Yuzhou. If it was too small, for example, General Huaihua, who held the Tiger Tally and commanded half of the military power in Yuzhou, he would be ostracized and isolated. No one would be willing to listen to him even if his mouth was full of blisters. Therefore, the Crown Prince of the Northern Liang Prince's mansion weighed the pros and cons and threw out a Captain Gui Yi. As for Yuzhou province, each position would be scrambled for fiercely. However, for the father and son of Lord King of Northern Liang who always looked on coldly, it was not as simple as an honest official taking a position and a corrupt official getting out of here. If honest officials were mediocre officials, or corrupt officials were capable officials, which one would be more beneficial to Beiliang? For example, in the Tuma Pass incident this time, Su Fengnian, as His Royal Highness, appreciated the means of Zhou Ziru and his son more than Han Tao, who saved the Fish Dragon gang. But in this case, should he let the former stay? If this Vice Captain Zhichong had an inextricable relationship with the one surnamed Shen, which would be beneficial to Tuma Pass, but would be a hidden danger to Beiliang's Su family, how should they deal with it? Everything would affect the situation as a whole. Everyone had their own background and connections. The whole Beiliang was entangled in a mess. How could Su Fengnian clean it up with just a few moves? Saint Zhang Fuzi was famous for saying that governing a country was like cooking a small fish. For those in power, it was just a beautiful and easy thing to say. Su Fengnian approached Tuma Pass and slowed down. When he arrived at the inn, he knew that the Fish Dragon gang had already gone to the pass. He hurriedly trotted over. Seeing the gang members who had been waiting for a long time, Su Fengnian smiled apologetically and took the reins from Wang Dashi. The group smoothly passed the pass today. What made the Fish Dragon gang unhappy was that not only Zhou Ziru, who had led troops to kill people last night, but also Vice Captain Zhichong, Zhou Xian, had come to see them off personally. On the contrary, Han Xiaowei, who was supposed to be the Fish Dragon gang's biggest protective talisman, was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Cheng continued to walk side by side with Lu Nerong. He observed the expression of this proud disciple and glanced at Su Fengnian behind him. He said softly, "Last night, Su Ziru killed a soldier at Tuma Pass. It seemed that I let him take the blame, but in fact, I wanted to use Tuma Pass to test the depth of the Lingzhou family of generals. If you don't even know the background of the other party, it will not be safe to do such a big business. Narong, you have to understand my good intentions." Lu Narong said expressionlessly, "Second gang leader is too serious." Lu Narong naturally understands your intentions. Hearing the cold and distant title of second gang leader, a touch of displeasure appeared in Xiao Chang's eyes. However, seeing that she did not hold on to his desertion, he forced himself to endure it. If he did not have this much self-control, how could he have been the second gang leader for the past 20 years? He, Xiao Chang, was like a grasshopper tied to the same string as the fish dragon gang. In the future, if he wanted to live a comfortable life with his family, he would have to deal with Lu Narong. It was worth it to suffer some anger now. Whether she admitted their master-disciple relationship or not, it was not a big deal. Xiao Chang was very good at reading people. He knew that Lu Narong was the same as the old gang leader. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In the face of a big matter, she could not harden her heart. During last night's disturbance, Lu Narong walked in front regardless of the obstacles. He could see the clues. Besides, this business was related to the rise and fall of the fish dragon gang for the next 10 years. Without Xiao Chang's help, how could it be done? Just relying on Gong Sunyang, this blockhead who could not be beaten up with a few sticks. Wang Dashi felt that he was fortunate to have gone through thick and thin with young Master Su. Today, he did not care about the faces of his senior brothers. He confidently trotted behind Su Fengnian's horse and said in a low voice, somewhat embarrassed, "Young Master Su, it wasn't easy for me to memorize 400 or 500 words, but after memorizing them, I forgot some more." Seeing the guilt and annoyance in the young man's eyes, Su Fengnian smiled and comforted him, "It doesn't matter. Just let nature take its course. It's not good for you to care too much about things like memorizing. It's easy to forget. Take it slow. Anyway, there's still some time before we reach Beimang. But I'll say this first. No matter how worthless this incantation is, it's still a relatively complete set of martial arts incantations. Remember not to let others hear it. You won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the river. If you have a habit of talking in your sleep, I advise you to seal your mouth before you sleep.